Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 8 of What If Naruto Refused to Give Up Despite It All. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Mishiro's POV Underground Hideout, Land of Water. Mishiro *2* sighed as she watched her helpers work. Ikum would be sour with her if he knew she let the lessers do the seal work, but Mishiro had always struggled with those who were not Ikum. So instead, she watched with feigned attention as the males plus Lifuzu worked. The males mostly moved supplies and lit the dim cave enough for Lifuzu to work. The walls of the cave were covered in fuijutsu and paper tags. It would make for a giant seal in the cave for their next mission. Such a thought reminded her how she had met him. Much of her early life were grim days Mishiro had no intention of revisiting. Days full of pain and resentment, headed by tormentors who were supposed to be protectors. In truth, in those days Mishiro had often wished for death. Surely the cessation of life would be preferable to the endless pain that it had been so far. Until one dark grisly night. She had been 16, so long had been her torment that she had long given up on escape or even death. Until he had come, Mishiro could remember watching from the back of the room as he had slaughtered her captors mercilessly. Mishiro had grimly accepted her fate. After years of seemingly endless suffering she had given up on living, but when the blood-soaked, raggedy murderer's eyes had landed on her, she had felt an absurd kinship with the murderous man. Somehow the man matched her disdain for her captors. By the time the two had locked eyes Mishiro had barely felt fear. Ikum had been much different then. He had yet to forsake his original identity, but his mission had been the same. His words had been rough, and yet Mishiro held on to them. She considered it a promise from her love. One she believed in even 30 years after their meeting. You're like me, Ikum had whispered as he roughly held her face in his hand. You feel no sorrow or pity for your brethren I slaughtered. They were monsters. They hurt me. I'm glad they can't anymore, Mishiro had stuttered out. She wasn't fearful of being killed as well, yet she felt overwhelmed by his mere presence. His passionately, yet undeniably lifeless eyes entranced me. But they were your kin, Ikum had whispered. You should hate me for spilling our blood. My family is gone. Those that are left are no better than the monster that took the others, Mishiro had explained. Ikum grimly nodded. He stared at her openly for a few minutes. You can join me. Make no mistake, I will kill every Uzumaki. I will not tolerate a useful follower, and you will be expected to pursue my dream as your own. That clan must die, but I will protect you if you can stand such. Mishiro had not thought it over for very long. Her family had been destroyed, and those who remained had betrayed her. If Ikum kept her safe, their deaths would be a small price. Besides, she wanted vengeance for years of pain brought on by her own blood. Do you truly intend for my men to do all the work? Do you feel you are above the Kamizuru clan? *3* an all too familiar voice ranged out. Mishiro made no effort to hide her annoyance from being broken out of her reminiscing. She raised her eyes to the annoying woman who had disturbed her. One Suzumbaki Kamizuru, leader of the shinobi they hired for this excursion. Suzumbaki was a short woman, shorter than her, with shoulder-length brown hair, steel eyes, and light makeup. She was unremarkable, though Ikum had spoken of her clan once being held in high regard in Iwagakure. Mishiro eyed her odd purple kimono and her glare and realized she detested the woman, a small fry pretending to be big. Like them. Why do you bother me? Mishiro asked arrogantly, smiling internally at the annoyed twitch pulsed on Suzumbaki's face. Are you prepared for me to start? The woman growled at such. I asked if you're gonna bother helping us. We were hired as muscle, not mere grunts. You promised access to new species to finally allow us to surpass the Aburame. Yet you make us do grunt work and have yet to explain why we're doing so. I told you we should kill them. Lifuzu sang with her newfound womanly sass. As she would put it, Mishiro was surrounded by idiots. We cannot. They may prove useful, Mishiro answered. Though apparently, we do need to establish a pecking order. Mishiro snapped her fingers and smiled at the startled cry of the woman's two foolish brothers. Lifuzu had gotten even stronger in her newest form. The body of a female Uzumaki known for her impressive physical speed and strength. Lifuzu now with ease quickly grabbed and held both brothers up by the throat. Mishiro smiled wider as Suzumbaki's face lit up with fear as she fumbled for a weapon. In what Mishiro was sure seemed to be instant to the foolish woman, she appeared, her katana aimed for her throat. You all are not muscle. You are a group with a similar goal that we have brought in to ensure things go smoothly. Do not mistake that we need you. I'll kill the lot of you long before I allow that idea to be planted in your head. Understood. My point stands, Suzumbaki said bravely. We are constructing this seal when we should be traveling to our destination. Explain why. Mishiro chuckled but sheathed her blade. Lifuzu noticed and released the other two as well, dropping the pair of brothers who coughed for air as they fell. Fair enough, Mishiro crowed. This seal is one designed by my love. One that will transport us all to our destination. We are no seal masters, but I have some knowledge. Enough to know. Even Fuijutsu masters do not boast of having seals capable of safe instant teleportation. The ones who have attempted such often suffered painful deaths. Why not simply manually travel to where we are going? It would be less risky, and shinobi of our caliber would make it in great time. Suzumaki reasoned. It's simply not possible. Lifuzu sang from the roof as she applied various last-minute modifications to the seal matrix. Besides, our master is one of the few noble Uzumaki. The true masters of Fuijutsu, mere practitioners, do not determine the limits. My detestable companion speaks the truth. My love does not practice the art of Fuijutsu, he has perfected it. This is to all our benefit, allowing us to reach our destination without the risk of open travel. After all, our little group is considered enemies to plenty. Besides, we are going to another world. It does not exist within the same realm as us and, as such, cannot be reached without the use of powerful ninjutsu or Fuijutsu. Michiro explained. But our destination holds a most worthy reward for all of us. What is this all for anyway, little sister? Kurobaki asked with a glare toward Michiro. You failed to inform us of the details. We do recognize you as the leader of the Kamizuru clan. But why do we need to follow the orders of these fools? Jabaki roared while grasping his throat. What could they possibly offer us that Iwa doesn't? Silence the two of you. Suzumaki started admonishing her family and underlings, but a light giggle stopped her. Michiro was unable to stop escaping her. My, Michiro crowed. A leader with not only a loose grip on their subordinates but one that also fails to fill them in. In truth, Michiro recognized why Suzumaki had not informed them of the full details. Such open communication between teams could lead to leaks or betrayal after all. See, our destination can be considered a gathering hub of various undiscovered summoning clans. Ones that very well may rival the infamous summons of the Sannin. We, the true Uzumaki, wish to control this hub for various purposes. But it won't be as simple as settling wild lands. The specific location we are discussing is full of lethal, powerful, and potentially aggressive summoning clans. Some may wish to approach us, others, well, they may very well attempt to kill and consume us. As such, we contacted your group with open hands for a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your group helps us carry on, as either extra muscle or simply helping hands, and in exchange, we let peons get access to a summoning clan of your choosing. We'll even assure you that you will get full control should they be less than willing. Something I'm sure a disgraced clan like yourself would find more than agreeable. Lifuzu chimed in with a toothy grin. Indeed, after your poor performance in the last war, your acclaim and status have fallen, all due to a certain Leaf clan. Michiro continued with her voice sounding much more genuine than she felt. But perhaps with a strong summoning clan backing you, you could reclaim your former glory. Suzumaki growled angrily, much to Michiro's amusement. She knew the young clan leader would not appreciate her leadership being so openly questioned. But better than to start further drama here, it was only harming her status as leader. The other males of the clan gasped openly, nodding their heads and working with renewed vigor. It seemed the pair were just as hungry for redemption as their petulant sister. Seeing the support of her followers being so flippant, Suzumaki glared and offered a middle finger to Michiro before stalking off to observe her underlings' work. Ikam certainly choose good help. Should the woman keep raising issues, Michiro would simply encourage the other two to be ambitious. Michiro, content with such, subtly signed to Lifuzu, asking how much longer it would take. The newly arisen woman signaled back a mere hour. Michiro nodded as she signed to keep their eyes on the clan. They should not be protected or trusted. Naruto's POV nearby Iron Festival, Land of Iron. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino all marveled at the new attire they were now in. Instead of their regular clothes, Murray and the Okama clan had new tailored outfits that fit suspiciously well. The clothes were made of thick, breathable fabric. Soft to the touch and yet undoubtedly dense. They were a solid earthy brown, both the top and bottom, covering nearly every inch of skin. Apparently, this was Okama-made gear designed to protect them from the environment of the Irminsul wildlands and protect them from minor slashing and piercing attacks. Their new Chunin vest, standard supplies, and extras were sealed in scrolls for the missing shinobi. Even healthy medical supplies had been neatly sealed into a scroll. As the group familiarized themselves with their various packs and gear, Murray summarized the new information as they began to prepare to leave. As I said before, Murray began. We will be traveling to a specific part of the summoning world. The inhabitants of this world, our world, call it the Irminsul wildlands. This is where the majority of our inhabitants of the world live. Few of us are fortunate enough to have the power to own land outside of the Irminsul wildlands. Though even clans similar to us, also hold some land in the Irminsul wildlands for political reasons. For they would need the summoner and convergence points, as we discussed earlier. As such, it is perilous. Some creatures there will be the nefarious type, others simply seeking to use us as a food resource, and some seeking to enforce your servitude. Furthermore, the actual land is a massive tract of various extreme biomes. This will test not only our strength and wit but also your ability to survive. If this was not troublesome enough, we would likely be separated. Hopefully, not for long, I will be able to track the lot of you and aim to unite you soon enough. However, in the meantime, you must be cautious and survive. We have no way to know for certain who or what we will face. Our goal is to reunite and then strike out and find your friends as a group. They may be lost in the wildlands or kidnapped or killed by various summoning clans. Once we have saved them, our goal will be to find and defeat the group that has attempted to force open a new convergence point. That goal must be achieved as well. If they keep doing such as they please, they may damage the film that separates our realms irreparably. I can only speculate the consequences of such a situation. It must be avoided at all cost. We must achieve both goals. To control the number of clans that evolve as nature intended, and ensure the safety of the mutually beneficial system of summoning between worlds. At this point, I will arrange for your group's transportation back home. Do you all understand this? Understood, Naruto declared, his voice filled with determination. As a member of the Leaf Village and a summoner of the Okama clan, he was driven to succeed in this mission, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. I tire of this discussion. Sasuke spat impatiently. We understand the mission. Hurry up and get me to my family, Tanuki. Asterisk 4. I apologize for my teammate's harsh demeanor. Hinata squeaked. He's simply coming across as crass due to the stress. We will do our best to save our friends and aid your land. I find the arrangement agreeable. I do not mind aiding you as long as we ensure the safety of our friends first. Shino agreed as well. Excellent. Murray nodded as he suddenly began to weave along an intricate series of hand signs. As I said, be on guard. There's no telling what you're in for. The group did not flinch, determined to see this through. Reverse origin summoning jutsu. Murray yelled loudly as he finished his technique. Suddenly, smoke surrounded the group before separate strands slowly enveloped each other. Naruto lost sight of the others as smoke covered him entirely. Don't worry, Lee, Choji, Yuno, Kiba, and Sakura, Naruto thought as the smoke felt as it now lifted him and was racing through the air. There was some indescribable whine that pierced Naruto's skull. We're coming. Smoke blocked almost everything, but some light would momentarily be seen. Brilliant colors that Naruto could not process flashed as Naruto felt his body grow heavy as if he was falling. Naruto. Erminsel Wildlands, South Swamps. Suddenly, the smoke that had become Naruto's world disappeared, exposing Naruto to a breathtaking view. There was a massive mass of land beneath him, split into chunks of vibrant biomes, each much larger than the Leaf Village. Each was nature in a state Naruto had never seen. Plant life covered everything it could with an endless thickness. Flowers, bushes, shrubs, trees, and even the grass grew to absurd lengths. The mere strands of grass seemed to be taller than him. Regardless of kind, the trees were thick and as tall as easily rivaling the size of the most significant buildings Naruto had ever seen. But the biomes were all different. Naruto saw a massive sprawl of icy mountains with frozen rivers cutting through them, a gigantic swamp filled with spindly trees covered in moss and weeds, a forest much more significant and thicker than even the leaf forest, a hilly sprawling desert, a body of water that seemed to be a lake yet was the size of a small ocean, a flat plain seemingly holding only ludicrously long grass and thick curling trees. Naruto was stunned as the wind whipped violently at his face. Wait, why am I seeing this from above? Naruto cried as he realized he was rapidly falling towards the massive swamp land he had seen before. What the shit, Murray? Hinata and Shino, come here. Naruto said he had to save those two. Sasuke's fancy smancy teleport thing to save himself. But to his shock when he looked around to spot his friends, they were nowhere in the sky. Panicked, they were lower. Naruto focused but did not see them. Surely they must have just spawned elsewhere. Murray did say we'd likely be separated. Shit, guess I'm on my own. Better find the others soon. Naruto inwardly complained as he allowed his chakra to flow. With a flex of both of his hands, he called out. Wind style. Personal atmosphere level 1. He cried as wind chakra burst from him, wrapping around him and attempting to push up against his downward fall. But the momentum was simply too much. Naruto strained his jutsu, managing to slow his fall, but it wasn't enough. Realizing this, Naruto channeled a massive amount of wind chakra into both fists as he held both out as if to catch himself with them. New idea, Naruto thought as he drew close to the middle of a massive river. Naruto waited until he drew precariously close to the swamp's murky waters. Then, with a mighty shove of both hands, he slammed his palms toward the water. A massive amount of wind nature chakra slammed into the water through its dark depths. This caused an enormous boom, and water shot up and rose in waves from all directions from the impact. Naruto could hear the crunch of the stone beneath the water, the force of which overwhelmed Naruto's falling speed enough to slow his descent to a slow fall. Naruto smiled as he willed the chakra to keep him afloat. Suck it, swamp, he roared victoriously. You can't get one over on Naruto Uzumaki. Feeling quite satisfied with his survival, he scanned his surroundings. Long trees covered in vines and other plant life protruded from the water. The water itself seemed nearly black, with thick moss and weeds being present throughout. Naruto pulsed his chakra and was stunned at what he felt. Their tracking techniques were useless. There was simply too much chakra. It was absurd. The chakra in the air seemed to bristle. Naruto swore he could feel it in the wind against his skin. It would be nearly impossible to track each other without it running interference. Though Naruto supposed Murray had been confident he could find them, either way, he had no intention of staying in the swamp. The constant sound of buzzing insects and the deep, pungent smell were annoying. And with the moist air and beaming sun, it was hotter than hell. Naruto shot off towards the nearest tree, quickly landing on one of the higher branches. Better stick to the trees, they say wet mud can be as deadly as quicksand. I guess I should find some high ground so I can scan the area. Can't waste time waiting. Murray said they could be in peril. Naruto decided before he heard a loud whooshing of water and air. Naruto turned around with a raised brow to see only a massive maw of teeth flying toward him. Naruto started to cry before the gigantic jaws of death slammed shut, attempting to swallow him whole. Naruto appeared a short distance away on a branch of another tree, substituting to avoid being dinner. He looked at the tree to see it falling and a massive giant reptile smashing into the water. It looked similar to a lizard but much larger and more aggressive than any Naruto had seen. Its entire body was covered in thick scales, the top portion thick and sharp, and its long body was dense and dark green, making it difficult to spot in the water. Was that a giant lizard? He cried in shock. His senses screamed danger, and Naruto drew riptide as he leapt to another branch. Watching as a smaller than the first creature missed another dive, though being smaller wasn't much. The first was easily the size of a large building, this one was merely a small building. Naruto cursed as watched the two hungry gators, seemingly focused on attempting to eat the blonde. But suffered the same as the first, crashing into the murky bottom below. To think a mere human would dare roam in our swamp, as well as being brazen enough to disturb it. A deep voice sounded from somewhere in the water. *5. We are not lizards. That is even worse than calling us alligators. We are the crocodiles of this swamp. Besides, brother, is that a human? The smaller one rumbled. Its voice was deep and warbly, as if speech was difficult for it. I've never seen one. Is he one of those? Shinobi is the word, the other one boomed. Though to us he is mere prey, the chakra-enhanced ones are said to be extra tasty. Call the others, and we shall crush him and use him as a garnish. The bigger one answered. Naruto could not see where they were within the deep water, but their voices echoed out of it. Yeah, not intending to die, so, not really down to be eaten, ya know. Maybe find a deer or whatever you, crocodiles, normally eat. I'm just in search of other humans. Have you seen any? Naruto asked, smiling wide. The two apparent crocodiles emerged to the surface of the water. Each was roughly the size of a small carriage or boulder. He's showing us his tiny teeth. The smaller, apparent little brother said. Our food intends to fight back. Panicking, he raised his tail and slammed it 3 times. In mere seconds, rushing water was heard as the two soon became 4. The two new ones were even larger, nearly twice as much. My sons, you better have a good reason to call us. Your mother and I had nearly cornered some rabbit clan members. The largest of the 4 and father boomed. It is rare to catch them, though I see they made an interesting discovery. The mother's voice was just as deep and hard to identify. It has been thousands of years since a human stepped foot into the Erminsel wildlands, let alone our new swamp. Let's feed upon his bones, Tilda. The runt of the group cheered. Indeed. The older sibling agreed. Silence, sons. The father roared furiously. There was a pause as the father considered the situation. So I fell from the sky and landed in a swamp infested with overgrown lizards. Even more confusing, they are now arguing about whether or not to eat me. What are the odds? Naruto thought with a deadpan as he stared at the group. Content to let them bicker, he stayed in place. It was rather funny to the blonde. Human. The father called. Yeah, Naruto asked, perplexed at the situation. We shall spare you from our hunger should you agree to be our summoner. The father smiled at the blonde, which looked crooked and alien on such an enormous, inhuman creature. Nope, can't do that, Naruto replied simply. I am already an active summoner of the Okama clan. Also, again, have you? Naruto stopped talking as he jumped for his tree, barely escaping a powerful stream of water, which quickly cut through the tree he had been using. What the hell? Naruto snapped. He is a part of one of those wretched clans. The crocodiles roared in sync. Before all 4 shot off their pressurized water beams, Naruto dodged each with relative ease. So apparently, keep the news I'm a summoner on the down low with other creatures. Naruto thought as he jumped from tree to tree to avoid the rapid leaps of teeth and beams of water the crocodiles offered. Right, let's just take it to the sky. Wind style. Personal atmosphere level 1. With a wild flail of his arms Naruto sent himself up and the crocodiles away. Naruto shot off high into the sky, well above the trees and reach of the crocodiles. Suck it, You crocky. Whatever. Naruto stopped as he felt air under his control being separated from above. He whipped around to see a massive-looking bird swooping down to gulp him up. It looked like the largest and most bloodthirsty pelican *6 Naruto had ever seen. With a cry of surprise and defiance, Naruto allowed wind chakra to flood Riptide and unleashed his attack. Uzumaki style. Slicing wave. Naruto called and unleashed a chakra line, slicing through the bird's left wing. With a call of pain, it fell short of the blonde as the massive creature fell into the swamp below. Naruto's eyes scanned the sky, and several more birds flew around, most of them of considerable stature. Guess the sky is a no-go. Naruto thought to himself. He glanced down to see the bird that had attacked him being pursued by the crocodiles, the four of them quickly and mercilessly ripping into the mostly defenseless creature. Yikes, I guess it's better than me. Naruto thought as he lightly touched down at a tree decently far from the feasting crocodiles. Suppose I'll keep moving. Swamp seemed to be in the southern portion of the wildlands, so if he moved north he should arrive in the center of the land. Apparently the Okama clan kept a hideout there and they could use it to serve as the main camp. Mind decided and now fully aware of how dangerous this place was. Naruto grimly leapt from tree to tree. Stay alive, guys, I'm coming. Naruto swore to himself. Sasuke's POV are Minsal Wildlands, northern mountains. It was a strange sensation and moment for Sasuke. He could see nothing as they were transported. It was over instantly, yet Sasuke could feel the leftover alien feeling throughout his body afterward. However, the new environment soon grabbed his attention, or rather, the temperature of it. As Sasuke cautiously took in his environment, he realized he had been brought to some kind of wintry mountain range. Sasuke found himself standing on one of the slanted mountain peaks. A powerful breeze sent a dull chill through Sasuke. As far as his eyes could see, there were more mountains. However, Sasuke could see what seemed to be a massive wall of mist in the distance. Something over there was melting the snow. It was certainly worth investigating. Dear Okama, not these godforsaken mountains. A slightly panicked, more high-pitched complaint. Sasuke blinked as the small summon of Naruto flew out of the snow, shaking and cursing as it did. I was hoping to avoid these forsaken peaks. Though I suppose better than any of the humans. I'm behind you, raccoon, Sasuke interjected. Where are we or the others? The small raccoon jumped, seemingly startled by Sasuke. Before it whipped around and eyed the Uchiha. Oh dear, this will complicate matters. Hello there, human, for the record, I prefer the title Tanuki. Or even my name, perhaps. The raccoon replied sarcastically. Sasuke was surprised by the gall of the creature. However, diplomacy would be vital in recognizing its usefulness in the current situation. Forgive me, Murray, was it? You said we'd be randomly transported and likely split up. We should be able to track the others with you here, right? Murray nodded, seemingly pleased with the more respectful tone. Excellent. I was worried you'd be as rude as our summoner. Anyway, the mission is the least of our concerns right now. We must get moving. I certainly agree we must move quickly, though. Why else would we move if not for the mission? Sasuke asked with a raised brow. I do not have time to waste. My blood is in danger. So are we, Murray replied while looking around as if searching for unseen threats. See, there are not many clans present in these damned mountains. But those who do are particularly powerful and territorial. It's unlikely the others were brought here due to the harsh nature of the clans and our arrival as well. We should leave before we run into said clans. Unacceptable, Sasuke replied instantly. If there is even a minuscule chance the others could be here, we must check. Besides, as you said, with fewer clans, there would be fewer places to check. And if they are there, they would surely need aid. Murray seemed to sigh at that. It took a lot of work to read the creature's body nature. We cannot risk it. Perhaps once we gather as a group, but now we would lack the power to survive the wrath of any of them. Murray countered. It will not be an issue. Should they choose to earn our ire, I will show them the power of the Uchiha. I will not slow down until I have ensured Yuno's safety. Sasuke bluntly countered. Murray growled at this, which Sasuke struggled to find threatening before it leapt onto Sasuke's shoulders. If you insist, I suppose we can try. Naruto did mention you during our training. So, you must be considerably powerful. However, the three clans of these peaks should not be underestimated. Even more importantly, it is cold. So let us seek our enemies, at least their lands will be a sanctuary from this cold. Sasuke allowed a slight smile on his face. Pleased, the beast had seen reason and fixed one of their immediate problems with a flex of chakra. Heated fire nature chakra seeped into the air, causing moisture to evaporate and even slowly melting snow around them. Sasuke quickly marched through the melting snow with another more controlled chakra flow. Ah, impressive. I decided I do not dislike you, human. Murray nodded from Sasuke's left shoulder. Head southward for now. Once we are closer to a clan, I'll give more specific directions. In the meantime, However, it would be wise to inform you of the clans we are to confront and the others we can expect, well, the notable ones, anyway. There are thousands in all reality. Though luckily we will not have to deal with all of them. Thousands? Sasuke questioned, now somewhat interested as the two trekked down the mountain towards the next peak. If that is the case, how are there so few summoning clans? Surely, the others could achieve the same with some cohesion. Well, as I said earlier, to become a summoner clan, you ideally need a convergence point. Some clans manage without such, perhaps they manage to send a summoning scroll into your world or a summoner manages to find their way into ours, but it is a rare occurrence, to say the least. Furthermore, the very nature of life in this world keeps any said cohesion or collusion from occurring. See, every clan, summoner or not, has no love for another clan. There is some level of cooperation between the major clans, but that is merely to avoid violence from them. For example, the toads and slugs are well known to be friendly to one another because their summoners are teammates. But even then, the two do not fight each other's battles or even share resources. In fact, those of the lesser clans tend to be more, well, as you humans would say, savage. Due to their low chakra ability without the resource of convergence points, they are often less intelligent and more animalistic. They live life pursuing food, safety, and power. They worry not about the complexities of life you and I bother ourselves with. They are happy as long as they can eat, raise their young, and gradually grow in power. However, due to the difficult and rare odds of becoming a summoning clan, they often war with each other violently. Convinced less suitors of the convergence points will increase their chances. I'm assuming, with the warning you gave earlier, the clans we will be meeting with are the violent type you speak of. Sasuke guessed. The worst of them, debatably. Murray agreed. Due to the harsh conditions of this biome and their rivals, the three clans that call these peaks home are harsh and powerful. There is, firstly, the Crescent Moon Bear *7* clan, large bears known for their ability to cause avalanches with their roars. They are easy to spot due to their large size and white crescent moon marking on their chest. They are known to be incredibly fearsome if provoked but are unlikely to attempt to kill us outright. In fact, they will likely be interested in you swaying to become a summoner. However, we will be in trouble if we do manage to upset them. Due to the potential for a peaceful encounter, we will seek them first. It's easy enough, so we deal with the bears and then seek out the others, correct? Sasuke asked. That is the plan, however, we may need to fear encountering the second clan. The infamous Snow Weasel clan. *8* Murray said while glancing around as if worried merely saying their name would bring them to the forefront. Sasuke could not help his brow raising in bewilderment at the comment. Do not take them lightly. They are known to be one of the most ferocious of beasts. While small, they travel in large groups and have fangs capable of piercing any armor. Even escaping them isn't a great option due to the speed at which they travel through the snow. They are known to eat whatever they encounter and never fail to fall for their selected prey. I do not underestimate my foes, Sasuke assured. Merely recognize no being as unstoppable. Every foe has a weakness. Sasuke trailed off as his mind drifted back to the days when he had heard such wisdom. Before his mind could entirely drift, he felt a twinge in the air. His chakra bristled as he suddenly felt a presence, more than one. How would we know they're coming? Well, obviously, I would sense them but we just got here so I haven't bothered, oh no. Even his summon is a goofball, Sasuke complained as he willed besmirched flambe to his hand and lowered himself into a loose stance. Murray oddly transformed into a large raccoon, displaying his fangs as he did so. It seemed combat would not be avoided. Before Sasuke could blink, the snow around them erupted, and several slender weasels flew from the air. Unlike the smallest ones Sasuke had seen before, these were monstrous. Each was 3 feet long, covered in bright white fur. Said fur seemed stained with blood, their eyes were bloodshot and locked onto the two. Each flew towards them, mouths wide open and full of knife-like teeth. Sasuke felt no fear, however. No one would stop him from aiding his family. Mishiro's POV are Minsal Wildlands, West River Plains. Mishiro and Lifuzu had arrived at a large flat stone stretched in the middle of a large river. In fact, as far as Mishiro could see, small stretches of trees and land were often split by a system of large rivers. Even glancing, Mishiro could know a litany of aquatic life within the water. The buzz of insects as they flew around. The land was raw and natural in a way the world at home simply wasn't. Without the destructive touch of man, the land was wild and overgrown. Mishiro and Lifuzu first scanned the area using Mishiro's considerable sensing ability to ensure no hostiles were close. Though she struggled due to the latent chakra in the air. Once done, Mishiro set Lifuzu to begin preparing their camp. As they would not leave until accomplishing their goal and with no clue how long it would take, it would be wise to have some safe ground in their control. The two of them worked with tireless efficiency. Well, Lifuzu did anyway. While she worked on creating a home base and pooling resources, Mishiro worked with a seal she had written into a large scroll. A flat rock was used as her workstation. The seal was simple. A chakra detection tool, it would track any notable chakra signature from a human or creature. And shouldn't be affected by the chakra in the air. Ecom had created this seal which should allow it to operate even in the odd scenario. It would be necessary for their goal. While a summoning clan would be valuable and certainly gain for them, they were looking for something much more promising. Ecom had thought of the plan during the exams. A way to weaken their enemies while increasing their strength. Ecom had discovered the existence of the Okama clan in a long-forgotten hidden Uzumaki hideout. And while her love had failed to gain their allegiance, the hidden crypt of knowledge had mentioned something piqued his interest. A land that connected all summoning clans, and mentions of a way to control it. Impossible to know if it was true, but if it was, oh, the possibilities. Michiro loved the cunning and cruel mind of Ecom, and even better, he had chosen her to ensure his plan became a reality. Michiro would not fail him. But before searching for the supposed item, they had to find a clan to question and gain allegiance from. Finding them would be straightforward, though only some animals would do. Ecom had a certain one in mind, one that, if truly real, would be perfect. However, it would take time for the seal to be complete, and even then, it would be difficult to find a good clan. They would be left to manually check each they detected. Since it could not sense specific chakra-only amounts. Henceforth why, Ecom had hired the Kamizuru clan, extra hands and eyes. Yet somehow, Ecom's transport seal must have malfunctioned, for Lifuzu and her had been left somewhere separate from them. Or perhaps the absurd amount of chakra present had interfered in some way. Alrighty Michiro tilde. Lifuzu called as she leapt from the finished camp to Michiro. I finished camp and a perimeter just as you rudely ordered. Detection seals, barrier seals, no animal or person can get in here without alerting you. A little beneath the lieutenant of Ecom but. Do you question my orders? Michiro asked as she gave an eye to Lifuzu. While both were loyal to the same master, the two could not be more different. Lifuzu, with her unique ability to leave her body and inhabit another with proper preparation, was nearly as old as Ashira. And considered after many deaths due to her ability to be eccentric bordering on insane. Are you still mad I flirted with our leader? Lifuzu asked with a giant smile making it clear she was enjoying Michiro's frustration. Come on now, I was just trying to have fun, I knew our leader would never, and I would never be foolish enough to step on your toes. Even suggesting such was a mistake, Michiro replied hatefully. I should still slay you for such. Besides, wasn't your original body that of a man? 1. We only have one extra body for me. So waste it, if you will. Secondly, my gender changes with my body. *9 and as someone who gets to experience both sides of the gender coin, I prefer to keep my choices open. After all, I have experienced how fun it can be for both sides. Lifuzu replied with a smile as she examined herself with a crazed smile. Besides, are you telling me I'm not a total babe now? You're a foolish degenerate, Michiro replied evenly. Just remember your place, a slutty corpse that should be long gone. Yeah, Lifuzu agreed breezily. Anyway, what's next? I wanna get this mission done so I can chase some male tail. Neither side is safe from Lifuzu. I'm glad you're so energetic, Michiro said with a smirk. I'll leave the discovery of our Kamizuru allies to you. Find and bring them here. Always the grunt work, Lifuzu complained. Though I suppose that blonde one was kinda hot. Alright, I'll find them. Might have some fun before they find some way to be killed. Don't you dare. We have no time for pleasure, merely business. Michiro warned snappishly. Everyone says that, but they don't really mean it tilde. Lifuzu sang as she raced off to find the others. Michiro sighed but let it go, instead focusing on her seal. Content with the isolation and silence, she allowed her mind to drift as she worked on her seal. Thinking of only her love. Shino's Pav or Minsel Wildlands, East Forest. It was admittedly a fantastic experience, teleportation. Over in an instant, but was different in a way far from anything else Shino had experienced. Shino could immediately tell they were no longer in the land of iron. His insects buzzed worriedly from within him. Unsurprisingly, any of his allies that had been outside of him had been cut off. They would be fine, of course they would stick to their post. Content with the fact things were in order. Shino allowed several scouts to his body to get a sense of his surroundings. Oddly enough, they were not in some wildland as Murray had warned them. They were in a thick and damp forest, though many of the trunks of trees had carved out into wide pathways. In fact, some force had created a complex system of pathways that led up and down the forest as far as his eyes could see. But there were no buildings, furniture, or anything to suggest this was a living area. It was some sort of road, one that had appeared on. Though there was no sign of life. Shino flinched as a returning scout communicated its find to him. His allies had found Hinata a short distance away and led her to him. In fact, Shino closed his eyes and focused on the light tingling sensation in his head. It felt similar to when his allies left the hidden leaf. It was as if one of his insects were outside of his range, that was it. Shino often, with or without the permission of his teammates, kept a few beetles on his friends. They would feed and live sneakily on his friends, harmless, and with them, Shino could always find them should he need to. The connection was shaky and loose. So much so Shino was not sure if it was Yuno, Choji, or even both. However, it was a lead. Hinata zipped onto the same road as Shino, smiling widely, seemingly glad to see a friendly face. I saw your insects leading me to you. Thank you, Shino-san. Let your insects know I am thankful to them as well. Hinata nodded politely. It seems we are in some kind of forest, well, a forest that someone turned into some kind of road system. Not someone, something, Shino countered, looking at the road in more detail. It was roughly assembled wood, smooth and connected well but crude and unsanded. It was certainly functional, though Shino doubted a human would leave it so. Furthermore, anyone would construct something so crudely by anything but choice. This roadway or system of roadways is intelligently built, but not by humans. It seems like an intelligent creature made this but lacked the finer tools to construct it well. In fact, these roads are larger than even carriages. As if whatever uses them is much larger than a mere human. As Shino finished, he sent out even more drones to provide more information. Likely the results of one of these summoning clans. Hinata agreed. She understood Shino's goal, which was aided by activating her Byakugan for a moment. I don't see any life within the area, isn't that strange? It certainly is, though it seems there is some life. My allies found some underneath the dirt, only one kind, ants, Shino explained. Only ants? If they are ants, wouldn't there be other insects too? In fact, it's quite rare for a lively forest to be mossless lifeless. Hinata asked, confused. Indeed, insects, no, all life, live only where they can find food, water, and shelter. Otherwise, they would never last. For a location with these resources and space for only one species to be found suggests they are apex predators, a near impossibility for a normal ant species, or near a home for the ants. These small ants have likely realized they were here and communicated it to their nest. If we assume they are a summoning clan, well, there should be much larger ones. Ah, so the littles were not incorrect. They are indeed chakra-enhanced humans here. A voice sounded out, interrupting Shino. It was raspy and somewhat hard to understand. It was as if someone was speaking by scraping two pieces of metal together. The two shinobi turned to face the voice and saw it came from a massive ant. The creature was dark and seemingly covered in a sheeny armor covering its body. At each bend, dark orange hair poked out, its eyes were dark and menacing, its antennae twitched in the air. Worse yet, the monstrous ant was not alone. There were 6 larger ones and many ants of varying sizes beneath the larger one's legs. It was clear Shino had been correct. The area must have been the territory of this ant clan. Hello, humans, as this is the Queen's territory, we must insist you explain your presence. If it is for resources, we may have to force you to leave. Hinata eyed the large crowd nervously. Shino could see why. The giant ants looked durable and had managed to sneak up on them. And while the two of them could likely fend them off, it was doubtless there was more on the way. Shino was confident they wouldn't perish, but fighting would be risky. We are Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga of the Leaf Village. He answered honestly, we have been sent to search for our allies. We seek no trouble and if unwelcomed will vacate the area after we ensure our allies are not present. The giant leader made a strange clicking sound. Shino assumed they must be laughing. Ah, a bit of a shame. The littles were looking forward to feasting on your flesh. But if you are of the Leaf, you must be the group of shinobi the Okama clan referred to. They warned that some may come through and that we should aid them. I am number 743*10* of the Antony clan. We shall aid you as asked. Under certain circumstances, of course. A circumstance. From what you said, you are allies of the Okama clan. Hinata chimed in. Shino nodded at her angle. It was good to see that Hyuga could be as wise as she was timid. Using the Okama as an angle may spare them from combat. One of ours is, in fact, a summoner of theirs. Would it not be beneficial for the Antony to heed the words of the Okamas? Another series of clicks was more aggressive than nature than the last sound. You humans know little. We are not allies of the Okama nor enemies, merely colleagues at best. In fact, any we interact with is beneficial to us or prey. We intend to see what you shall be. If you're powerful enough to be useful, we will treat you as a guest and aid in your quest, as the Okama asked. Otherwise, we will slaughter and consume the two of you. Shino narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses. And how would you have us prove ourselves? There is a group of creatures that invade our land. Mutts that savagely hound us. They are much less kind than us and ferocious in nature. Normally, we would simply war with and exterminate those who would dare. But with their numbers, we would lose far too many soldiers. Deal with this threat for us, and we will offer you our aid. That is the word of Queen 3. How do we know you'll keep your word? Shino asked. Or even need your aid? We can sense another pair of humans nearby, just northwest of here, struggling against this enemy. I can safely assume they are your allies. The littles mentioned they have the same headband as you. They are a distance away, far enough that you need to be absurdly fast to aid them. Even now, your scouts have yet to discover them. Hinata dropped into a low combat stance, kunai drawn and coated in chakra. She glared fiercely at the ants. Take us to them. Yet your clan can sense them. And if you mention it, you must have a way to help us. You simply are attempting to bind us unfairly to you. Shino interrupted Hinata and stared down the ant unflinchingly. The first series of clicking sounds went off again. It was laughing. As the ant recovered, it replied, noticeably amused with Shino, you are wise for a human. Yes, we have the ability to tunnel through the earth at incredibly fast speeds. This would allow you and a strike force of us to attack them and likely save your humans. Shino looked back at Hinata, who nodded hesitantly. Shino was less sure. Could these ants truly be trusted? How could they sense the others? Could he afford to take the risk of not believing them? No, he had loosely sensed Choji in the same general direction. It certainly gave credence to what the ant had said. Besides, it had been aware of the Okama clan and could have attacked them earlier. Very well, lead the way. Shino agreed. The ant nodded before clicking several times loudly. The other large and small ants reacted immediately. Moving in a straight, thick line, they immediately began to dig, somehow easily getting what Shino estimated was 10 feet deep in mere seconds. Choji would need only wait a while longer. Kurobaki's pav nearby Shino's group. There's no way I'm seeing things properly. Jabaki whispered angrily. Not only are we not the only group here, but they have an Aburame. Should we rush in and kill the lot of them? Kurobaki whacked his younger brother roughly on the head. Let me think. Fool, he barked. Jabaki bitterly went silent, and as Kurobaki's peace returned, his anger stilled. Kurobaki used to be the next head of one of the most prominent clans in all of Iowa. Now, he was an old man. His hair still held its darkness and thickness. He still uses his preferred split styling, and his stash and beard are as healthy as ever. And yet he felt each and every one of his years. Kurobaki's life had changed drastically after the last war. First, his clan had been nearly destroyed by the Aburame, then Erminsel by their own home village, and finally, he had been surpassed by his younger sister. Now, his sister had claimed to have found a job to redeem the lot of them. Kurobaki, a proud member of the Kamizuru clan, could not ignore this. Even their petulant youngest brother was present. His spectacle-wearing blonde sibling had also sought to redeem their name. Now, things have changed drastically. They had not only arrived at their destination, but Kurobaki had stumbled upon their hated rivals and a promising clan. A numberless powerful insect faction would do nicely for the Kamizuru clan. Even better, it may restore him as the rightful heir. But how do you approach the situation? The ants seemed at peace with Aburame and the Hyuga. They seemed young and would surely be weaker than them, but the ants were unknown. If they join the battle, it may make things difficult. Already, his bees were struggling to keep the group hidden from Aburame's drones and the gaze of that woman. We won't attack for now. Make no mistake, by both our contract and the need for vengeance, we will kill the two. Part of our job is to eliminate any found humans and find new summons. But we have no clue how the ants will react. Send some drones in as close as you can. We'll follow and listen in, waiting for our moment. I suppose that makes sense, you grumpy bastard. As long as we get to kill Aburame, I'll wait. Makes this job worth it, finally. Jabaki spat. He seemed to think for a second before sending off some bee drones. Should I not send some to find Suzumaki? Our fearless leader will probably want to hear about this. No need. If we fail, she may succeed elsewhere. Kurobaki answered convincingly. He had to stop his smile when Jabaki nodded. Suzumaki didn't need to know. The glory would be his. 11. Naruto's pav Erminsel Wildlands, South Swamps. Naruto sighed as he carefully hopped through the moss and vine-covered trees. The constant overgrowth and moisture made the branches slippery, slowing his progress massively. The heat was also unrelenting, and Naruto had removed his coat and tied it to his waist. His hair drooping slightly due to the sweat, soon Naruto was wishing he had been taken anyway but a moist, hot, nasty swamp. Since his exciting run-in with the crocodiles, he had only seen a little wildlife. This was odd, as Murray had described it as a land ruled not by man but by various creatures. Yet other than his crocodilian foes and that errant bird, he hadn't seen much life. Perhaps those damn crocs had run the others off. Naruto closed his eyes and used his chakra to try to scan the area but felt nothing. With his surplus chakra reserves, Naruto had never been much of a sensor. But feeling nothing entirely was off. It was as if something was blocking it. For now, he was content to keep going until he found a clan, a friend, or Murray found him. Naruto flinched, however, when he heard a whistle through the air. He paused on his branch, cautiously scanning for anything. What kind of creature made a whistling sound? Or was it simply his imagination? It had almost sounded like something cutting through the air. With a seal, Naruto activated the personal atmosphere and pushed air subtly throughout the area. Suddenly, he felt violent ripples through his wind nature chakra. Something was nearby and moving fast. Come out whatever you are. Naruto roared as he drew Riptide. I'm not in the mood for any games, ya know. There was only silence for a moment before another whistle sounded. Naruto dived off his branch, landing on the water below as the tree he had been standing on was suddenly pierced straight through. Naruto glanced, attempting to catch an eye of what that had been before. Two more of it hovered before him, making the effort for naught. They were mosquitoes but larger than most deer. Their wings were as large as Naruto's and moved so fast they were hard to even see. Asterisk 12. In an instant, the insects flew in, thrusting their sword-like proboscis toward him. Naruto stood his ground, managing to track the speedy insects with ease. They were much slower than Gaara had been. He deflected the first proboscis with a flick and ducked the other, only for the first mosquito to return flying in while he was open. Bug off! Naruto roared as he willed a massive wave of wind to slam into the insect, sending it careening into a tree in an explosion of body parts. He spun to dodge the second, managing to sever its wing as he did so, and with department timing and massive strength, caught the thrust of the last. The force of the lunge sent the two sliding back as the insect tried to spear him through. However, Naruto kept his hold on it, and as they slowed, he frowned deeply, bothered with what he had to do. Another species that was aggressive for no reason. With this speed and power, Naruto couldn't justify letting them leave, lest they become a threat to his friends later. Perhaps sensing the trouble it was in, the mosquito tried to pull its proboscis back. Naruto held firm, however, and thrusted Riptide into its body mercilessly. The insect shuddered horribly before falling to the ground. Naruto turned and panted as he examined the other dead and the injured mosquito. The blonde was shocked to see the last mosquito, even without its wings, attempting to crawl over to the blonde. While Naruto saw no great intelligence in its eyes, it clearly was full of nothing but bloodlust and hate. Naruto sighed as he slashed with his free hand. This caused a blade of wind to form and slice the head of the last remaining mosquito. Kami, I thought Murray said they would be attempting to bribe or capture us. Those damn bugs had no plans but to spear me through. They should be looking for summoners, Naruto complained. Not quite. A familiar, deep voice sounded. With a silent curse, Naruto turned to see the same 4 crocodiles from earlier staring him down. In fact, their numbers had more than doubled. There quickly now were a dozen giant crocodiles offering crooked and hungry smiles. Not all clans see humans as some great creatures. They can certainly be useful, but they taste good enough to be prey just as well as they can be help. I will not offer you mercy again. Prepare to die, summoner. Perhaps in your next life, you may serve the Crookeruk clan as more than a meal. This decree brought a significant bout of laughter from the assembled crocodiles. That's where you're wrong. You were the one given an out, not me. Naruto countered. Besides, this isn't a good fight. It would be unfair. Unfair. We know of the power of shinobi, as such I gathered all the members of our clan. While it will be overkill and lower the amount of meat I get, it will be worth it to finally try a chakra-enhanced human. The leader of the group roared. Wrong again. Naruto sounded with a frown. He would prefer to avoid unneeded conflict, but the crocodiles would likely continue to follow him. Now, they have even expressed interest in eating humans. Naruto needed to ensure they wouldn't follow or potentially threaten his friends in the future. Naruto is required to end this. I mean, it was unfair for you. Should have brought more, ya know. The blonde roared as the crocodiles began to race towards him. Lee's Pav Erminsel Wildlands, East Forest. 1996. Lee called as he did Guy's infamous handstand push-up. It was a mere warm-up. A full workout would be untoward due to the situation. It had been an odd couple of days for Lee. He and Sakura had been on their way to the Iron Fair to warn the others of their newly missing comrades. Before suddenly, smoke erupted around him. Somehow, Sakura and Lee were utterly surrounded by unseen creatures. Whatever they had been, they were violent and had attempted to maul Sakura and Lee. Not trying to kill them for whatever reason, but disable and restrain them. Luckily, Lee's training had come in handy, and Lee had somehow managed to protect them both. Somehow, during the scrap and subsequent teleportation, they had been separated, both his foes and the beautiful Sakura. 1997. Unfortunately, Lee had been injured significantly. Fortunately, he had arrived in a friendly location. Lee had awakened in a random tree house surrounded by raccoons of various sizes. He had attempted to excuse his interruption but had passed out. A full day later, I had awakened. Apparently, the raccoon home I had stumbled upon was called the Okama. This was a hideout they used as a flank base of sorts. A summoning clan that worked to keep the balance of the wildlands in check, but now somehow a clan was reverse summoning non-summoners. Which apparently had been what happened to him and Sakura. Clearly one of the clans were intending to force a large group of people to be their summoners. This place called the Wildlands was in deep turmoil and now Lee was involved. Luckily there was help coming from Naruto and an assembled team. Lee had wished to immediately venture out and find the others taken and assemble with the recovery team. However, he had been preoccupied by a discovery as well as needing time to fully heal. The raccoons could use chakra even better than he. It was not a shocking discovery, but it became such when he noticed they didn't use hand signs. Apparently, summoning animals used chakra differently. It was due to their chakra coils being nearly as undeveloped as his own. At first, a fact that didn't mean much, until Lee considered what that could mean for him. 1998. If Lee could master such a method of chakra use, perhaps he could use it to boost his current style. Develop a style that embraced the strong style given to him from Guy, but also offered him the growth he so desperately desired. As a non-summoner, the Okama clan wouldn't teach it to him, but they did offer him some very light starters. Merely to flow chakra and absorb it from the surroundings around him. It was shocking how intuitive it was for Lee. Typically, even using chakras for tree walking or water walking was somewhat strenuous for him. But he was shocked that he could do this new version quickly. And with the counsel of the Okama, they had used the new knowledge to perfect his new technique. The very one he had failed to use against Fu. 1999. With this in mind and with help on the way, Lee made a terrible choice. I want to spend the time before help arrives to train. It was selfish of him, in a way Guy-sensei would surely disapprove of. But Lee needed to become stronger. He could not deal with more failure. At least this way, he could finally face his allies in success, to smile not only for pride but because he was prideful. 2000. Lee cried with pride as he shoved himself with enough upper body strength to launch his body in the air, deftly landing on his feet. He stretched to relieve the tension in his muscles. And happily hummed, enjoying the fading rush of a good workout. Hey, who I mean Lee. The elder keeps telling me to be more respectful towards you humans. Especially since we'll likely be seeing more of you. A feminine and slightly annoyed voice sounded out. Lee could not stop the smile from blossoming on his face. Mooney was a female raccoon, and she had been assigned to keep an eye on him for the good of him and the clan. While the female raccoon clearly didn't trust him, Lee respected her youthful vigor. Anyway, human Lee, there appears to be another human. We hoped you could see if it is an ally. She apparently lost her headband. Excellent, it must be one of my friends. This is a most wondrous event. Lee said excitedly. Or a random human. It is a female with brown hair. Sound familiar? Mooney replied with her usual odd attitude. With buns? Lee asked. What in the world is buns? Lee smiled at the odd creature as he and it continued on. Lee hoped it was Tenten. *13. Hiruzen's Pav Leaf Camp. Land of Iron. Hiruzen sat patiently in a chair as he observed the Anbu guard and his now grown students preparing for the long trek that would be the journey home. Though admittedly, Hiruzen's mind was more occupied by the troublesome string of recent events. The exams had been more eventful than any previous Hiruzen had held or had the pleasure of attending. Multiple Leaf shinobi, even clan heirs, had suddenly gone missing. In a manner that suggested it was less than a mere case of stir-crazy young adults venturing off, and more victims of a violent kidnapping. Kabuto Yakushi had randomly defected, while he had been a mere genin and an unimpressive one at that. It was odd the genin would randomly attack his own team, successfully somehow, then disappear. A spy or simply a criminal showing his true colors. Arguably worse of all, Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki was exposed, now all of the Leaf's enemies knew of their resource. All of this, in a mere span of days, was enough to make Hiruzen seriously consider forcing his role on either Tsunade or Jiraiya. The paperwork alone would be colossal, the increased chance of espionage and straight-up hostility from rivals overwhelming, and the fury of angry shinobi parents would surely be the death of him. But as if Kami had heard his internal complaints and taken offense, the list of missing people had only grown and now included potentially the Leaf's most valuable assets. Sasuke Uchiha, a Chunin many were convinced would redeem his fallen clan and become a shinobi of considerable note. Hinata Hyuga, heiress of the most prominent clan of the Leaf. Shino Aburame, heir of a smaller but no less notable clan. And even the newly exposed Naruto Uzumaki. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Who in Kami's name could possibly be responsible? Yet his trusted ally Emna appeared just when Hiruzen's old bones began their infernal aching. Hiruzen had been overjoyed at first. Despite their business relationship as a summoner and summoned, Hiruzen had found the Monkey King to be some of the best company to keep around. Their years together through war and strife had bred a lifelong friendship. But that surprised joy soon drowned in the turbulent sea of a frown on Enma's face. Hello, old friend. I wish I had heard better news, but this meeting seems more of an emergency than a reunion. *1 Emna's voice was grave and foreboding. It instantly filled the elderly cage with something akin to fear. Emna barely came to Hiruzen like so. Last time, it had been to expose his student Orochimaru. He could not take another problem right now. The Leaf was too vulnerable. Of course, Emna, I worry a little for the circumstances. But merely seeing my ally fills me with happiness. Tell me whatever ails us, and I shall do what I can to alleviate your worries. Hiruzen answered. I received correspondence between another summoning clan. Normally, we monkeys don't bother with such. We have no interest in outer clan matters, however, the news seemed to be of interest to you. The clan I mentioned informed me of the arrival of several of your shinobi taken to our world of Terra. This was done by an unknown clan of animals. Emna replied. Summoning world. *2*. I thought your homeland was somewhere on this planet. Now, you tell me it is an entirely different world. Hiruzen asked, perplexed. Even summoners like yourself are often kept out of such matters. It is understood within all clans that using humans in conflict is a last resort tactic, one that is regardless of context, looked down upon quite harshly. Regardless, it is not such a simple matter. We are in a different world, named Terra, but the difference does not lie in location. It would be easiest to say that our two worlds are layered upon each other, occupying the same space in parallel, yet somehow not affecting the other, for the most part anyway. The point is some party, either a summoning party or even an unknown third party, has taken your shinobi for unknown purposes. This is problematic due to the dangerous and hostile land in Erminsel, as well as the danger of allowing a random clan access to powerful, young, and impressionable shinobi. Enma explained. So you're saying they were all taken like this? At least the majority of them, confounding the clan who informed me of this, had requested aid from another chunin of yours. One named Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, it was him. Him and 3 other humans have ventured to Terra with the aid of this clan to save the others. The blind leading the blind, as it were. Hiruzen felt his blood flow faster as his body reacted to the terrible news. Not only were his men now confirmed to have been taken, but someone or somebody took them to a dangerous and strange area. For unknown and surely dark purposes. Potential casualties, insubordination, and future international incidents filled his mind. If the lot of them were to perish, it would cause irreparable damage to the coming generation of the Leaf. If not outright leading to their destruction in the present. Hiruzen mastered the panic within an instant. Hiruzen needed to fix this now. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Tsunade looked up with lazy impatience. Jiraiya nodded respectfully but was distracted watching a female Anbu member bent over her digging into a bag. Tsunade, ever with a watchful eye, noticed such and stomped on his foot. Hiruzen, any other time, would have enjoyed the childish bit of humor. But now was not the time for such foolishness. I need the 2 of you to contact your summoning clans now. I need the 2 of you to go and ensure the safety of the younger generation trapped within Erminsel. You both are more than powerful enough and should be more familiar than I with this, Terra, world. Hiruzen barked. Your summoning clan will have more details and advice to find them. Emna chimed in helpfully. My own are more solitary than most, they likely be of no service. Sure thing, sensei. Let me summon one of the small Toa. Jiraiya started, though his blonde teammate's answer silenced him. No, Tsunade answered. Jiraiya froze, seemingly shocked by the open defiance. Though recovered quickly, shaking his head but stepping back. Clearly he intended to let this play out. I was not asking. *3*. Hiruzen replied evenly. His patience had been eroded, and it was little guilt that Hiruzen flexed his chakra and killing intent. He should have taken Tsunade to task a long time. I'm not getting pulled into this again, Tsunade said stiffly, boldly glaring into Hiruzen's eyes. If you all wanna raise the next dumb dream blinded bastard, then go on ahead. But I'll take no part. I'm not saving that little shit, he'll learn the same way they did. This is about Naruto, isn't it? Jiraiya replied with a frown. Surely you cannot mean to sentence someone to death. Did the deaths of Nawaki and D. Hiruzen started but astutely chose to stop when he saw Tsunade's brow crease. At a speed that even Hiruzen found impressive, Tsunade had her hand wrapped around his throat. Jiraiya had reacted quicker, perhaps seeing this coming. He calmly had a hand to Tsunade's shoulder, careful not to force it, but seemingly as a subtle warning. You have no right to speak his name, even less to use him as a tool to disrespect me. Tsunade tensely whispered at Hiruzen. You see Naruto as the next Minato, right? Well, great, 'cause he sounds just like his father, another hero, dying to die young and early. Before either man could respond, Tsunade dropped Hiruzen, shoved Jiraiya off her, and marched away, making it clear she was refusing to ensure the genin and newly chunin made it home safe. We can't force her, sensei. Jiraiya spoke. Let me attempt to do so, besides I'm more than enough to save M. Fine. Hiruzen spat, his anger bleeding through a bit. But you must speak to her, she's almost rebellious. Yeah. Jiraiya replied dryly before he slammed his palm to the ground, a summoning matrix appearing as he did so. Summoning jutsu. The 2 men watched as the smoke cloud appeared. But to their shared shock nothing appeared after. It seems old age has affected your performance, Hiruzen joked, dismayed. I can't summon anything, Jiraiya said equally worried. Those rookies are on their own. Mishiro's POV are Minsel Wildlands, West River Plains, hours before Hiruzen's POV. Sending off Lifazu had been an easy choice. The newly gendered woman would surely be strong enough to survive the hostile environment and retrieve their hired help. Also, her absence would allow Michiro some peace of mind. Yet, as the hours dragged on, it became clear to Michiro that something had happened. Michiro knew Lifazu hadn't died. The seal *4* related to Lifazu's revival would notify her of such, nor was it likely Lifazu had been captured or killed. She and all of those under Ikam's trusted staff were gifted with suicide seals for that very purpose. More than likely, they had been spread out more than she had thought. Lifazu was likely searching far and wide for their help. A thought that admittedly brought Michiro some joy. Michiro had at first further ensured the security of their temporary camp while waiting. But that had been relatively simple for Fuijutsu master like herself. And waiting had quickly grown boring. Once she was confident the camp protected her in her absence, she finally set off with her love seal complete. The mechanisms of said seal were simple, and she could have made her own. But Ikam had made this seal formula, which meant the seal would operate on levels that no other seal could hope to compare to. It was a seemingly simple two rods connected by chakra thread, but a considerable chakra source would make it glow a certain color when pointed at it. It even glowed in different colors based on the type of chakra source. Blue represented humans or summoning animals, beings with more chakra and complex chakra networks. Red represented natural sources of chakra-like trees and simplistic wildlife. Relatively weak but consistent signal. However, purple was what Michiro sought. Purple represented an absurd chakra level in both the living and non-living senses. Something that Ikam had theorized must exist for the two worlds to be linked. For them to be interlocked as they were, there must be an anchor of sorts. Ikam had suggested there was an overlay somewhere, some force that kept them attracted to each other yet kept them separated. It would surely be a world-entwining chakra link, allowing the two worlds to interact without the two becoming one. If such a thing existed and someone were to potentially gain control of it, well, they would be able to separate the worlds. Or at least the connection. If Ikam's theory were correct, it would ensure their enemies lose access to one of the best shinobi practices in the world. Their enemies would never be able to summon again, weakening everyone. Everyone except them. Something that would be more than useful for the latter stages of Ikam's plan. It also assured one of the few potential pitfalls of his plan would not come to be, some absurd happening that struck true fear in the man's heart. Something he would not fully discuss with even her. With Ikam's seal, finding the area had become simple. While it only measured chakra masses, it became clear where her objective lay. There was only one of its color and it had been a massive source of chakra, even bigger than Ikam had theorized. Ikam's primary object had been the hypothetical anchor. *5*, and as he had theorized, such an object was made solely of condensed powerful chakra. So her direction had become clear, Michiro confident she would find it off this signature. Merely a treacherous hike led to a massive ravine, a vast jagged line that cut the river-speckled plains in two. Several of said rivers flowed directly into the ravine. It all fell and converged at the bottom of the ravine, violently being swirled by the mere presence of chakra. Water writhed and chaotically forming a water spout that surged high up into the very sky. The water eventually fell and caused a drizzle to surround the area. A blindingly glowing orb of pure chakra was in the center of the water twister. Its latent power seemingly shakes the earth around it. Michiro could feel the hairs on her body stand on end. So my love was right. It seems there is some physical manifestation of this link. The anchor seems to be a dense, volatile chakra core. Even approaching could be dangerous, not above her ability, but something she would struggle with. Ikam had seemingly thought so, warning her the task would not be easy even if they encountered no opposition. But Michiro must admit, she was unsure why her love was so concerned. She was more than skilled enough to handle this. May as well accomplish this part of the mission for now. But mere seconds before Michiro leapt into the ravine to start her mission, she saw that it could have killed her. Her glance before had missed several key details. Surrounding the chakra's core were several building-sized golems, 6* roughly assembled out of mud, stone, clay, and all sorts of natural minerals and materials. Each was a simple mass of matter in vague, often disproportionate, human shape, except where a man would have a head. The stone creatures had chakra orbs. Each looked similar to the chakra anchor but was much smaller and less blinding. Seems to be some sort of guardians. They surely will be hardy, but nothing can stop me from. Michiro cringed when she heard a deafening whiff of air. A massive bird, easily the largest she had ever seen, hovered over the ravine. She watched as the massive bird screeched with a deafening roar of defiance, filling the air with chakra and killing intent. Michiro had never seen such a fierce sparrow in her life. And its eyes made it clear it was here for the core, just as Michiro was. Somewhat unnervingly, the 7 golems froze instantly, each seemingly looking up at the bird. We are the golems tasked with protecting the core convergence point. Neither you nor any other creature are allowed to interact with it. Should you attempt to do so, we shall slay you as is our purpose. The bird screeched again, seemingly infuriated by the words spoken by the strange golems. My clan struggles greatly. We cannot gain food for the others to feed upon us. Our spawn is often killed before their prime. And we are unable to gain a summoner to allow for better. I will control the core, and allow my clan to finally be safe. The bird dived fully into the ravine, screeching as it caused a loud whoosh through the air. Michiru watched, interested. It would be valuable to observe steadily for now. She could observe their battle, see how each fought and reacted, and with said knowledge in mind, slay the victors with ease. But the scene below her killed the motion of any such idea. There was a crackling in the air and a boom as each of the 7 golems' heads glowed even brighter before each shot a pure beam of chakra. Michiru felt goosebumps form on her skin as each of the beams seemed to instantly pierce the bird, each leaving a massive hole in the beast. The bird made no noise, more than likely dead even as it continued to fall. So the golems have a powerful and fast-ranged attack. More difficult than I had thought but still doable. However, with rapt interest, Michiru watched as one of the golems crouched down as if to leap. Then it did just that, launching off with absurd speed, instantly appearing within striking range of their massive bird. Mercilessly, the stone creature batted away the bird's corpse, which flew off into the distance, smashing through several trees. Less doable, it seems they are just as ferocious physically as they are at a distance. And with their numbers it would suicidal to fight them head-on. It may be best if I wait until the others are here. I'm confident the group would find some way to beat them without risk. Though it would be risky to leave it available, it seems even the beasts of this world wish to have it for themselves. If only I could affect it without risking the golem's ire. Michiru observed patiently for an hour or two. This allowed her to learn several facts and formulate a temporary solution. The golems were limited within the boundaries of the ravine. A group of giant mosquitoes had earned their wrath but had been left alone once out of the ravine. Secondly, they were innately aware of any presence within the ravine. Even when animals were as stealthy as Junin, or even an odd lizard that could turn invisible, the golems were alerted and reacted appropriately. And finally, there seemed to be chakra from the surrounding area being pulled in. Michiru's theory was that the chakra core required endless high levels. Something is achieved by leeching it out of the area around them. Gaining full control of the anchor will require some experimentation. Such a construct is unique, and it will almost certainly take some time to devise a way to safely control it. However, it doesn't seem to move. Even better, while guarded, the guardians are limited in their range of motion. Assuming my love's theory was accurate, the core itself allowed the transport of beings and items between worlds. The core seems to be powered by chakra and operated similarly. So if she cut it off from the external chakra, it should cut off anything trying to leave or come to Terra. Which was basically what she had come here for. It would be achieving our goal, not perfectly, it wouldn't allow us the absolute control we'll need. However, it would weaken our enemies and isolate one of our few earnest threats. Michiru spoke out loud excitedly. Her smile grew manic as she imagined how pleased Ikam would be once she achieved her goal. The power it would grant him, the security it would grant her. With her mind made, she formed a hand sign as white jagged chakra chains burst from her back. Each stabbed into the ground and surged beneath it. They surged in two opposite directions, carving into the earth as both sides curved toward the ravine. Suddenly, chains burst from the ground, shooting into the other side of the ravine and throughout the air. Michiru cackled as her chakra swelled into the chains, further preparing for one of her strongest techniques. The very reason Ikam had been interested in her from the start was one of her Uzumaki bloodlines. Uzumaki style. Platinum chains loving entrapment. She called with glee. The golems suddenly froze before each crouched down and shot up to the top of the ravine. Strange glowing heads somehow clearly stared at her. Just as before, they glowed even brighter as chakra surged. Michiru didn't flinch this time, however. Too late. You filthy rocks, you have been sealed by the will of my love. Michiru taunted as the chains finally finished their journey. They formed a loose sphere around the center of the ravine. As the golems unleashed their volley of powerful chakra blasts, the chains suddenly shot a purple film throughout the sky. They were enveloping the area encircled by the chains in an instant. The explosion of pure chakra collided with the barrier but faded out. The golems fell back to the center, staring up at her but perplexed by the situation. Michiru cackled loudly at such. My love will be overjoyed. While we lack full control of the convergence anchor, it is now only ours to wield. After all, this barrier is directly tied to my love for Ikam, something much stronger than any foolish creature can hope to match. The world of shinobi now has lost access to summoning clans, and even better, we now can gain utter control of this new world. Michiru continued to chuckle as she left the now sealed off ravine. Now, I shall return to camp and wait for Lifuzu to bring those servants back. Sasuke's POV are Minsal Wildlands, Northern Mountains. Much of Sasuke's early life had been spent studying and training. The collapse of his clan had surely negatively impacted his childhood, yet Sasuke had never truly paid it mind. It had been clear to him even as a young child that his life was not his own to live. Yet to his frustration it had been wasted. He had been told tales of Itachi and Shisui even as mere boys taken on more experience and danger than Sasuke had in his whole life. training relentlessly but with no true way to measure his growth. Until the Chunin exams where Sasuke had seen where he was. It was something Sasuke had hated even as a young child. How could he redeem the Uchiha without facing the highest of challenges available? The exams had been his forte, and Neji had proven to be a worthy opponent, one Sasuke knew he would have to be wary of in the future should he face him again. Fu had somehow been an even more significant challenge that Sasuke had to admit, he had been lucky to beat. In merely a short while, Sasuke had gone from never being truly challenged to feeling inferior. The Hyuga had often been the rivals of the Uchiha, surpassing them during their fall. To nearly lose to one had been shameful enough, to be outmatched by a foolish girl had been more than Sasuke thought he could bear. Fu had been stronger than him, nearly able to match his speed, able to almost kill him in a few simple blows. If she had been as cunning as she was powerful, she would have surely defeated him. Even worse, his victory had been somewhat hollow. Fu had gotten up from his most decisive blow seemingly undamaged. Falling after but only due to her using the remainder of her chakra to tank it. Had that been a real battle, Fu would have slain the exhausted Sasuke. It had been humbling. Sasuke had much further to go. The Uchiha prodigy was determined never to be so thoroughly stopped again. And yet, somehow, mere weasels were testing him. Sasuke slashed broadly with besmirched flambe, cremating two weasels who dived wildly from his right from the inside. With a casual flick of his wrist, a kunai was raised to block the deadly jaws of another weasel. All the while, Sasuke jumped above a fourth weasel to gain some space from his attackers. They were not nearly fast enough to catch him, but quick enough to only give Sasuke a second or two to react. Their fangs were knives more than teeth. The nasty creatures were able to slash and bite with them with shocking freedom, and they proved as lethal and sharp as Murray had warned. Now above the surging snow full of predators, Sasuke glanced at his kunai to see most of it missing. Distinctive teeth marks littered the stub of a kunai. With their numbers being so overwhelming, Sasuke could only do so much as to constantly evade and eke out a counterattack. Especially with his unwanted baggage. Said baggage seemed keen on using him as refuge instead of helping, which only added to his problems. With the tiny creature on him, Sasuke could not risk using Ash Step without losing him. Making this fight much more difficult than he liked. This air time would give the Uchiha much needed reprieve. You had transformed into that larger form. I had thought you intended to aid me in combating them, Sasuke spoke. The adrenaline kept him from snapping at the raccoon, though by its nervous chuckle, it still detected his frustration. I saw you helping Naruto before. Unfortunately, I do not want to be violently consumed by those savage weasels, Murray answered. I could possibly hit them and even take several out. But I would not be able to dodge the litany of attacks you did. They would have torn me limb from limb. Besides, it is your fault. Your powerful chakra presence seemed to draw nearly the full might of the primary hunting pack of the Snow Weasel clan. I had figured such a thing out, Sasuke answered. You were part of Naruto's strategy to beat Gaara. Surely you have some sort of combat prowess. More of a support role. With Naruto's shared element nature of me, we can achieve a lot with wind nature techniques. However, I merely help control it. All the power comes from him. My physicality would be overwhelmed, and my other techniques are too slow to be truly effective here. Any more activity from me would turn me to a pure burden. You already are. Sasuke sniped back. Can you at least unleash a decently large gust of wind nature chakra? Of course. Murray sounded off in reply. Its fur sticking up as it seemed offended. It seemed the silly creature was more intelligent than it let on, as it did as he asked instantly, seeming to understand his plan. Sasuke smirked coldly as he flowed through hand signs for an all-too-familiar jutsu. Enemies of the Uchiha shall burn. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke roared as he shot off a massive orb of flames. The orb flew toward the crowd of weasels seeming to miss most, yet just before it hit the ground it was flooded by the wind chakra blown from Murray's mouth. The wind chakra flowed into the orb and expanded it largely before it burst. The orb exploded into a falling rain of explosive flames. The power of the explosion sent the fiery rain to the ground in a mere instant. Snow instantly evaporated from the heat alone. The massive amount of superheated water it caused steam to shoot up into the sky and the dying cries of several weasels could be heard. As the flames burned out it left only the remains and newly charred circled area free of snow. Among the debris were the badly burnt bodies of at least 10 snow weasels. Sasuke and Murray landed, each warily scanning the area around them. It was clear their attack hadn't killed them all, merely forced them to regroup. Neither was surprised when even more snow weasels burst from the edges of the now bare, burnt ground below. They cried in range as they once again prepared to mob the two. You are the most dangerous prey. We could sense your chakra from the moment you arrived. A powerful human would have proven a most enjoyable meal. We were looking forward to feasting on humans again, and a special one at that. We would have ensured your death would be painless. And use each and every part of your body. It would have been a good death. The leader of the remaining weasels lectured the two. However, you have slain several of my subjects. As leader of the Bloodthirster clan, I cannot forgive this. We will now violently feed upon you. Ensuring your death is slow and agonizing as my brethren eat their share. We will dine on your organs, leaving the undesirable leftovers for the scavengers. I defended myself. If you didn't wish to lose your comrades, you should have never challenged a Uchiha. Did you think I would silently die? The struggle of life and death is as natural as the relationship of prey and predator. Sasuke countered. It's the leader of the Snow Weasel clan, Murray whispered to Sasuke. He's not bluffing when he says they will endlessly attempt to get their vengeance. Is he strong? Sasuke asked as he watched the mob of murderous mammals circle around them. It seemed the beast were hesitant now that they knew the two of them could conjure firestorms. Not particularly. The Snow Weasel clan relies on their speed and numbers to overwhelm prey. However, there are doubtless many more that hide away from our vision. We should consider retreating. They will eventually try to mob us all at once, and they will succeed. Murray warned. I will not retreat, nor will they succeed. Sasuke countered instantly. If you can remove yourself, I should be able to handle them in short order. Can you turn into a form that can fly or escape their wrath in some other way? I could, but I refuse. Naruto would be incensed if you perished while in my company, especially if I merely scurried away. The Okama clan does not tolerate cowards either. We shall face them together. I will not die and frankly feel insulted that you suggested such. I will show these creatures what I plan to show everyone and everything else. The Uchiha are alive and well and are nothing to be trifled with. Sasuke promised. Then, without warning, he grabbed Murray from his shoulders and whipped him into the sky. Murray, reacting instinctively, turned into a small bird and flies around the clearing in a panic. The Uchiha. I need to try to help. Murray thought as he prepared to dive in. However, he froze when a massive amount of weasel burst from the snow around the clearing. Having seen the two separated as the opportune moment to try their luck. There must be dozens of them. Sasuke Uchiha, it seems I failed you. Naruto, help. Murray called desperately as he watched as the Uchiha was about to be overwhelmed. Surely the pure mass of murderous creatures would crush him if nothing else. There are quite a few, more than I had anticipated. Sasuke thought calmly as he eyed the litany of weasels closing in around him. They had him utterly surrounded, so numerous were they that Sasuke could scarcely see beyond them. I had intended to cut them down in a single move, an overwhelming show of force to discourage them. But I cannot strike each down quick enough. Even my ash step has its limits, and if I even so much as stumble, my death will shortly follow. Sasuke flexed his chakra, spinning his Sharingan as he quickly traced the group with his vision. Each who dared meet his eyes was sent subtle and weak genjutsu, enough to disorientate. But before he could even progress with the next step of his move, he felt a disturbing realization: they were impervious to genjutsu. Each one ensnared somehow broke out shortly after. With a grimace, Sasuke began to ash step wildly around his current position. The weasels slowed their advance, confused by the new speed and randomness being displayed. Immune to genjutsu, teeth that can easily cut through me, and they are nearly as quick as my ash step. Sasuke ranted in his mind. How do I win here? Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke could not count the amount around him. If only I could perfect the body flicker, these pests would stand no chance. It was fortunate indeed the weasels were perplexed by his movements. If they engaged now it would be only a matter of time. It was desperate stalling but seemed practical for now. Shisui said before I was nearly as proficient as him, yet I've always relied on genjutsu to enhance my ash step. In pure speed, I'm nowhere near Shisui. What had his odd sensei warned Sasuke of? You need to relax when using it. Shisui had chided. During one of their many solo training sessions. You're too restrained and forceful. Restrained and forceful. Sasuke gasped with desperate breaths. I am moving faster than most people can even process. That requires both great restraint and great force. You make a good point there, annoyingly. But my point still stands, that restraint followed by great force you use in your ash step is flawed. By doing it like you are, you limit the amount of speed you're capable of. It would help to let your body flow most naturally to cut down on needless movements. Allow your mind to be clear. Even a millisecond of distraction will also slow you down. As for force, while it's true you would normally need it, speed is a force of its own. There is no need to pump your muscles or slash your blade to ensure power or speed. You will have both in surplus. Instead, focus on striking each target before you, weaving and flowing around them as you land effortless blows. If done correctly, the speed, strength, durability, and number of opponents won't matter. Shisui had said with his foolish smile. Sasuke had conflicting thoughts about Shisui, 7*, yet there was no denying he was a powerful and useful family member. One who seemed to disagree with his stance, yet was oddly keen on aiding him with it. Sasuke wasn't sure he could trust his sensei fully, but he knew the training was true and reliable. He needed to heed his words, right here and now. Murray's mind whirled, and his chakra pinged wildly, attempting to get anyone's attention. But dreadfully, it seemed it would not be worth anything. He couldn't sense anyone or anything coming. And the weasels, now restless, surged around the Uchiha before. In sync, the murderous mammals launched themselves teeth first towards him. Why is he just running around? I thought Naruto had said he was some powerful genius. They're about to kill him there. Sasuke valuable seconds as they drew closer, mentally marking their movements. His Sharingan allowed him to see even their muscles flex as they closed in. He envisioned an imaginary path around the weasels. One that would allow him to strike each, without risking a lucky revenge blow. I see it now, Sasuke thought as he blurred around his spot, fearlessly eyeing the mob approaching death. Their movements are predictable, it's only a matter of skill and efficiency. If I can't surpass my limits here and now, I am not worthy of the Uchiha name. Fiery reappearing shadow death, Sasuke called out as he blurred forward. His heritage was helpful as always, even as he moved at absurd speeds, the world seemed to be still moving in slow motion. He didn't consider their numbers, the logistics of his plan, and even the likelihood of his demise. It was all distant now, something he had no time to ponder. Instead, as his body repeatedly flickered around, he would focus on a single grouping. Each time as he entered their space, besmirched flambe had already struck true, Sasuke appearing and leaving before the creatures could even realize it. Sasuke would casually, almost lazily slice with besmirched flambe as he did. Unlike the powerful strikes before, these were barely worth to be considered such. With a normal blade they would certainly not be lethal. Yet with besmirched flambe each and every swing would burn away the beast, likely leading to death, as their body was cooked internally. The process of attacking as many as he did must have been a long one. Yet Sasuke barely felt time pass, he didn't even consider the remaining ones. Instead he barely finished one kill before zooming off to perform another. Usually, Sasuke would only go for a few slashes before quitting this technique, it was chakra intensive and disorientating. But normal would not be enough here. Sasuke could not stop till he bested each of his foes, lest he face death. His pride would allow nothing less. It was infuriating how true Shisui's advice had been, merely by adjusting his approach he was moving faster and could achieve much more with each flicker. This level of ash step was scarcely what Sasuke had shown during the exams. Surely this would have made a difference in the exams. Yet Sasuke did not allow pride to distract him. This feat was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Sasuke had seen the level of Gaara, Naruto, and even the goofy Fu. He had much further to go. And now Sasuke saw it was within grasp. Sasuke tirelessly continued as his chakra waned to a little less than half. He was slicing several down with every second. It felt like an instant, yet it surely must have been nearly a full minute of ash step. Sasuke supposed Yuno and Shisui were to thank for this breakthrough. Both had tirelessly drilled in the message of relaxing, of being focused but not blinded, driven but not desperate, words Sasuke had admittedly never taken well or even seriously. But as he now gilded around, delivering death with each step, Sasuke saw their wisdom. It did not require him to try less than his best or even sacrifice efficiency to go forward with less stress on his shoulders. In fact, ensuring inner and outer peace would only improve him as a shinobi. Sasuke carried much on his back. In battle, he must let go of all of his stressors, doubts, even pride. Only victory mattered in the moment. And only the coldly efficient would receive it. Sasuke retched violently as he suddenly stopped his assault. Mindless of the battle, the Uchiha panted and coughed as he dropped to his knees. His body aching all over, and his heartbeat pounding. Sasuke. A voice rang out. Sasuke could hear them but instead willed himself up, besmirched flambe reappearing in his hand as he did. His eyes whipped around, scanning the area for foes. He had a little less than half of his chakra left. He would have to finish these pests off and continue on. No time for weakness. Are you okay? You won the battle, but I'm not sure it was worth the cost. Murray remarked as the bird sat directly in front of the Uchiha. Also, friendly warning, throw up on me and die. Sasuke ignored the raccoon's incessant ranting as he took his surroundings in shock. The clearing was completely cleared of snow, exposing the hard dirt and stone beneath. But all around the clearing were the fallen bodies of weasels. There was a sickly sweet smell in the air as some of the creatures burned from the inside. The putrid smell of burning corpses was one he was slowly becoming familiar with. Sasuke eyed the unfortunate survivors of his attack. They would surely perish shortly, and likely in great pain. Deciding to offer mercy by death, Sasuke coldly used a kunai to sever their spines, allowing them a painless death they had not intended for himself. Those unconscious or injured but stable were left behind. Sasuke gained nothing by slaughtering the lot. Murray started to watch as Sasuke did so, seemingly somewhat shocked by his battle. You seem so comfortable taking lives. Is it the fact that their animals make it easier? Murray asked. Sasuke was confused by his question and the tone he used. Or would any foe that faced you receive the same treatment? The creature seemed accusatory. I am comfortable with it, at least in the correct scenarios. A group mercilessly attempting to take our lives happens to be so. It doesn't matter who or what. Stand in my way, and you will suffer the consequences. It is the nature of shinobi, we are weapons. Sasuke replied. Do you resent me for slaying them? It seemed clear the entire time that would be the only solution. Not quite, Murray answered with hesitation. It is the nature of the world for there to be conflict. Though we may find it objectionable, they were merely seeking food. As they have always done. Isn't that in itself devaluing life? Sasuke retorted. More than likely, yes, but it's not quite the same. You humans survive like us, sure, but you do so overzealously. Making the world and foes nothing more than playthings. When we attack or kill, there is ample reason. Unlike you humans, we animals recognize our place in life. We may live alone or together, feed or be food, fight or flee, but everyone must one day die. Everyone must struggle, and we must all live, even at the detriment to others. We recognize the worth of our lives and don't paint ourselves as any different from our foes. Yet you humans seem so attached to the idea in the inherent idea of the worth of human life. But to those who are different, well, you treat them as lessers. I suppose I just wonder how a human justifies it so quickly. To kill purely due to ideals and pride. I'm sure Naruto would have been disgusted with having to do this, yet you seem prideful to be able to do so. Sasuke hummed as he happened upon a weasel seemingly attempting to submit. It may very well be true that Naruto is somewhat my equal. But he and I fundamentally disagree on some fronts. We are two different people with different ideals. We both intend to achieve our goal, both intend to let nothing stop us, but he intends to do so within the bounds of morality and pure opinion. Meanwhile, I intend to not let anything stop me from achieving my own. I won't appease others or bend backward to be merciful to foes. We're similar in our indomitable drive but different in how we operate. So forgive me if we disagree on what is happening or how it happens. But we must set that aside to achieve our mutual goals. No. That being said, this is the leader, right? Murray blinked before jumping onto Sasuke's shoulder, still in bird form, staring down at the weasels, badly burnt but still alive leader. Heh, heh, heh. The weasel dryly chuckled. Imagine the great hunting pack of the Bloodthirster clan being defeated by a single human. You are stronger than we could have known. How shameful. We need to get going now, Sasuke. Murray warned. This is merely one of their packs. Doubtless, many more will come. The raccoon is correct. My children will doubtless seek us. Possibly they already raced to avenge their comrades. You may have killed us, but the Bloodthirsters will still feed on you. So there is more. Sasuke softly pondered out loud. And you are the leader. Meaning if I were to. As he finished his thought, Sasuke quickly snatched up the large weasel with one hand, the other roughly holding a kunai against its spine. I suppose that means they would be moved by your capture, perhaps even compliant to ensure your safe return. Sasuke spoke with a smirk. You evil scum. Release me at once. Even if you use me, my children will simply bide their time to kill you. Sasuke didn't respond, letting his displeasure show by digging in the kunai slightly. The weasel screamed out in pain as the blade entered him. Swear upon your name. Your men will act properly to protect your livelihood. Yes, yes they will. Sasuke continued to dig in the blade slowly. On your name. I swear it to the great name, Spleen Feaster. The weasel cried out in pain. Stop this pointless torture. Sasuke and Murray blinked in surprise at the name. Well, oddities aside, this will serve us well, Sasuke remarked. It's great when his kids find us. We can try to negotiate for our lives. What kind of man slaughters a group then holds their leader hostage? We'll be lucky if they don't just decide to slay the both of us regardless. Murray dramatically complained. Of course not. We will force Spleen Feaster here to lead us to their home and force them to accommodate us. Sasuke answered. Once we ensure they aren't harboring others, we continue on. Releasing him is to ensure they don't feel the need to chase after us. The blood Spleen Feaster began before Sasuke chopped its neck, knocking the weasel out and allowing him to carry the large weasel with ease as the two walked on. I guess that'll work. Murray agreed, and with that decision, the two marched on toward the home of the snow weasels. So incredibly different and yet similar to Naruto. The same endless drive and will. They have the same shocking power and confidence, yet their methods and ideology differ greatly. I can see why Naruto spoke well of him, and yet there is darkness there, just beneath the surface. How interesting. Murray thought. Hopefully we find Naruto soon. 8. Lee's Pav or Minsel Wildlands, East Forest. Lee and Mooney excitedly walked down the open-air corridors that threaded their way through the trees in the central hub of the Okama hideout. Well, Lee was excited. Mooney seemed happy but awfully moody. Perhaps she would miss him once he left. The tree houses were elaborate, small, and functional homes, each flowing to the other. Nearly every building held an indoor kiln and clay, which each raccoon worked on dutifully. As well as various other housing necessities, nearly as decorated and lived in as any human home. What is the deal with the clay? Are you all fans of pottery? Lee asked curiously. He had seen several raccoons working with clay or even harvesting it during his stay. A respectable hobby if so. It's our talent. Mooney impatiently replied. Every member of the Okama clan is both an artist and student of clay. It is actually used to form these unique homes and pathways we walk through and on. And what achieves our acclaim to the other clans. Many have peaceful agreements with us in exchange for our pottery and unique skills. Such is why this hideout is necessary. Though I cannot tell you much more as a non-summoner. We have already offered you much more than what would be considered appropriate. Please be silent for now. I am glad another human is coming. Perhaps I will be relieved of watching you, human Lee. Your frank honesty is the epitome of youth. Lee responded happily, allowing for what he felt was a most comfortable silence. After a short journey, the duo drew to the central training and eating facility. Half a training field for a variety of physical and chakra-related exercises. The other half was an indoor dining hall. A group of smaller, what Lee assumed were children, raccoons scramble by playing around the facility. Several adult raccoons were being drilled in spear play, though most seemed to have gathered to see the second human. Though Lee did note they were all oddly silent. They entered the mess hall to see an older woman sitting patiently at the head table. Surrounding her were several large raccoons. Apparently, the bruisers of the clan, whose immense physical strength allowed them to act as the guards of the Okama. Lee had in his time here sparred with them, and they were surprisingly voracious fighters. They had initially been Lee's watch until he earned their trust by proxy for his friendship with Naruto. A shame they had worthy training partners. Not one of my youthful allies. I should be grateful that they are spared the potential danger, I suppose. Nonetheless, leaving this stranger astray in a strange land would be most unyouthful. I'll just have to protect her until I can find a way to send her home. Hello there, ma'am. Lee called out politely. I see you have also been taken to this land, as I was only a short while ago. I wanted to assure you that I will ensure your safety. The woman smiled prettily at Lee. It is relieving to know a young and lively young man such as yourself will be protecting me. But I must ask, where is this place we find ourselves? I was merely relaxing after a patrol when I appeared here. Well, the exact location and finer details are a mystery even to me, Lee admitted with a shrug. Youth can miss the finer details at times. Mooney sighed at such, likely excited for her eventual break, as she interjected. We are now at the land of Terra, a world separate yet connected to your own. The most defining difference is that this land is free of humans. In fact, it is ruled solely by intelligent and, thankfully, less destructive animals, as you would put it. This world is where you humans gain access to the summoning clans. Your arrival here is likely due to the same reason as Lee. One of the clans have been attempting to force access to new summoners. Forcibly reverse summoning various shinobi. I believe you to be a kunoichi. As you had mentioned before, you lost your headband in the patrol you mentioned earlier. Clearly, you do not come from the Leaf, so which village do you claim? Lee frowned as she saw the lady's face twitch for a second. I come from the village hidden in the rain. My name is Muki Sum, and I am unsure why or how I was brought here. However, I am a mere genin, so I must admit to being quite fearful. The woman answered, yet her words did nothing to alleviate the growing discomfort Lee felt around the woman. Something was wrong. The Rain Village. Lee asked politely. I don't mean to be a bother, but your clothing would suggest Iwa. They are known for their thicker clothes. Furthermore, your muscular tone suggests you are quite a capable combatant. I can even see several old scars, an odd sight for a supposedly green genin. The woman's smile nearly grew wider at their slow realization. Mooney suddenly stood in an enlarged form over the woman, holding her up threateningly. The female raccoon hissed. You are lying. I can feel your deceit within. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? So their warning was true. You Okama clan members are shrewd and frightening. The ability to delve into a combatant's mind so casually is useful. A shame you are mere mammals and enemies at that. The woman spoke sweetly as she suddenly tensed. Immediately breaking out of Mooney's grip and flipping, she kicked the female raccoon away as she flipped, launching the giant creature from the building. The woman smiled at Lee as she landed casually. Lee grimaced at seeing Mooney harmed and dropped into his default combat stance. My name is Suzumaki Kamizuru, the current head of the Kamizuru clan, loyal Junin of Iwa, and at the present time hired gun of an unknown employer. My purpose for being here is to find a certain clan and secure the objective of my employer. Luckily said employer was wise enough to warn us of you infuriating raccoons. Though I must admit we weren't necessarily expecting to see other shinobi, in fact this whole summoning clan fiasco wasn't part of the plan at all. How interesting, I'll have to kill you to make sure you don't tell the others then. Lee eyed the various raccoons outside and inside, yet none reacted to the sudden and violent event. What did you do with the others? Lee asked the woman with his fiercest glare. He knew the feisty Okama clan had no qualms with what they deemed necessary combat. Nothing special. In fact, it's merely my own ace of a jutsu. Shame you won't get to learn what that is. Until it is much too late, Sazumbaki said with a smirk. Then, she seemed to casually flick her hand. A quiet whistle sounded off as she did. Lee barely noticed it, but Guy had trained his battle IQ and reflexes to absurd levels. He caught the projectile Suzumaki had subtly thrown with a lightning-fast swipe of his hand. Glancing at it and realizing it was a living wasp, Lee crushed it before it could attempt to sting him. Though he was surprised by the effort it took to do so. My name is Rock Lee. I am the prodigy of the great Might Guy, the beautiful, youthful genin of the Leaf Village. I am not sure why you have chosen to attack such a peaceful and friendly clan as the Okamas, but I will ensure you learn the error of your ways. Lee said as he prepared to lunge forward. I wouldn't be so quick, Tilda, Suzumaki taunted Lee. See, I had a little time to prepare. They foolishly warned me another shinobi was present after all. As such, with our lovely host, nice and dazed, I rigged this mess hall to explode with various paper bombs. You won't fight back and sentence these raccoons to death, will you? They won't be able to avoid it like you and I. As she finished, she raised a hand sign revealing the walls of the halls, with the occasional prepped paper bomb placed on them. They glowed in sync, showing it to not be a mere bluff. Lee eyed each tag as Suzumaki began to laugh. He was sure she was hoping to see him panic before accepting defeat. But Lee was done with embracing defeat. He wouldn't lose here or accept the death of others. He took a deep breath, glad his weights had been removed for training for this. Lee had spent every waking moment since his loss to Fu training. His abilities had grown, and with his newest technique activated, Lee was sure he could do this. Well, strange young man, what is your answer? Suzumaki stopped mid-sentence as Lee sounded off with a boom. He's fast. A mere genin can move like that. Suzumaki screamed inwardly as she activated the tags and prepared to body flicker away. Stranger still, suddenly, the strange man reappeared, one hand holding a bunch of glowing paper tags and the other grabbing onto her top. Suzumaki got over her shock and thrust a kunai for his neck. Though Lee managed to lift and throw her with one hand, stopping the desperate attack and sending her flying through an open window. Lee then crumbled the soon-to-explode paper bombs, throwing the sizable explosive paper ball after the flying Suzumaki. Lee took a deep breath as the bombs exploded outside the building. He had thrown both well above the hideout, minimizing damage. It was a shame she had forced his hand. These paper bombs took 5 seconds to blow, and even at max speed, it had been close for Lee. Her death had been regrettable but unavoidable, considering the circumstances. She had made it sound like she had allies present. However, best Lee be ready for more foes. Though he had never heard of the Kamizuru clan. You damn bowl-headed freak. Suzumaki spat as she climbed back in through the window she had been thrown through. I barely managed to substitute my way out of that. Not to mention, genin shouldn't be able to move that fast. Though you showed your true nature, had you been a better shinobi, you would have used the element of surprise to outright kill me. Too squeamish to do it head-on. Lee frowned as he prepared himself for another round. I prefer not to kill at all. Death is the opposite of youth. However, you had forced my hand. I must admit, however, I am glad you survived. I have several questions for you, and now I will not have to live with your demise. Ha ha ha, you certainly are one of those foolish leaf hippies. Hesitating to play for keeps, and soft down to the very core. You should have killed me when you had your chance. A genin stands no chance against an experienced junin like me. We shall see. With this newest technique of mine, I fear you will be surprised. Allow me to show you my inherited youth. Lee called before shooting off again. This time, however, Lee was shocked as Suzumaki matched his speed. The two clashed in the middle, the woman managing to hold her ground for a moment before he pushed her back. Lee chased after with a jab aimed for her chin, following up with a head kick, both of which the older woman ducked. Suzumaki attempted to sweep his legs as she did so. However, Lee flipped over it, jumping back to reset the chain of combat. She's nearly as fast as Fu. Lee thought as he landed and prepared to charge in again. However, before he could, Suzumaki suddenly weaved hand signs, slamming her palm to the ground as she bellowed. Summoning jutsu. With her technique called, several clouds of smoke appeared. Knowing better than to rush into an unseen threat, Lee eyed the cloud warily. Content to wait and see how his battle had been changed. He heard a cocky chuckle as several fast blurs shot out of the cloud. 4 dog-sized black and tan wasps fluttered out of the cloud. Each was covered in thick fur, and semi-intelligent eyes eyed Lee with malice. More wasps. Best to close in on the summoner and bypass them altogether. Lee prepared to dash forward, but the wasp beat him to it. Zooming in so quickly and suddenly, Lee could scarcely react. 2 of them thrust surprisingly long stingers towards him. Lee barely managed to deflect them both with a palm each, only for the other 2 to stab at him now that his hands were occupied. Lee, thankful for Guy's extensive flexibility training, bent backward at what seemed an impossible angle to dodge it. Flipping through, Lee kicked the last 2 wasps back. He began to rapidly backtrack while the 4 wasps pursued him, nearly keeping up as the group unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Something's off. Their thrust is quick but not all that powerful. Much too thin to be much of an immediate life-taking threat. With the lack of force, even if it did manage to hit a weak spot, it wouldn't be lethal, perhaps venom. I best not find out. I need to eliminate them quickly before they get lucky. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. You're not only fighting my summons, rookie. Suzumaki roared as she slashed Lee with a kunai. Lee reacted at the last second, twisting his body to make the cut shallow. You're quick, but can you handle all of us? Lee didn't bother responding. Sensei taught him how to fight multiple opponents. He fully turned his back to his foes and sprinted through the building at top speed. He needed to set the pace and use his new technique to finish Suzumaki. Lee burst through the entrance of the mess hall, quickly sprinting through a long pathway. The flapping of wings and swearing of the older woman informed him of their pursuit. Lee slammed through the home of an older raccoon, smashing through his kitchen while Suzumaki and most of the wasps raced around to cut him off. One pursued him directly. As Lee bodily smashed through a clay counter, he kicked the flying debris of food and cooking tools toward the wasp. The giant creature smashed into it violently, distracting it enough to hit a wall. Before Lee could bother finishing it, the elder raccoon suddenly grew in size and smashed the insect with a powerful double-handed blow. The crunch of its armor and its being sent straight through the floor below made it clear it did not survive the blow. Lee stood gobsmacked as the tan elder raccoon faced him. You've ruined my home. Prepare for my wrath. It angrily warned as it marched toward Lee. I am truly sorry. I was under pursuit by that most unyouthful creature. Thanks for your... Lee began as he bowed. Both however scrambled for an escape as a voice called it. Earth style. Stalactite sudden rise. Suzumaki roared from outside the building. Lee gasped as he quickly managed to rush and wrestle the elder raccoon from his feet and throw them both out of a window before the house erupted. Lee and the elder fell toward another pathway, the raccoon turning into a bird and flying off while Lee managed to land roughly on his feet, luckily having landed on another path below. He gazed back at the house to see massive spires of earth having run it through, only the roof remained, holding up the earthen spikes. Lee frowned at such, upset his battle had destroyed someone's home. Wasp style. Whizzing stinger. Suzumaki roared. Lee threw himself to the ground, rolling along it as several whistles filled the air. As the small and speedy stingers shot around him, he dashed down the path. Lee managed to dodge and weave as he ran. Where are the wasps? Lee's thoughts were interrupted as suddenly the pathway ahead erupted from beneath. The wasp emerged after, cutting him off, but Lee wasted no time and could not evade. Dynamic entry. Lee screamed as he used his speed to do the famed jumping dive kick. His speed may have turned his leg into a spear, for Lee kicked straight through the wasp in the middle. No more holding back. I need to stop her now. Lee stopped running, squatting low as he flexed his meager chakra, preparing to now utilize the seeds of his new training. The emergence of Guy and his own techniques. The last two wasps were closing in, one aiming its mandibles for his throat while the other went for a sting. Suzumaki aimed her jutsu at him in case her summons failed. Ensuring dodging would merely leave him open. Youthful aura. Mind awakening. Lee spoke quietly as they drew close. I cannot afford to fail here. Please forgive me for this. Lee effortlessly dodged both wasps, now quicker than them. He dodged several stinger shots from Suzumaki as he backhanded one of the wasps. Said wasp was sent flying from the casual blow, smashing into a bit as it hit a tree. Suzumaki gasped as Lee dodged the second one's sting from behind, grasping the wasp by the head. Lee slammed it into the ground with a thunderous crack. The insect writhed as the power of Lee partially buried it. It struggled before slowly fading out. I am sorry for being rough with your summons. You left me no option, Lee said somberly as he marched towards Suzumaki. The kunoichi growled angrily as she began another jutsu. Wasp style. Pulverizing mandible. An armored blade formed on her arm as she charged Lee. Lee didn't increase his speed or visibly react as she drew close. When she went for a powerful slash to gut Lee, the genin merely caught the blade. What? This blade cuts even iron. You can't catch it with your bare hands. Is this some sort of jutsu? No. Lee answered simply. See, I am untalented in nearly all forms of jutsu. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, and even fuijutsu are all out of my arsenal. I only fight with taijutsu, my one true talent. Or I previously did, however thanks to the new allies of mine, I have developed my newest technique, created by the Okama clan you are currently threatening. They describe this technique style as, Ninshu, 9, even as a novice, I have seen its potential. My sensei would be proud I have found my own way. As Lee rambled, Suzumaki attempted to pull her blade free. It enhances the effects of the gate techniques, mitigates the damage, and allows me access to youthful aura. I can manipulate the chakra in the air within a small area around my body. Even some with weak chakra coils and no ninjutsu talent can achieve such with proper training. Using the chakra around us, I have formed a glove of chakra around my hand, allowing me to catch your blade. Prepare yourself for the next trait of my newest move. He mentioned the gates. Suzumaki thought in terror as she prepared to attempt to counter. I need to stop him. If the famed rumors are true, he could be a true threat. Suzumaki reacted desperately, thrusting one finger for Lee. Lee did not let that distract him, instead he prepared his own attack. As her finger landed roughly on him with a jamming pain, Lee merely did the start of a punch. Not even reaching close to her, yet as he finished, Suzumaki screamed out in pain as she was sent skidding along the ground. It looked like an invisible force had sent her flying. It also allows me access to something I've needed for a long while, ranged combat options. I hope to show you mercy. May you surrender after this. Wild Youth Rampage. *10*. Lee suddenly jabbed through the air as if shadowboxing. Each punch sent a powerful blast of air flying into the grounded Suzumaki. She cried out as the barrage battered her around, sending her careening into the stone stalactites of her own creation. The force of her crashing her through several. She landed bodily and with a gasp of pain. Now the two are closer to the main hub of the odd city. Lee frowned at the violence he'd been forced to rely on but continued on as Guy had trained him. Please surrender. Lee asked simply. Why would I, rookie? Suzumaki spat bitterly. You finally let me hit you. Hey. Soon, you'll be nothing more than another toy of mine. That strength that you used will be nothing more than a tool for my own whims. No need for bluffing. That little poke of mine, Suzumaki said with glee, was actually my ace in the hole. The same technique that has allowed your friends to helplessly watch this battle has now been used on you. The Kamizuru clan was famed for their powerful contract with the Wasp clan, and I wield the most lethal of all the Wasp styles. The style of the Microgaster Godzilla *11*. Despite the odd name, it is a terrifying predator. It is a unique parasitic wasp that preys on a certain species of caterpillar. Normally aquatic, but not limited to the water. They and by proxy I hunt just as well on land. I must admit this is fascinating, Lee said while rubbing the back of his head. But why is it relevant? Lee stopped as a grim realization hit him. His body locked in place, his muscles tensed without his consent, an icy feeling seemed to be slowly crawling through him from the site of the poke to the inner depths of his body. The rookie caught on Tilda. Suzumaki mocked. Their venom doesn't kill or paralyze like most. In fact, it creates something like a living zombie. Mix in ninjutsu with the natural toxin, and it does even more. Soon, your body will freeze, and once the chakra reaches your brain, you'll be little more than a slave. Quite the strong one at that. Mindlessly follow my whim until you eventually perish. Lee felt his body grow numb as she spoke, helpless as she rushed in and began to beat him savagely. Each blow rocked him, but Lee could not resist. Don't worry, Suzumaki assured as she now successfully swept his legs and stomped down harshly on his ribs. Lee in his trance unable to even call out in pain. Just gonna teach you a lesson. Besides weakening you will ensure the venom works quickly. She continued to stomp on him cruelly. I need to do something. I was a fool to allow her to hit me. I wanted to not rely on this, but I have little choice. Guy-sensei watch over me. Lee thought as he willed his abysmal chakra to not flow, but to leave his body. Once his chakra started to mingle with the foreign chakra in the air, Lee began to draw it in. Using his own chakra as a magnet to attract the excess. Then he began to channel the chakra within himself, allowing it to enter his core and begin activating the second gate. Youthful aura. Youthful recovery. Lee thought as his meager chakra surged. He could feel his chakra focus on something within him, destroying it. My assumption was correct, the second gate and youthful aura were able to purge the venom. His body felt painless and light as he felt even his reserves being refilled. Suzumaki did not realize she was so busy relishing her own revenge as she went to stomp again. In what must have seemed like magic to her, Lee suddenly moved, doing a handstand before he began to spin. Leaf whirlwind. He roared as his spin kick swept the Junin's legs and kicked her away. Lee watched as she painfully rolled to her feet. Glaring at him shocked once again. Lee squatted down as he prepared to finish the fight. Suzumaki got to her feet with a look of panic. How are you moving? How the hell are you a mere genin? She stopped seeing Lee preparing for another attack. If he hits me like that again, I'm done. Her mind whirled as she defensively activated another technique. Earth style. Earthly embrace. Two massive round lips of earth slowly wrapped around her, forming a ginormous floating earth dome. Try punching through stone with your bare hands. I'll tunnel out of here and regroup with the others. Suzumaki thought as she prepared to flee for now. That won't work, Lee warned as he prepared his finishing shot. Youthful wild spear. Lee then shot off, to both a mere spinning blur as he shot off like a bullet towards the dome. There was an ear-shattering crash as Lee shot right through it with ease. He heard the sickening crunching of bone as his kick hit the two-armed guard of a wide-eyed Suzumaki. It broke through her guard, through the other half of the stone, and sent her crashing through the side of the Okama hideout mess hall, where the fight had started. The woman's flight was finally stopped when she collided into several large tables. The remains of such momentarily buried her in shattered clay. Lee morosely shook his head as he rushed over to check on the likely dead body of his foe. As he stepped into the mess hall of the Okama, he saw a beaten and bloodied Suzumaki crawling out of the debris of her crash landing. If the Tsuchikage saw me now, Suzumaki panted as Lee drew close. To think a mere genin is gonna make me resort to this. Rank matters little in battle. Experience, effort, endurance, preparation, all these are the factors crucial to victory. Today I've shown to be better in every way that matters. Lee approached as she shakily rose to her feet. Having learned his lesson the first time, he didn't lower his guard. Instead, Lee appeared behind her to knock her out gently. A mere neck chop would end this battle. But he felt two presences suddenly close in behind him. He flinched before he reacted. Deciding to face the new threat, Lee turned and attempted a hasty defense. Two powerful blows nearly broke through it, the force sending pain down Lee's arms and sending him skidding back, even in his buffed form. Lee glanced at his new opposition. They seemed to be two of the bodyguards Okama that had been entranced before his arrival. Unlike the days they had been in before, they seemed focused and angry. The other bruisers gathered behind them. You attempted to kill the elder, one mumbled angry as it stomped forward. You will pay dearly for your bold sins, the other promised. Asterisk 12. So this is what she meant. Lee inwardly pondered. I had assumed her control merely pacified her victims, but it seems it allows for full control. There must be a limit to how much she can do, however, or she would have done this from the start. Several other Okama also started to move, looking violently irate as they formed a mob around Suzumaki. This may be more difficult than I had thought. Lee thought with a deadpan. You look much less stronger than you are. I nearly died from your last attack. However, it's fortunate you kicked me back here, where I had set up my backup plan. Now I can turn the tables. See, all these Okama here are mine like you should be. I'm not sure how you resisted it, but I'm sure once you are unconscious and half dead you'll be unable to do so. Suzumaki explained as she smiled. Lee merely faced them all with a grim frown. I will free them, and you will pay for these cowardly tactics. Naruto's paw, or Minsel, southern swamps. Naruto seemed to find trouble wherever he went. The life of a shinobi was often one of risk and violence. Naruto was shocked at how frequently new locations led to the same old threat of life and death. Missions, certified exams, and now even a new world. And all of it seemed utterly determined to have him killed in one way or another. Naruto didn't fear it, but sometimes it bothered him. Naruto was confident in his training and satisfied with his drive to ensure his livelihood. And yet, as his hands fell into an all too familiar hand sign, Naruto felt an invisible weight settle over his shoulders. Naruto paid no heed to the crocodiles as they closed in. Instead, he activated his jutsu, prepared to beat back these foes. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. As a massive cloud of smoke covered Naruto, the crocodiles all roared in hunger. Some leapt through the air, others sped through the water, and some simply spewed jets of water toward him. As they approached, a massive number of Naruto burst through the smoke, all matching their roar, as the clan of crocodiles and army of blondes clashed in a mob of anarchy. A crocodile attempted to swallow two clones whole. The first jumped over the effort, launching himself high into the air. The second managed to bounce back, avoiding the lunge. In an impressive display of power, the clone kicked through the water, landing a powerful kick to the underside of its jaw. The powerful kick sent the upper half of the crocodile's body into the air, where the second clone finally came down. Landing a powerful falling axe kick that spiked the giant croc into the murky water below, its weight slowly, making it sink into the soft mud. One Naruto threw another directly at a flying crocodile. The croc happily swallowed the blonde whole, bodily smashing the second. Before it could move on to another target, however, it screamed and writhed before it threw up bloodied and disgusted-looking clone. The beast lay still after. Another brave clone attempted to catch a landing crocodile. Seeing its foe, the creature tried to snap him in half with a bite, but the waiting clone caught it, holding open its maw with his arms to keep it from closing. Suddenly, the crocodile laughed as a jet of water shot from its mouth and cut the clone in half. Three Narutos effortlessly dodged around another larger croc, each slashing at various spots as they did. However, the beast did not mind. Its thick scales were too large for the small riptide to slice through. And it merely snapped repeatedly at its dedicated attackers. As a crocodile tail swiped a clone away, another sent a slice of chakra into it, which seemed ineffective. The clone scrambled away as the angry creature chased after it. Another clone dodged a sneak attack from a crocodile underwater. The massive beast breached the water but cried in fear as the clone caught its tail and managed to spin the beast with grunts of effort. Another croc tried to help but was slapped away by his ally. The clone laughed at such before chucking the first crocodile at the second. The two collide with a deafening crash. But the chaos below was merely part of his plan. Hey, dumb lizards, Naruto called from high up on a tree. While his clones had begun the battle with them, he had headed up here. An aerial view had been helpful for one of his old tricks. Those are all clones. In fact, they're special clones. Maybe you all should surrender. You said it yourself, we shinobi tend to be powerful. Do you really intend to risk your clan? Why not seek a more valuable prey? Naruto half asked and half pleaded. We fear not your parlor tricks, you hairless ape. The leader of the clan bellowed indignantly. He sat back, watching comfortably as his subjects fought the clones before him in a bloody clash. We will simply crush all you have to offer. Naruto sighed heavily as he made another hand sign. I tried to stop this, but whatever, walking landfield jutsu. Suddenly, several of the clones stopped fighting. Their bodies began to glow from the inside, and their forms swelled. The crocodiles all froze in bewilderment, not sure what they were seeing. Naruto watched as the leader, however, seemed to curl defensively. Seemingly somewhat aware of the threat, but unable to offer aid for the others. Before they could genuinely react, the glowing clones erupted violently. The water stopped the worst of the flames, yet the force of the chain reaction of the explosion sent viscera and scales flying all the same. The dying hiss and roars of crocodiles were heard as the series of explosions rocked the area around them. Several of the massive trees fell into the swamp. Small waves of water surged around from the disturbances. New holes in the ground were formed and filled with water instantly. Naruto watched it all, a mix of smoke and mist cutting off the whole picture. Yet the blonde watched at least 6 of them die from the explosions, their bodies ripped apart and lives violently snuffed out. I tried, Naruto said sadly to himself. He fell towards the ground as he cautiously decided to check for survivors. However, as he drew close to the cloud of smoke and steam, 6 shapes shot through. Naruto jumped up and spun in the air as he called out. Uzumaki style. Rising spiral. As he spun, he slashed with Riptide in a circle, unleashing a spiral blast of chakra that managed to knock away the ambushers and dissipate the cloud. Naruto landed, staring at the surviving crocodiles. The larger leader had obviously survived the explosion, having been in the back, and looked mostly fresh. The rest had singes and even some wounds but seemed unbothered. All of them glared angrily, seemingly determined to kill him. I'll ask you again, Naruto spoke, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the crocodiles. You've bit off more than you can chew here. I don't have any reason to fight you, you're unrelated to my goals. I understand you have to eat, but you are unable to eat em. You despicable human. You slaughtered my kin. And now you ask for a reprieve. You murder, then lecture. We kill for food and territory. We were born with that drive, as all life is. We embrace the cycle of life while you disgusting humans disrupt. No predators, yet you prey on all. The most successful hunters, and yet you do not hunt. You sicken us, and we will feast on your body for the transgressions you have committed. The leader ranted, infuriated. I was defending myself. Naruto cried out. You all even said I'm not much food. How are you justified? You aren't even supposed to be here human, the leader spat. Save your foolish philosophy for creatures foolish enough to buy into it. We prey on or become prey. We feed or starve, we kill to eat. We defend what is ours. Our existence is infinitely more in tune with the world around us. Now let us finally feed kin. These humans have little chakra. He should be defenseless now. Naruto sighed bitterly as he sheathed Riptide. His clones earlier had shown the creatures were resistant to both his blows and even the slashes of Riptide. Of course, they were weak from the inside, but that was both gross and risky. Truthfully, this wasn't the kind of fight he could hold back in. And Naruto worried that the others would do as well as he did against them. They were murderous and killed merely for pleasure, yet the weight increased as Naruto prepared to defeat them. So as he prepared his move, it was with certainty of how it would end. The blonde had often headed back in his fights. Naruto had never wanted to kill, even if his profession demanded it. He was certain he had done so before, but in the rush of battle it was different. And never so many at once, was this all shinobi were good for. But yet again, he found himself preparing to do so. Naruto couldn't see a different solution. He needed them not to pursue him, to ensure they didn't become a threat to his friends, and to survive this. The solution was simple. This wasn't like Gaara and Neji. Naruto couldn't afford to lose here. I tried. Naruto spat tiredly. With dread in his voice he activated his jutsu. Draw of the Maelstrom. Slicing Storm. Naruto spat out as a tear slid from his eye. As Naruto drew Riptide and flooded chakra from and out of the small blade, there was a boom as the concentrated wind was gathered, condensed, and shaped into small blades. The crocodiles, sensing that this was unavoidable or perhaps simply the end, froze as they watched the slice create a massive storm of wind chakra blades. However, the storm only gathered for an instant before it surged forward. The crocodiles, even their more giant leader, were lifted into the air and sliced into pieces. Unlike the blonde's earlier attack, the wind blades were unimpaired by their tough scales. Cutting through instantly and ending the life as often as crippling the reptilian clan. As if the attack wasn't devastating enough, the crocs were sent careening into trees, the muddy water, and each other. Naruto watched with tired eyes as his actions tore the crocs asunder. As the technique ended, Naruto eyed the devastation and marched forward. The area directly in front of him had become a watery, muddy clearing. The trees were cut to pieces and torn from the ground. There were deep grooves in the ground all around the area. making the water lower and inconsistent throughout. Naruto stood now on dry land as he continued to march. 3 crocodiles lay around him as he drew close to the end of the aftermath. Each lay dead and dismantled. Naruto's grip on Riptide tightened at the sight. Finally, he arrived at the end of the aftermath. There lay the last 3 crocodiles. 2 were nearly at the top of the leader, both of them were cut in half. Naruto eyed them as he drew close, realizing the last one was still alive. The leader of the crocodiles stared at him lazily. It was missing each leg but one, its body was covered in grisly cuts, and each breath it took seemed to be with great effort. It seems we were prey today. The leader spoke lethargically. Deserved for having fallen to a despicable creature like yourself. Naruto felt sick being surrounded by the life he had snuffed out. His eyes now fully shed tears, knowing he had done what he had done. I warned you. I told you that this would happen. Ha 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 ha. The croc bellowed before writhing in apparent agony. You feel pity for your enemies. You humans truly are strange. We may share intelligence, but we could be no more different. We embrace the cycle of life. You must prey upon or become prey. There is no good or evil, merely survival or death. Life is a savage existence. Something you weak humans will discover. Now finish me off. Naruto growled in frustration and eyed the creature as he stalled. Its injuries were certainly lethal, and it was obviously going to die soon. Every second would surely pass in deep pain. Naruto had even taken its family from it. Regardless of reason, Naruto had effectively killed it already. You're wrong. I'm sorry I didn't do more, but there is so much more to life than this savagery. Save me the lecture. Asterisk 13. Naruto felt tears slide down his face as he once again flooded Riptide with chakra. So much wind nature chakra was held within it, creating a breeze from the blade itself. Naruto held up a hand in prayer as he thrust Riptide into the creature's neck. So enhanced Riptide was that it pierced instantly. The leader of the Krukuruk clan died with a silent breath. Naruto sheathed Riptide and looked around him, eyeing the devastation and gore with shame. He shakily walked past it all, marching about 10 feet away before dropping to his knees. More tears fell before Naruto lurched to the ground, emptying his stomach in a violent physical display of his shame. Why did I do that? I could have run. I could have spared them. I should have done something, anything else. Naruto slammed his fist to the ground. Who the hell am I to decide who lives or dies? Naruto festered in his upset feeling before the context of the situation settled into him. Just like before, I've done things I'm not proud of on a mission. But yet again, I am unable to even think about it. The mission comes first. Is this truly what being a shinobi is? Fang over fang. A familiar voice roared as suddenly Naruto was hit with a blur. Naruto was sent careening into a tree, the force of the blow embedding him into it, as well as knocking Naruto out of his mental stupor. Naruto groaned as he pulled himself from the tree. Another fight. He looked up and was stunned by what he saw. Before him were Kiba and Yuno, both covered in some black odd markings painted on their skin, small triangles threaded along all visible skin, their eyes seemingly an unnatural red. Yet it was clearly them, and even better they seemed well. Though had Kiba been the one to attack him. But seeing his friends lifted Naruto's mood. He stood and smiled at them happily. Awesome. I found 2 of you already. The others were worried about you guys. I was too. I'll overlook the sneak attack, so we have to find the O. He hasn't realized. Yuno spoke with a smarmy smile. You should have taken him out then and there. Would have made this simple. Ha. Bastard surprised me that it was so easy to catch him off guard. Kiba roared in response. Besides, I wanted to make sure he had the chance to fight back. Can't show him who's boss without letting the weakling try to fight back. We should be cautious. Your information on him is dated, Kiba. He's much stronger than you realize. Much more of a man tilde. Yuno replied with a creepy smile. Won't matter with our master's gift, I'll kill him with ease. Kiba bragged. Now, Yuno chided. The masters want our friends alive for their plans. Besides, I'd like to have some fun with him tilde. Fine, but only after he learns who is better. Kiba agreed. Naruto merely stared, surprised, at the 2. What the hell happened to those 2? They look and are acting so strange. This is all confusing. Though one thing is clear. They intend to fight. Naruto thought in shock as the 2 charged forward. Shino, Hinata's paw, East Forest of Erminsel, Terra. Hinata, Shino, and the ants journeyed through the forest in relative silence. Shino's beetles and the ants uniquely communicated through chakra and chemicals, a conversation that their host, Shino, was privy to. The ants and his beetles inherently got along, as social creatures with a high level of intelligence and hive social structure gave them much to relate to. Their apparent lack of points of conflict likely aided such. Even the Aburame rarely were able to make multiple hives get along, with only his father being known to achieve such. So this willing interaction was both odd and unique. Shino had never heard of the Aburame clan Kikaichu beetles communicating with anything other than members, and it was certainly intriguing, perhaps even beneficial. He was looking for ways to change his skill set a bit. 1. The exams had been an utter disappointment to Shino. His defeat by a teammate had been unfortunate and frustrating, simply due to Shino's inability to use some of his best tricks. They were merely too lethal, and others simply not all that useful in the matchup. So his loss had been annoying. Although Shino was not childish enough to be jealous, he had even been promoted, and by proxy should be thankful, yet being so thoroughly outshined hurt his pride. Shino was determined to be more effective, to not merely be a background character. Though Shino could scarcely afford to be distracted, they were quickly approaching the threat the ants had sought for them to quell. It was clear from the increasing volume and strength of vibrations they heard they drew close. And from the scale of the cacophony of sound it was clear their foe would be an impressive one. As a trained and well-conditioned shinobi, Hinata could travel at speeds the average human could scarcely comprehend. Yet, as he and Hinata rode separate ants along the hunting pack, Shino was sure they traversed the heavily forested area with ease even a shinobi would struggle with. *2* They seemed innately aware of obstacles and the landscape as they traveled, climbing over, around, or even through obstacles with machine-like proficiency. Never stopping or even hesitating, there was no need. They knew where they were and everything that lay there. Something Shino had to admit was quite impressive, only further fueling his earlier thoughts. However, despite the ants' potential usefulness and apparent allied nature, Shino found himself somewhat suspicious. They knew the Okama clan, but if they were truly native to the land, surely such knowledge would be commonplace. They had offered aid as a trade as opposed to charity, which Shino could understand. But they had given scarcely any details of the threat they faced. It also suggested that the ants were not above manipulation, suggesting perhaps what they had told them wasn't necessarily the truth. It also seemed strange to Shino, considering their large numbers and size. Shino needed clarification about what could possibly be such a threat to them. So much of one, even their absurd level of numbers made them hesitant to involve themselves. All members of the Aburame clan were considered the authority of the world of entomology. As such, he was well aware of how ants operated, especially when it concerned how they dealt with threats. Ants weren't like humans and would gladly face death for the good of the unit. So, even if a danger was too deadly or costly, they normally would face it fearlessly. They said it would be too costly, but Shino was aware ants respond absurdly quickly. Unlike what a single human mother could do, an ant queen was capable of much more. A mere month would allow them potentially thousands of troops, all of which would be grown by the end of the year. Furthermore, their naming style seemed less subjective and more objective, suggesting they weren't the personal type, likely much more dedicated to hive-like living than most intelligent creatures to bear. So if they saw themselves as so insignificant, why did their queen hesitate? Surely the threat was worth the risk. Without any more context, the two of them could very well be among the culprits of the kidnapping. And if so, Shino would ensure they paid the price. Shino had shared his concerns with Hinata, who agreed the situation was odd, but she seemed much more optimistic about the ants' trustworthiness. She also pointed out that even if they should attempt a betrayal, the two of them should be able to repel it with ease. Shino disagreed with her optimism, but with the two of them being as powerful and skilled as they were, he supposed they would be fine regardless of their intent. Besides, they had no other leads to follow anyway. So Shino continued their journey, content to see how things went. But was well on guard, his more pessimistic mind ensuring this endeavor would not be so simple. Soon, his questions regarding the threat being real were at least assuaged. Which of course suggested the ants were somewhat truthful thus far. However, thunderous crashes sounded throughout the forest, some ferocious roars sounding off between each one. So powerful were the echoes that the ground and trees shook and swayed, respectively, making it clear to him this would not be a trifling battle. With each crash, the ants seemed to become more and more anxious, flinching at the impacts and antennas twitching ferociously. Some of their party even fled as they drew close. Hinata and Shino exchanged looks as suddenly the party stopped. Some sort of cacophony of crashes was heard just short of their resting place. A thick wall of forest cut them off from a preview of what awaited. The majority of the ants had now fled, but only the leader and one Hinata had ridden stayed for now. It is worse than we had feared. The ant spoke in its strange voice. The threat has now escalated too risky for our nest. It would be too costly to get involved. The Queen 3 would not approve of such. *3. As you wish, Sir Ant, but if I may ask, what do you mean by that? Hinata interjected politely. Shino allowed it. He was not a social or political butterfly, and Hinata happened to be both. Hopefully that would be useful here, perhaps even win them aid. It seems the wolves have left only for one of you to become a threat. The ant seemed to answer with indignant fury. We will not risk ourselves for your mess. However, I will keep to our word and offer aid should you correct such. Or not, a shame but not one Shino truly minded. Best not to risk team combat with strange creatures such as these, until they were sure of their authenticness. Hinata seemed stunned by this, but Shino merely nodded. He had already planted beetles onto the ants to track them and frankly recognized their logic. If they did betray them, it would be easy to seek them out again, if such was even necessary. Besides, it seemed clear now that they had been earnest, and this could be related to their friends or the captors who had taken them. The two ants marched off as Hinata and listened to the continued madness momentarily. Both were preparing for what would likely be life or death combat. Unfortunately, it seems we may have found two of our allies. This is excellent considering our mission and seems timely considering their words. However, the words of the ants suggested they may be in danger, or even the danger themselves. Shino spoke out, and Hinata hesitantly nodded. They mentioned one of us becoming the problem, Hinata said worriedly. She stared at the thick walls of trees that obscured whatever was happening ahead of them. Very confounding, Shino admitted. However, it is best to see the problem ourselves. Hinata once again nodded, now looking determined. Shino released his hands from his pocket, his left gloved and right bare. As he did so, several of his various insects flew off into the surrounding area, quickly offering the Aburame an area of control. No one would come close or leave without his knowledge. It wasn't a perfect recon field. Given more time and security, Shino could make a much more secure and even defensive one. But this would work for now. His allies were crafty and would also set out to set several traps for any foes, all the better to ensure this went smoothly. The traps wouldn't kill immediately but would, over time, drain the victims of all their chakra. They were now as safe as they could be to engage in battle. As he did so, Hinata activated her Byakugan, only to gasp in shock and suddenly race off toward the situation. Hinata is a shy type who rarely takes risks or initiatives unless fully motivated. For her to be shocked and race off suggests our allies may truly need help. Shino thought as he cursed and followed after her. He would ensure the situation went as they willed. The two burst into what used to be another section of forest full of trees and shrubs. However, it had been flattened for lack of a better word. It looked like something had rampaged through the area. Trees and shrubs were ripped from the ground or seemingly obliterated. The ground around them was full of pits and holes, as if something had also smashed into it. Yet it seemed oddly erratic. However, that was the least remarkable finding in this newly made clearing. For a ginormous Choji stood on the edge of a clearing, seemingly covered in cuts and bruises. His skin was also covered in dark markings, and his eyes were wide open and glowing red as he screamed in unusual fury. He was now the size of a large building and seemed to have a temper much too small for it. The large man raced along the edge of the clearing with shocking speed, punching at the occasional tree. Shino was shocked. Choji, both in attitude and form, was more than Shino had seen. Such wanton destruction and anger were rare for Choji. And his eyes, what had happened to him? Hinata tapped his shoulder and pointed out a spot a short distance ahead of the raging giant. There was an equally haggard-looking Sakura. The pink-haired woman dodged desperately and could be heard pleading with Choji. Her shouts strained as she desperately dodged and ran from Choji's dogged pursuit. The wear and tear, bruises, and dried blood made it clear that this struggle had been going on for a while. It seemed Sakura was trying to break through to the giant instead of fighting back. Shino nodded at the Hyuga as the pair raced off without a word. As they did, Sakura stumbled, having missed a branch on the ground, tripped over it, and fell bodily to the ground. She rolled to quickly recover to her credit, but the irate giant had seen the opportunity. Choji had caught up and mercilessly prepared a finishing stomp. Just as the foot closed in, Hinata appeared beneath it, standing in front of the downed Sakura. Boldly seeming to defend her even as death by foot squashing approached both. Hinata spun in place even as it seemed hopeless, desperately calling out, Kaden. Even with Choji's giant foot, the spinning chakra construct held firm and its power and rotation shot the foot back up, making the enlarged Choji stumble back on one leg. Shino appeared above before he could regain his balance and fired off several kunai with paper bombs attached. Each was aimed along Choji's body, the kunai failing to pierce him however proved enough to undo his balance, the giant roaring in shock as he fell to his back. His mere shortfall made the ground shake with a deep rumble. Shino landed in front of the two women, and with a nod towards all three, they all raced back to the opposite side of the clearing from the giant. Regrouping, they took a second to discuss things as a dazed Choji slowly shook off the explosions that would have turned any normal human asunder. Slowly climbing to his feet while muttering to himself. Thanks for the save. I don't think I've ever been so overjoyed to have a backup, Sakura admitted with a sigh. It's been nothing but hardship since I arrived in this terrible place. How did you all get here? Better yet, do you know why we're here? There is no need to thank us. We could not allow our teammates and comrades to go missing without extending an effort to reclaim them. Naruto's summons was aware of such, and informed said blonde. Naruto then decided to lead us here to save you all. It seems an unknown individual or group was responsible for your taking in the first place, though we cannot be sure why yet. Hinata answered quickly and with a small smile. Where is here anyway? It doesn't seem like anywhere geographically I can remember. Whole different biomes exist here in a way that contradicts what is known to be possible. Not to mention the wild and plant life is seemingly overgrown to the max. It's like we're in a whole different world, Sakura asked the two. This is all related to summoning clans. Apparently, they are entirely from a different world, unlike the standard theory. Not merely hidden somewhere on ours, but somewhere different yet similar. Apparently, despite the fact it is different and distinct from ours, they exist somewhat in the same space. Shino started to explain. A different world? Sakura asked, shocked. Hinata and Shino took a short while to run Sakura through the situation, explaining their limited knowledge regarding Terra and the summoning system as a whole as well as their secondary mission. Great. This is somehow even worse than I had thought. It's been a massive mess ever since I arrived. First I spawned in some swamp and was chased out by some giant lizard clan. Ended up around here and eventually, I managed to find Choji in this messed up place. Together, we spent a few days surviving. Nearly every hour, something either chased or attacked us, so consistent foraging or even sleep was nearly impossible. Leading to the two of us getting exhausted quickly. So much so we were being tracked by those mutts for Kami knows how long. When we were at our weakest, they finally stopped following and attacked. It was my fault. I was sleeping, and Choji had taken the first watch. By the time I awoke, they had already started to overrun Choji. I assumed he had boldly defending me to ensure my safety. I dove into the battle trying to stop them. But before I could, they managed to subdue and take him away. I was weak, half delirious, and I passed out. That's odd indeed, Hinata replied. Murray said that these summoning clans see us as a commodity. Even just being a summoning clan seems to offer a litany of benefits, and if they weren't interested in that, surely those wolves would have killed and eaten him. Based on his behavior as well as appearance. Shino started as Choji finally climbed to his feet and roared angrily. They must have somehow gained control over his actions. My friend and teammate is a gentle soul who just so happens to love nature. He would never so carelessly thrash around. It is beneath him. Asterisk 5. That's what I also concluded, Sakura agreed with a grim nod. I was searching the area relentlessly, but between the amount of ground to cover, and the ever-present threat of the inhabitants I moved slowly however. But suddenly I found him, but he wasn't the Choji we all know. He was screaming and raging, was single-handedly fighting off giant birds with ease. Turning from giant to normal with ease and precision. I never realized how scary Choji could be. That's troubling, Shino added. Choji is quite the skilled shinobi but struggles to do a full-sized expansion jutsu. As well as even engaging in battle outside of rage or desperation. Also my friend isn't a stamina man, he would normally wear out by now. Somehow, this trance they've put him in must empower as well as control him. We must aid him, now. But how? Sakura interjected. I've tried talking to him, but he seems not to care, he even seems keen on killing me. And believe me when I say he's a tank. I haven't seen much of anything even slow him down. He can tear trees from the ground with ease. Well, it seems there is a foreign chakra flowing through his chakra system. Hinata chimed in. She had been observing Choji's chakra system during the conversation. It seems to be slowly mixing with his own, though it's almost too thick to do so easily. 6. If we exhaust his chakra network or allow my allies to drain it, it should be enough to force all of the foreign chakra out as well, hopefully before it fully accumulates. If we fail to do so timely, it will likely make reversing the process difficult if not outright impossible. Assuming we do succeed, however, it should allow the trance to be broken. Shino concluded the thought. At the very least, it will force him to shrink, at which point we can detain him much easier, and until such a point, we can reverse the effects of whatever ails him. However, I must insist you, Sakura, rest for now. I can fight. Sakura objected strongly, her face showing her anger at being told to step aside. However, Shino had no time to be political. You're dangerously low on chakra. Shino countered brutally. Sakura's head fell in shame as he continued. Maybe enough for a short battle, but someone with your combat level and current stamina would only get in the way. I do not mean to be offensive, merely objective. Sakura froze at the logical breakdown, her mind whirling at his blunt words. Shino felt no satisfaction at such, but would not allow his feeling to comprise his logic. Do not be prideful. It is impressive that you have survived thus far. Even more so you had the bravery to risk your life for someone who means little to you. Make no mistake, I do appreciate it. For now allow your superiors to take it from here. His piece said. The Aburame raced forward toward Choji, who was now charging them. You are a skilled kunoichi, Sakura, Hinata said with an apologetic bow. But you've been through much. Allow the two of us to handle this. With apologies, the Hyuga rushed off to join the battle. Sakura raised a palm to herself, which glowed as she watched the two begin the fight to aid Choji. Her gaze seeming defiant. Hinata's pav. It felt terrible leaving Sakura behind like that. She had been through so much and seemed desperate to help someone who was not even her teammate. That spoke extensively of her character and inner strength. But Shino was also correct in saying she was exhausted and needed rest. Her physical reserves were low, and Hinata supposed her health was more important than her pride. Her mind shifted to focus as Choji's earth-shaking gait came close, their friend roaring in rage as he sent a haymaker of a punch right for Shino. The Aburame broke into a cloud of bugs as the fist punched through, the cloud mobbing around the fist. Choji growled as he used his other hand to bat them away, leaving him open. Hinata formed a hand sign as she sought to take advantage of such, calling out her technique with a frown. Gentle fist. Precise beam. Hinata spun as she slashed the beam into the back of Choji's left knee, causing the giant to scream in pain as his left knee folded, making him kneel. Shino suddenly appeared in the sky, standing on what seemed to be a platform of insects. The man then tossed even more paper bomb-tagged kunai, each of which exploded and knocked Choji off balance once again. The large man barely stood, grunting in fury and pain. Hinata followed up with a jab of her palm, sending off an air palm, which slammed into Choji's back and helped Shino floor him. The giant fell to his back flat, once again dazed. Shino wasted no time on such weaving hand signs as the dazed Choji attempted to rise. Something I didn't get to use in the exams, my elemental chakra nature, Shino explained as he finished his signs. Earth style. Earthen restraint. As he bellowed, the earth beneath Choji writhed, several large strands of it wrapping around the wrist and ankles of the giant. It didn't stop there, also wrapping around his waist and neck. Shino then raised his arms above his head, his hoodie writhed as thousands of beetles flowed from it, the insects all surging onto the downed Choji and greedily sucking as much chakra as they could from him. Hinata also raced in, recognizing Shino's plan, quickly adapting to it, and aiding it. She dropped her hands into a hand sign, mentally thanking Naruto again as 3 clones formed around her. The 4 split into 2 groups of 2, running up separate legs of the giant and jabbing with absurd speed as they did. Though their progress was slow, the chakra points enlarged as they were, and they were resistant to gentle fist, and each required several attacks to close. Hinata felt it needed to be more practical but was confident it would undoubtedly have an effect if she continued. Hinata could see thousands of insects feeding upon the giant, but even their combined efforts were slow to affect his chakra like this. She could see it was slowly working on the foreign chakra and his own. But all the while, Choji roared and writhed against his restraints. From the thuds and rumbles of the ground, as well as knowing the strength of the Akamichi, Hinata doubted they could keep him down for long. Suddenly, however, he stopped as Choji chuckled. I forgot I could go back. You're in trouble now. The giant called before there was a sudden poof of smoke. Though his voice and tone seemed off, something was different about him. Having been on top of the giant, Hinata and her clones fell to the ground roughly at his disappearance. The 3 Hinatas sacrificed themselves to soften her landing. Allowing Hinata to be safe, Shino landed from the sky next to her, and the 2 eyed the cloud of smoke with suspicion. Still trying to figure out what had happened, but certain this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, 2 giant feet flew from the cloud of smoke, catching the 2 of them completely off guard. Shino raised an earth wall to take the brunt. Hinata stepped in front of Shino but behind the wall, also activating Kaden. Their combined effort barely stopped the blow. It smashed through the weak stone wall and Hinata's Kaden, sending the 2 flying back as Choji bodily laughed as he left the cloud of smoke. I forgot I could return to normal size. Good thing I did, too. You 2 former friends of mine are rather sneaky attempting to stick and suck me like that. Choji spoke goofily. Why are you attacking us? Shino asked calmly. I am your friend, a comrade who has bled and shed tears with you. Don't worry, buddy. We'll do so again. Just join the masters, and we'll rule this world. All we have to do is serve. You'll never be forgotten again, friend. Choji laughed merrily. Masters, Hinata said concerned. You were right. If the true Choji can hear me in there, fret not, Shino assured. I will free you from whoever controls you, as well as punish these so-called masked. Shino was suddenly taken from view as a giant black blur flew by and snatched him. Another blur did as well, though this one stopped to face Hinata and Choji, revealing a lanky, tall, blonde man smiling happily at them. Ah, trying to kill each other, Jabaki jokingly said as he flipped the 2 off. Fine by us. Kill each other while we torture that shitty Aburame to death tilde. The blonde man offered before jumping after Shino. Hinata went to follow before Choji's giant fist cut off her path. She frowned as she realized Choji, in this odd state, would not allow her to leave with ease. She would have to defeat Choji before she could help Shino. Hinata, can you handle Choji on your own? Sakura cried as she raced by the 2. Hi. But wait. Certainly, but you're still injured. Hinata said with worry and determination in equal measure. You'll have to trust me. That weirdo said they intend to torture and kill him. He'll need help. Sakura refuted, not stopping her pace for even a moment. Sakura wasted no more time explaining, racing off after Shino. Hinata fearlessly dropped into a stance as Choji became large again. As much as Hinata was worried about Shino and Sakura, she had no time to help them. She would merely have to trust that they would hold their own. Perhaps she could defeat Choji quickly. Only one now. The masters won't be pleased, but they said to bring any humans. Choji roared. Hinata merely prepared to free her ally with some tough love. Though she had the oddest suspicion, it would be more challenging than she had thought. Shino's pav. Shino felt annoyed as his new foes carried him away. The large man wasn't even all that quick, he had merely caught him off guard. Shino, however, wasn't one to crack and allowed several allies to sneak aboard. He drew and trusted a kunai for the man's neck. The man chuckled before throwing him with both arms like a lawn dart. Shino was shocked by how hard he was thrown, the force causing him to nearly collide with a tree headfirst. He was only saved by a last-minute substitution, though the log in his place was smashed to bits against the tough bark. Shino panted on a branch just above his potential death, staring at the opposition in front of him. The two were dressed in standard gear for Iwa Junin. The blonde one smiled cruelly, while the one with black hair and a beard glared hatefully. The bearded one, seemingly the leader of the two, spoke first. Your answer will not save your life but will affect your death. He spat bitterly. Are you a member of the cretinous Aburame clan? Do not try to lie to me, boy, you will likely be dying regardless. Of course he is. Jabaki said with joy. Those freaks all look the same. Dark brown hair, thick clothing to hide their disgusting bodies, and those tacky shades. Sucks to be born a freak, aye. Though if you renounce your clan and family now, we may offer some sort of mercy to you yet. As he spoke, Shino subtly checked himself for the number of allies present and injuries. Renounce. No, I am a member of the Aburame clan. In fact, I am the heir of it. And will one day lead the very clan you openly hate. In fact, I am intending to make you answer for your words regarding my family. So you are, Kurobaki said seriously. Then prepare yourself, Aburame. For you have encountered your rivals and bane of the Aburame. The Kamizuru clan. Shino's eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses. He was outnumbered by Junin, who was part of the Kamizuru clan. He had heard of them somewhere before, but where? Why do you quarrel with us? Shino stalled. The others would need time to deal with Choji before they could help. It would be better if he took care of them himself. You rats slaughtered us during the last war. Jabaki spat. Asterisk 7. Truthfully, it matters little, Kurobaki answered. We recognize you are in no way connected to such and that almost anything in war is justifiable. As mere soldiers, we have no free will regarding such. However, it led to the downfall of our clan. Regardless of the reason, as a proud member of the Kamizuru clan, I must avenge the offense. Something you all will answer for one day. An eye for an eye, and you will be the eye today. I see your point, Shino answered. I cannot allow you revenge, but I assure you I will not die today. He replied that their information was new and somewhat concerning but, for now, unimportant. Shino had to help his friends so these two men would fall. Sasuke's pav, northern mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Sasuke and Murray traveled with their captive in relative silence. It was clear to the Uchiha the small raccoon was bothered by the earlier battle. Or at very least his conduct and decisions during such. Before, it had almost incessantly spoken, seemingly a social being that needed to fill the silence. Now, it only offered the occasional info about where to go and how to tend to their captive. It tended to spleen feaster with oddly tender care, ensuring the weasel did not escape but doing its best to do so with great kindness and gentleness. It made it clear what the issue was for the creature. Asterisk 8. Murray was obviously a softy and objected to what he felt was cruel and needless behavior. However, Sasuke wasn't bothered by such, he wasn't blind to it. In fact, Sasuke readily admitted to the moral compromise of his actions. That battle had been unneeded, and by proxy, the death of their foes had been wasteful. Sasuke simply was willing to live with the sin, it was a small price to pay to ensure his family's safety. To hesitate would be to reject his entire ideology. And Sasuke had too much to suffer death and or defeat. As a child, he had promised to do whatever it took to protect and raise the Uchiha. Now, he must stick to that road, many who would oppose or hamper him may die by his own hand. But for Sasuke, it was merely the cost of his ambition. He may commit innumerable sins and may cross the lines of many. But Sasuke would do so as long as it served his clan. Such was the duty of the clan head of the Uchiha. As such, Sasuke accepted the awkward nature with ease. Murray may judge him as he pleases, his opinion matters little. In fact, silence was preferable for what came next, for Sasuke may need to act harshly to ensure the best result. Spleen Feaster and Murray quickly led them back to a massive cave suspiciously clear of ice yet coated in snow. There was so much snow, and the entrance seemed entirely buried. Sasuke took the lead with Murray, carrying the tie-up, and now gagged Spleen Feaster behind him. As soon as they drew close to the massive entrance, its apparent defenses were launched. The enormous pile of snow burying the entrance fell apart as dozens of weasels burst. Several more crawled from cracks and crevices around the entrance. The snow weasels growled and hissed in anger as they tensed and seemed likely to attack the group. Murray, display the hostage, Sasuke ordered as he tensed, prepared to do his best to defend them if the tactic failed. Murray did as asked silently, holding up the tied-up Spleen Feaster above his large form's head. He removed the gag to allow Spleen Feaster to speak, who did not disappoint. My children, it bellowed. I have been captured. Free me at once, then we feast. The snow weasels seemed incensed further by this order. The group slowly moved forward in sync. Their pure killing intent weighed heavily on Murray, though Sasuke had been expecting such. Sasuke reacted swiftly, cuffing Spleen Feaster and raising a kunai to his throat above his head. I would not follow that order. Based on your reaction, many of you are incredibly loyal to Spleen Feaster here. Well, I assure you if you attempt to kill us, it will lead to his death. I am solely responsible for the death of your hunting party earlier, and now have your leader. Test me if you wish. He warned the group, summoning besmirched Flambe with a flick of the wrist and his Sharingan with a blink. The weasels froze with that rebuke, seemingly unsure what to do. Spleen Feaster thrashed within its binding, screaming indignant rage. Screw that. Kill these humans slowly. Sasuke did not use the verbal rebuke again, instead using his free hand to slash Spleen Feaster's face shallowly, silencing its complaint with a shriek of pain as his fur was singed off his face, somehow causing both an audible uproar from the guards as well as a strong silence. Perfect, Sasuke said, pleased. We've established you do not want your leader dead, nor do you wish to cause it. Do not get it mistaken, I'll do so without hesitation or remorse. So here are my demands. The highest-ranking member of your clan shall escort me and my friend here through your home. Once we've seen everything, you'll offer us directions to the closest clan, at which point we'll leave dear Spleen Feaster with you all safe and sound. Spleen Feaster maintained silence as the large group of weasels discussed it. Eventually, one stepped forward. It was a larger one covered in scars and gray fur. I am the one named Rib Sucker. *9 *. I am the eldest member of the Snow Weasel clan. I am most suited to handle this situation, and we will accommodate your demands. But we'll feast upon you should you show weakness or betray your word. Rib Sucker offered. Sasuke felt his left eye twitch in annoyance as Murray silently chuckled. Rib Sucker and Spleen Feaster, these truly are beasts. Sasuke thought disappointedly. That is only as expected. Begin leading us through your home. First, I must ask if you are looking for something particular. Rib Sucker spoke with wisdom his name would not suggest he was capable of. It may save us time or smooth matters over. Sasuke smirked, happy to clash their mind with something with intelligence. We are here due to a rumor, I'm sure many of you know. As you can both see and doubtless have heard, humans have been summoned into Erminsel. We have followed to find them and find out who has done such. Rib Sucker nodded his head slowly. I could promise you with ease that the only humans we have run into have been yourself. I assume our hunting party attempted to consume you and failed. I recognize that a human like yourself looks down on such, but it is merely how we live. Sasuke's Sharingan did allow him to read body language, but reading animals versus persons was night and day. I would check anyway. You may be as honest as you say, but I cannot take this risk. Rib Sucker sighed at such. I was hoping to avoid such. Within our home are our possessions and young. If you were to venture inside, even with the blessing of Spleen Feaster, there is a decent chance my kin will attack. They do not have the same wisdom as I do. The weasel explained. Sasuke barely reacted. I will check, and I expect your compliance. Make no mistake. I do not need it. Force my hand, and all parties involved will perish. Survival of the fittest, as it were. Rib Sucker eyed the Uchiha down before eyeing his leader. The choice is yours, Spleen Feaster. Should you order it, we shall kill these two regardless of price, that includes your life. Or shall we cooperate? This damn human. Cooperate. I shall not die. Spleen Feaster roared with angry indignance. Rib Sucker nodded and gestured with his head for their group to follow. Sasuke and Murray did so at a distance, though Sasuke summoned a shadow clone to watch their back. Certain if the weasels saw the chance they'd go for the kill. Slowly, the small group was allowed through the massive crowd of guards, traversing their home with a tense promise of violence. Sasuke drew close to Murray and whispered to the large-form raccoon. Can we take them at their word? He asked Murray silently. Within reason, Murray whispered back. Most clans wouldn't risk their leader. However, his warning was no joke. Many of the Erminsel inhabitants are more primal than I and others. Especially these savages. So there is a chance they forego common sense and kill us fully. As opposed to partially killing us? Sasuke asked with a raised brow. A small amount of a smile showing on his face. How are you possibly relaxed? Murray whispered harshly. Do you enjoy the threat of death or the spectacle of violence? No, neither, Sasuke answered with ease. It's only that I have spent years preparing myself to do what's necessary for my ambition. Regardless of odds or likelihood, I continue to move forward. For it is as simple as simply doing what I must. He continued. That is what it means to be a man with ambition. One that refuses to give up on their dreams, even if they must crush someone else's. The two went silent as they explored the cave system, both recognizing that focus may very well spare their lives here. Behind them trailed about a dozen weasels, who seemed calm now but pointedly kept close. In front of them, they saw several small holes being used by various weasels. It was clear they were utterly surrounded. Those tunnels lead to our individual bedding areas, Spleen Feaster explained bitterly. They have too few passengers for you humans to fit. Even if your friends were brought there, I assure you, you would not want to see it. Indeed, Rib Sucker chimed in. Though, as I stated, we have seen no humans other than yourself. If we did, we'd be preparing meals and not sending out hunting parties. No food storage or prisons? Sasuke asked bluntly. No need, Spleen Feaster answered arrogantly. We hunt for all our food. Besides, foolish human, do you not know meat spoils? I wonder if yours ever will have the chance to, he finished in what seemed to be what he thought was a subtle threat. Perhaps so, Sasuke replied calmly. We'll see. The group continued in silence as they traversed the cave system. The tunnels were bare except for the floors, covered in odd furs that were cut roughly, as if they were ripped off their owners instead of flayed. Seemingly being mere skins poorly sewn together. There were also several human effigies on occasion. Only bones by now, but had certainly once been macabre displays of rare catches. And Sasuke couldn't help but notice the number of weasels slowly increased as they traveled. Making the idea of a peaceful, noncommittal retreat after this unlikely as hell. The crowd in front and behind them seemed to grow as Sasuke dutifully checked each corridor. Even ordered weasels to clear out the ones he and Murray couldn't access. The Uchiha were not blind to the growing tension of their innumerable enemies before them. It seemed that as their numbers increased, so did their agitation. For they writhed and sounded with fury as time progressed. Slowly, they drew closer and bolder, Spleen Eater encouraging them all the while. Murray seemed incredibly panicked, seemingly realizing how unlikely their chances of escape would be. Sasuke, however, did not mind. He had known even with a hostage, these foul creatures, patience would not hold. It would have been foolish to come this deep without a backup plan. Besides, it was becoming clear Rib Sucker had been honest with his declaration of their innocence. But before he could do so. Rib Sucker, was it? Sasuke asked patiently. Yes, filthy human, Rib Sucker replied. It's become clear you do not hold my allies. However, I must ask if you could point me to the nearest clan. I intend to return your leader and investigate them. Sasuke explained. Fortunately, you have seen reason. The closest clan to us would be our rivals, the Moon Crescent Bear clan. They are shockingly close to us, merely southward 100 or so meters. They've been steadily drawing closer as our war intensifies. We'd be happy to escort you once you've freed Spleen Feaster. Hopefully, you are as much a menace to them as you were to us. Rib Sucker offered. The Uchiha made a mental note of such before Sasuke stopped walking, everyone inside the cave system stopping as well. That sounds kind, Murray, the weasel, if you will. Murray handed him over as Sasuke eyed the weasels gleefully, forming a large group as they stared hungrily at the two of them. Seemingly more excited for their living shield to be gone. Though it seems you plan to devour us regardless. It's a shame you didn't believe me. Rib Sucker said sadly suddenly. Could have lived longer. We of the Snow Weasel clan often switch leadership. While a tragedy to lose our leader, the weasels will settle if it is to enjoy the exotic treat of human flesh. A trap, then, Sasuke answered. As Murray panicked, Sasuke merely prepared his countermeasure. Rip them apart, Spleen Feaster gleefully shouted. Go. Sasuke merely sighed as he placed a hand on Murray. Still holding on to Spleen Feaster, who was raving for their death madly all the while. Shame I had intended to keep my word. Though it seems your own was not to be trusted. No matter, a Uchiha always has a backup plan. Hopefully, the bears have what I'm looking for, have more sense than yourselves, and enjoy your leader as a welcome gift. Goodbye. As Sasuke finished, the group leapt through the air. So numerous and massive the falling cloud of death there would be no defending or dodging. However, it mattered little once Sasuke and the group burst into smoke. Leaving behind nothing but a pile of confused weasels. Rib Sucker could merely gawk as he realized the group had lost their meal and their leader. They would be angry and in need of a scapegoat. Perhaps a certain elder who had led them down this path. He trembled as the confusion of the pile and other hungry weasels gave way to anger, their hungry and angry eyes locked onto the elder weasel. He began to mutter a defense. It was a doomed effort, and it soon gave way to screams. As the Snow Weasels started their promised meal, though their course had changed wildly. 10. Naruto, Yuno's Pav, South Swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Naruto could only gape at the two. Shocked that he had found them so soon and that they were oddly enough hostile. That hesitation nearly cost him dearly, for Yuno closed in with shocking speed, using her unique dagger to nearly behead him. Naruto ducked it clumsily, leaving him open to a punch from Kiba on his face. He stumbled back, suffering a slash to his back from Yuno. It cut him shallowly but had nearly been more devastating. She attempted a stab to his legs, but Naruto caught her by her wrist and, using her as a projectile, chucked her into Kiba, sending the two sprawling in a ball as Naruto caught up with the situation, preparing himself as they untangled themselves. The two of them just came at me hard, they were certainly playing for keeps. Why the hell would the two of them be so mad at me? They've always been weird, but this is just strange. They said something about masters earlier, are they somehow under control? Naruto thought as the two stood and chuckled with apparent glee. So it's just as you said, Kiba said to Yuno with a smile. This damn freak really is strong, the same kind of monster as Gaara, he taunted Naruto. *11*. Not to mention our good friend here is holding back, go ahead if you wish. I'll just make beating you all the more fun. Now, Yuno interjected. Freak or not, he's interesting, and the masters would surely love it if we brought him back. He would be essential for their plan, plus I wanna play with him. Okay, what the hell is going on? Naruto asked, utterly confused. I get you under control, but why are you acting so damn strange? Strange, he says. Kiba barked with a laugh. He doesn't understand at all. The masters may have picked poorly. But hey, we're supposed to bring him, surely they won't mind him being only a little dead. Perish the thought, Kiba. Yuno chided. Besides, he still thinks like a human. Once they get along with him, he'll be more like us. More like you. What the hell does that mean? Better yet, who the hell is this master, and where can I find and kick his or her ass? Naruto asked angrily. The image of his friends being forcefully controlled infuriated him to his core. And their odd behavior only fed into his indignant rage. More like us indeed, Blondie. See, once the masters have their influence on you, it shows in many ways. Firstly, it rids us of useless emotions while enhancing the ones that make us more primal, let's say. It shows strangely, making us less humane and displaying the traits we bury deep inside. For example, Fang over Fang. Kiba screamed as he suddenly launched himself at Naruto. The blonde reacted quickly, raising his hands and catching the blur of Kiba. He slid back from the force as Kiba menacingly glared at his eyes. Thanks to them, I can admit I'm jealous of you. I'm a damn clan heir. You were nobody and I respected that, even before Shikamaru took up for you. I saw you oddly enough as a rival of mine, yet in the exams, you outshined me, made me look pathetic. I'm so damn envious of you it hurts, you damn blonde bastard. Kiba screamed, then smiled. Not only does it make me admit that. Kiba roared as he flexed and sent Naruto stumbling back as he landed on his feet. It makes us stronger and faster as well, Kiba finished. And it's gonna make me enjoy hurting you just a little more. Naruto flinched as he drew Riptide and deflected several kunai from behind. Yuno smiled at him from behind teasingly. For me, it has enhanced some deeper urges, maybe once we beat you within an inch of your life, I'll show you, she promised. Kiba's always been competitive, but it was always friendly before. And while I may have outshined him in the exams, he'd never admit such. Plus, being openly jealous is something I just can't see happening. He's so damn confident just like me. Equally as confusing as Yuno, Neji has said that Yuno has always been a flirt, but I never saw it, now even I can notice it. Is this controlling technique affecting their personalities? I mean they're acting pretty damn different, maybe if I beat them they'll be freed. Best idea I can think of in the middle of combat. Naruto, you look so cute while thinking so hard, Yuno taunted with an airy chuckle. I wonder, my little blondie, if you've gotten any better at genjutsu since we last fought, Yuno asked. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Shit. Naruto was suddenly batted away by an unseen force. Naruto jumped up into the treetops, eyes wildly scanning for both of them. But now he couldn't see either of them. However, he heard a whistle of air and, trusting his instincts, jumped to another branch as the last one was cut free from the tree from seemingly nothing. He dodged such but was once again sent flying into a tree. Naruto couldn't even land. As he impacted the branch he felt a powerful blow hit his ribs, nearly breaking them with its force. I have no choice, not sure how to save them, but for now, I gotta stop them from kicking my ass. Naruto thought as he prepared to fight back in earnest. Naruto fell toward the water but managed to catch another branch and swing himself upward. As he did, he summoned several shadow clones around him, each flying up toward the tops of trees. Naruto watched as several were seemingly turned apart by nothing before he landed himself below where they had been slain. He flinched realizing this would be hard, before Naruto suffered another slash on his left arm. He wildly struck out but only met air, instead cursing as he was kicked from the branch. The male chuckled, giving away the fact that it was Kiba. Just my luck, a genjutsu and taijutsu specialist are jumping me. I'm still lousy at genjutsu, and knowing Yuno, removing it wouldn't be easy anyway. Worse yet, they're both so damn fast. They are on an entirely different level than I saw at the exams. Gonna have to take them seriously. Naruto's eyes seemed to shine as he suddenly stomped out with his feet, the impact of his fall shattering bark as he managed to stand on the trunk horizontally. Naruto did not think it would be a waste here. Instead, trusting some sort of inner instinct, he lashed out blindly with his fist, smiling as he heard Kiba's pained grunt. He raised his arms into a guard stance as Yuno suddenly appeared. A diving double kick from her drove Naruto into the swamp water below. Both disappeared as they chuckled at such a thing. However, Naruto merely waited patiently under the murky water's surface. He had hoped for this to happen. To create some space, preferably with water. It would surely allow him to. There. Two separate random ripples of water had formed. It must be them. Naruto activated his trap as they landed. Suddenly, two chains of Naruto burst from the muddy depths. Both links ended in a crowd of Narutos blindly reaching out in all directions. The odd human chains blinded grabbed at the ripples. A shocked gasp from both ripples made it clear his plan had worked. Another 10 surrounded the submerged blonde, and all of them called out with defiance. Kai. Asterisk 13. Naruto blinked and smiled as he saw his clones now grappling both Kiba and Yuno. He was free from the genjutsu. He then grabbed the bottom-most clones of the chains from underwater and, with a grunt of effort, lifted both with a hand each and shook both chains as hard as he could. This resulted in the chains of blonde writhing through the air, the momentum flowing through the chain of Naruto's sending each up and then violently down. Slamming both Kiba and Yuno deep into the water below. Naruto smirked as he kicked himself up to breach the water, landing on it with focused eyes. The two of them breached gasping for air. However, Naruto appeared before Kiba first and smacked him back into the water with a double-handed smash. Naruto then drew Riptide and deflected a desperate knife lunge from Yuno, the force of his deflect sending her sprawling onto the surface of the water, partially sinking and struggling to her feet. Before she could, however, Naruto stepped over her and thrust Riptide at her. Naruto stopped shy of plunging his blade into her throat. Both were frozen as they stared into each other's eyes. While Naruto tried to find any awareness in her, Yuno's mind whirled from within. Seemingly being awoken from the similar situation she found herself in. Yuno's pav. Yuno stopped inwardly screaming as her body froze, finally stopping its attack on her own friend. Yuno also froze inwardly, the scene before her taking her back to a vivid memory of hers. But instead of Naruto with a blade to her throat, it had been Sasuke. Shortly after the failed coup of their clan, the two of them were introduced. Before, they had been distant cousins in a large and varied family. Now, they were two of the last remaining loyal Uchiha. The two of them would represent the newest generation of Uchiha and decide how the clan would be perceived in the future. It only made sense for them to be friends in her mind. So Yuno, stubborn and determined as ever, decided to befriend the equally stubborn and likely newly traumatized Sasuke. Yuno missed their clan but hadn't been all that close to them. She was only half Uchiha and as such they were not even within the main grounds. So her mother and her had never truly minded. Sasuke, however, had seemed broken from the ordeal. But the male Uchiha had proven steadfast and focused on his goal, so much so that he seemed somewhat unhappy about it. Yuno often worried he would never be, and she was determined to break through to him both for him and herself. The only method that was successful for her was training with him. It cooled Sasuke's temper and earned his respect, two things necessary to becoming close to him. Though often, their spars ended the same way. Sasuke was often described as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, one that nearly rivaled his older brother. Yuno was skilled in her own right but not nearly on the same level. Nor did she intend to be a prodigy. As such, often, Yuno ended their spars at the end of a practice blade from Sasuke, a position Naruto now held. It was odd that Naruto reminded her of him, but all the same the vivid reminder of who she was punched through her cloudy, smoke-filled mind. Yuno gasped as she realized she was free. However, a vile feeling slowly encompassed her. They were regaining control. She needed to punch through it somehow and quickly. If only she could reprogram herself. Naruto. Yuno cried desperately. A mirror or something now. Naruto certainly did not understand, but he quickly removed and held out his headband. Freshly polished as usual, it reflected the light from the sun. Allowing Yuno to see her own reflection, Sharingan spinning wildly and looking scared. Yuno offered no thanks, merely glaring her Sharingan eyes into the reflection as she activated a Sharingan genjutsu on herself. Her chakra flooded into her system and combated itself. Yuno felt pain from all over. It was blinding. She was certain she was screaming but couldn't hear or even think. The darkness that weighed on her body and mind was quickly fading. It seemed her ploy worked, and she had freed herself. She was tired. She needed to help Naruto with Kiba as well, but first, she'd get some sleep. 14. Naruto's pav. Naruto watched, utterly perplexed, as Yuno slumped over. Seemingly unconscious, he caught her and stared befuddled at the unconscious woman. All right, that happened. Convenient, but not sure why or how. Need to wrap this up quickly, see what I can do for her. Before Naruto could ponder it, he heard a splash, and a roaring Kiba breached the water and shook excess water from himself as he stood on the surface. Well, still got him to worry about. Naruto thought grimly as he summoned a clone to carry Yuno off to a more giant branch nearby and turned to face Kiba. One down, one to go, Naruto called with a smile. Trusting this Kiba would still be as hot-headed as he remembered his friend being. It's better this way anyway. I wanted something personal. Let's settle it. Let's see which of us are truly stronger. Kira ranted as he crouched low. I really don't care which of us is stronger, Naruto replied. But I didn't come here merely to let you kick my ass. We're going home, regardless of the new personality. Yes, to the master home, we shall. Besides, I'm tired of being second string, it's time to be the alpha I always have been. Kiba taunted as he and Naruto rushed in to begin their fight in earnest. Lee's Pav East Forest of Erminsel, Terra. Lee tensed as the formerly friendly Okama slowly surrounded him. All the while, Suzumaki laughed cruelly. Lee eyed the odds and realized he was surrounded by 10 clan members and Suzumaki, who even while laughing, pointed a finger at him. She clearly intended to let Okama take him on while she offered support. It would be dangerous. However, if she landed that sting again, the gates wouldn't save him. He couldn't reopen the second gate after all. I'll admit, I've never met a genin as strong as you. Suppose the age program wasn't so worthless for a mere upstart like you to nearly beat me. Suzumaki panted arrogantly. Luckily, your foolish decision not to kill once you had the chance has now returned to haunt you. The very clan that protected you now will tear you apart, and if you so much as forget about me for even an instant, I'll make you join them. I will not allow such. I intend to punish you for this wanton cruelty, Lee vowed. Let's see you smash your friends to prove it. Suzumaki roared. Beat him near death, then bring him to me. Worry not for your lives. The Okama wordlessly heeded her words. 3 transformed into a bear, wolf, and snake, respectively. 4 turned into bruiser forms, and the last 3, oddly enough, put their palms to the ground and seemed to focus intently on it. This is problematic. With this many opponents of unknown ability and strength, it'll be difficult to defeat them. Watch out for the Junin, and do so without harming them long term. Lee pondered as he lowered himself and prepared to rush Suzumaki. Surely, if I take her out, they'll be freed. Youthful wild spear, Lee called as he launched himself like the namesake of the technique. This surprised the oncoming wave of Okama, allowing Lee to fly past the bruisers and transform. He drew close to a shocked Suzumaki, who stumbled back in shock. However, just as Lee drew close to her, the ground in front of her bubbled before a wall of raw clay burst from beneath. Lee crashed into it and nearly broke through, aiming a punch for Suzumbaki's face. However, arms formed in the clay grabbed Lee and pulled him from itself. *15*, it then chucked Lee towards the transformed bear. Lee adapted quickly, flipping around in the air and thrusting his palm into the large bear's chest. Youthful wild wave, Lee called as the bear suddenly stumbled back, losing his bear form, returning to his original one, and collapsing unconscious. Lee flinched as he caught a snake. However, the creature merely hissed with joy, wrapping it around his arm. Lee cried out as a numb pain spread up from it but focused as he saw a bruiser draw close. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Lee slammed his own arm through the mess hall floor, driving the snake through it by proxy as he called out with effort. Leaf whirlwind. Using his arm as leverage, Lee managed the spinning kick to clip the incoming bruiser's face, and another ribs knocking out 2 more instantly. However, trusting his instincts, Lee grunted as he pushed off the ground, using raw strength to fly into the air. This allowed him to narrowly avoid a landing with Suzumaki, who growled as she glared at him. Lee smiled back, enjoying her frustration, but was stopped as his legs were suddenly encompassed. He looked at his feet to see 2 strands of clay wrapped around his feet. Before he could react, the strands pulled him onto the ground violently. Lee spits out the blood at the impact as his body was racked with pain. Lee attempted to stand, but the wolf Okama bit his shoulder and tried to wrestle him to the ground. Lee resisted his efforts with raw strength but was overwhelmed as the 3 bruisers wrapped him up, and transformed Okama each grabbed a limb. Soon, the wolf and bruisers had Lee restrained, each holding a limb as the limping Suzumaki approached. Lee growled as he desperately attempted to wrestle free. However, Suzumaki quickly closed the distance, punching Lee in the ribs with a painful crunch. Lee gasped aimlessly and momentarily stopped his resistance. Lee, Mooney's voice called out, full of concern. She had crawled back up to the mess hall through a hole in the floor. She was bloodied and clearly injured and had significantly struggled to make it back here. Remember what I taught you. Ninshu is the key. Feel no shame, strange young man. You may have failed not only yourself and your village but also Okama. Suzumaki said mockingly as she theatrically held up a finger. But truthfully, you could have never been expected to defeat an Iwa Junin of the Kamizuru clan. But fret not, soon all of that won't matter to you, wasp style, domineering sting. She cried with joy as she lunged at Lee. Lee was not despairing or panicking, however. Gai Sensei had long taught him he would achieve nothing while working under fear or despair. So, As she monologued, Lee calmly pressed his palms to two of the bruisers, preparing his ninju to take them out. But regardless of how he reacted, she would land her venomous blow. Lee couldn't counteract the effects again, and ninju would allow him to land his own blow, but it would not allow him to stop hers. She would hit him somewhere, and then the venom would spell his doom. But why had Mooney seemed so confident that the answer lay before him? What had she said about ninju? Ninju is fundamentally different from jutsu, which you humans use. For one reason or another, your species is specially able to use chakra in that way. Your bodies have complex and large chakra pathways, allowing you to use and develop chakra within your body and use it in countless ways. However, other species like us raccoons could not feasibly use jutsu as humans do. Our pathways are much simpler and tiny, used purely to fuel our body but not substantial enough to use it as wastefully as humans. Instead, we use the chakra around us. We can manipulate it to a certain extent by using our meager reserves in a specific way. It is why we are such skilled clay manipulators. This is certainly more limited than ninjutsu, but if used properly, it can be much more versatile. It is said the leader of the Okama is an utter master of ninju. So much so he can supposedly reflect chakra, though with how rarely it battles, it could be a mere rumor. Regardless, I doubt someone like you could achieve such a thing. Ninju has similarities to ninjutsu, but the base mechanics are different. Reflecting on the chakra would be ideal, but how do we go about it? Lee wondered as he began his counter. There was no time for hesitation. Lee activated Youthful Wild Wave, instantly knocking the two guards holding his arms. Lee grasped his right arm with his left hand as he began using his chakra to manipulate the chakra in the air. I have to reject her venom completely, or else I lose. I can't waste time pondering how to do it. Merely have to do it. I'll use the chakra around me as a hammer and send her chakra back to the sender. Lee decided as he thrust his fist at her finger. Too late. It doesn't matter where I sting you. You're mine. Suzumaki roared triumphantly. Asterisk 16. Youth hammer. Lee called as the two techniques met. Neither was a powerful blow, so they tapped lightly for a mere instant. But there was a hiss of air as chakra clashed. Suddenly Suzumaki froze. She stumbled back before falling to the ground stiffly, seemingly unable to even stand now. What have you done to me? Suzumaki screamed from the ground, now somehow paralyzed. I am not the most intelligent man, but if my opponent bluntly tells me their technique and how it works, even I'm capable of finding a counterplay, Lee answered frankly. My ninju allowed me to send your venomous chakra back at you. I imagine you can't control yourself, and as such, it is merely paralyzing you as a backfire effect. I sincerely hope it is not permanent. That should be impossible. There is no way you managed to do that in the heat of battle. Suzumaki roared. I do not believe in impossibilities, Lee countered. Through the power of youth and effort, nearly anything can be achieved. Lee glanced around the room, noticing the Okama were now mumbling to themselves and reacting to shock at their surroundings. They all resumed their original forms, and the clay manipulators worked to remove it. All of them were glancing at the two but seemed aware enough of the situation to leave it to him. So they have been freed and remember everything, how fortunate. It seems Mishiro was wise to send me. A female voice cut through the surprise. Lee warily looked up to see an odd redhead female in a crop top and tights march into the mess hall with utter confidence. Name's Lifuzu Uzumaki. Normally by now, I'd be killing many of you. But Mishiro was clear about gathering the goons first. So I'll be taking that popsicle of a woman there. That said, rest assured I'm sure she'll order me to hunt you all down later. It'll be fun to upset the bitch a bit tilde. Lee frowned at her cavalier attitude and faced off against the woman. You must be her comrade. I will not allow you or her to leave this place. You have, without a doubt, shown yourselves to be untrustworthy, and she has threatened the life of my friends. I would have her answer for that. Due to such I must reject your request. I wasn't asking, Lifuzu said, shockingly as she stood beside him. Lee felt a weight of dread settle on him and reacted defensively, jumping back. She's much faster than the other woman. Shame too. A battle with a man like you would surely be somewhat fun, exciting at the very least. I enjoy killing the strong as much as laying with them. Lifuzu then bent over to pick up the now unconscious Suzumaki. She purposely swung her rear as she did, knowing Lee would be watching closely. Lee felt surprise and embarrassment fill him all at once. Guy-sensei had trained a gentleman, and to leer at even an enemy was shameful. He whipped his head to the side violently to give her modesty. Before it occurred to him how foolish taking his eyes off them was. However, as he looked back, both women were gone. 17. A. Onoki's Pav, Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone Village. A smiled to himself as his group journeyed home in the style he always traveled. The Raikage had long trained his men on how to treat him and present themselves. The Junin marched around him like an army, in sync and tirelessly. The lesser ranks carried the carriage a road on by hand. The Anbu trailed them visibly but at the edges of the group, purposefully showing their full might as they made the journey home. Which would be horrifying to see such a force openly marching. It would surely make a boring trip more entertaining. The spectacle was usually enough to keep Kiba in a good mood, however, today was unnecessary. The exams had gone poorly initially, and even his impressive Samui was performing poorly. Yet none of that mattered either. His spies had discovered a pretty juicy bit of info. Several members of the Hidden Leaf Village had gone missing during the exams. The exact number and specific members missing couldn't be verified, well except one. One that filled with anticipation and wonder, the Jinchuriki of the Leaf was missing. Onoki's Pav. Is what you say true? The Tsuchikage of the Stone asked, his face matching his village's moniker. This is nothing to report lightly. Well, we can't be certain yet, sir, Akatsuchi replied jovially. Our spies did report such, but as I'm sure you're aware, it could be mere speculation or rumor. Though personally, I believe it. Looking back, there did seem to be some notable folks missing during the party. A shame too, the samurai threw a shockingly enjoyable party. Focus, you fool, Onoki snapped. So the information suggests the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is missing. Sir, it seems so, the Leaf even left in a hurry. And our spies confirmed a secret meeting between Hiruzen the Hokage and Mifune General of the Land of Iron. Certainly seems to suggest something was wrong. Something wrong enough they left before the others could hear of it. And if it was true, it would be wise to leave. Even among the great villages, the Leaf has many enemies. Akatsuki replied. Of course, it would be foolish to not even consider a move if this was true. The Leaf has always been a fearsome foe, not only for their annoying exceptional shinobi but because the Kyuubi is arguably the strongest of the tailed beast. A subtle trick from that Hashirama bastard that haunts us all to this day. But if it was gone, Onoki chuckled dryly. Better yet, that young man in particular being gone would be most opportune for everyone. Naruto Uzumaki? Akatsuchi asked, confused. Besides his status as Jinchuriki, he seems unremarkable to me, sir, if not a tad bit entertaining. How short people's memories are, Onoki mumbled to himself. A blonde male, with considerable power without even using his beast, who just so happens to be a Jinchuriki. Nothing jumping out at you. I suppose he almost looks like that wretched Minato, but he's an Uzumaki. Besides, surely no father would be as cold as imprisoning a beast within their child. Akatsuchi said with apparent disbelief. Onoki sighed with deep annoyance. Close but far as usual, our village is fortunate enough to have the hardy and loyal type of citizens. Without fail we find suitable host for each generation. However, most other villages have to be selective with who they choose. While it's cruel, sacrificing someone you know is often safer. Better the known option. Besides, it's only a hunch for now. While he may be powerful, he's awfully different from Minato, however. A's Pav. However unlikely it was that Naruto Uzumaki was both Jinchuriki and spawn of Minato. It was more likely than I was comfortable with. If the Leaf managed to raise another Minato and one who was a Jinchuriki, they might become too strong to stop. It was fortunate it seemed someone had made a move on the blonde. A shame, considering the progress Samui had seemingly made. But it would be foolish not to take advantage if the Leaf were weakened. As long as the 5 great villages had existed, the Leaf had been incorrectly heralded as the strongest. Even more frustrating was their performance in the wars. It, among other reasons, had been how the old fool Hiruzen had convinced him of this new academic route for shinobi. But now, if they had lost their weapon and even more men. A's ambition was palpable. He had only tolerated this peace to ensure they did not interfere with his plans. But it had been grating for A, just as his sensei had taught him and the Cloud has always done. A truly wished to conquer and expand their domain. Make the Cloud better as a truly great leader did. But he would move cautiously. A knew that moving recklessly would leave him nearly as open as the Leaf was supposedly now. A would first have to get a confirmation for this information. And if the rumors were true. An Onoki Pav. It's finally time to end this useless peace. We may just have to end this peace. Naruto Ichumi's Pav, Southern Swamps of Erminsel, Terra. Naruto and Kiba stared each other down intensely. Naruto wasn't sure why Kiba seemed so gung-ho about fighting him. The two were distant friends, not too far from strangers. And yet, while he was being controlled, Naruto felt an odd sense of honesty from Kiba. As if his frustration wasn't purely born from his control but amplified by it. 1. Naruto glanced over to the clone carrying the downed Yuno, snapping his eyes back to ensure Kiba hadn't moved. But the Inuzuka had not moved and seemed amused by his concern. This fight has been a long time coming, maybe not for you, but certainly for me, Kiba barked. So it's fine you put her out of the way. We men have a pecking order to establish. Then the masters will use you as nothing more than a second string for me. The blonde didn't quite understand Kiba's ramble, but it made things easier. Naruto jerked his head to the side. Understanding his meaning, Kiba joined the blonde as the two raced off a decent distance from the tree the blonde's clone was guarding the downed Yuno. The two stood in an area of murky water mostly clear of debris except small tries and large stones. Kiba, Naruto yelled. What the hell? You were never the kind of guy the first imagined letting himself be ordered around. What are you, some kind of goon now? Are you really gonna let some bastard make you hurt your friends? Shut up, Blondie, Kiba replied mockingly. Sure, the masters are the reason we're both here. And I'd be lying if I said I'd normally do this, but rest assured. There is a part of me that loves this. You don't mean that, Naruto spat. They influence your mind, making you irate towards me to support their own will. Can't you see they're merely using you? Of course the masters are. Kiba flippantly responded. However, I'm using them too. I may have to do their bidding, but at least I won't fall behind. At least now I can be the alpha I always should have been. Why does any of that matter? The Kiba I thought I knew would never take a shortcut or bow to anyone. Naruto spoke patiently. You're right, of course, Kiba admitted with ease. Perhaps their control makes me indifferent, but I can swallow my indignation in exchange for power. You, in particular, are not allowed to surpass me, Blondie. Naruto was stunned by his words, which seemed to only amuse Kiba, as he chuckled wildly. The blonde felt indignant fury at this. Kiba had been friendly before. Had he always looked down on him? Naruto could feel his patience snap. The pressure of the last few duels fueled him as he bitterly responded, so it's like that I thought we were rivals. Fuck that, Kiba roared indignantly. You seemed alright to me. Shikamaru spoke up for you, but you're nothing. You're just a clanless nobody with a monster sealed inside you. You were supposed to be the pathetic oddball. The one we all feel bad for as we surpass you. Yet you wouldn't fulfill that simple role. Yuno told me what happened in the exams, after my pathetic defeat. The exams? Naruto asked, confused. The hell does that have to? I fought a monster not dissimilar to yourself. Gaara of the Sand, my training and skills were meaningless, he crushed me with ease. Yet you won with ease, even making it to the semifinals against that beast, Kiba ranted. And you had the gall to do better than me. Yuno told the masters of the Leaf Genin you were the strongest, even stronger than the infamous genius Sasuke Uchiha. Kiba finished his rant with a growl. Why does any of that matter? Naruto responded indignantly. A nobody like you, surpassing a proud Inuzuka member like myself, Kiba murmured as if speaking to himself. It's not right. It invalidates my efforts and accomplishments. Does it mean my potential is small? Are my skills truly so unremarkable? My efforts and knowledge all for nothing? Does the pride of the Inuzuka amount to anything? But then, the masters provided the clarity I needed. It's all so clear to me now, too. Sounds like they filled your head with nonsense. Naruto countered. If I'm stronger than you, you merely need to catch up. Train harder and work with your allies. It's not the end of the world, I'm sure you can. Shut up, Kiba said morosely. The masters may have taken control but, in doing so, made me stronger. Unlike the trifling level of power Yuno got, they saw potential in me and offered me an entire new style. One that, even without Akamaru, will make me more than strong enough to stomp out a trash fire like yourself, Kiba said as he dropped to all fours with a wide, maniacal smile. Fine, if you don't listen to my words, I'll beat some sense into you. Naruto roared as he sheathed Riptide and then launched himself forward. Putting away your little blade is unwise. Kiba roared as he charged forward as well. Like you said, I'm stronger. Besides, I don't need to hurt you, just kick your ass. Naruto retorted as the two closed in. The two met, both throwing wild right haymakers that met with a dull thud of bone and flesh colliding. Both stumble back from the clash, their force causing the water below them to ripple violently. However, Kiba recovers faster, lashing out with a clawed left hand for Naruto's face. Naruto deftly swiped the hand away with his left, leaving Kiba open up for another haymaker from his right. But to Naruto's shock, as he took the opening, Kiba jumped up, allowing the blow to hit his left foot, wild counter. He screamed and, in an impressive display of body control, twirled with the powerful punch and used the momentum to land a powerful backhand to Naruto's face. Naruto stumbled back, as Kiba gleefully called, "Fang over Fang." Naruto cried out in pain as the whirling blur of Kiba smashed into his ribs, his powerful speed taking his breath and sharp claws shallowly cutting into him all the while. The force of the blow sent Naruto skipping along the water before he fell in. As he sank into the murky depths, Naruto thought over the initial clash. He's much stronger and faster than I remember, Naruto gathered as he let his feet touch the soft mud beneath the water. I gotta conserve chakra, but without going all out, this won't be easy. Naruto suddenly substituted with a log as a boulder smashed into the bottom of the water he'd been hiding in. Naruto appeared on the surface, wasted no time, and rushed the chuckling Kiba, who held a smaller boulder in one hand. As Naruto attempted to draw close, Kiba flung the boulder in an impressive display of power and skill. The large stone speeding through the air right at Naruto. However, the blonde did not flinch as he pulled out a metal cup and thrust it toward the stone. Wind style. Implosive rejection. Naruto cried as the familiar sound of screeching wind and suction sounded, Within an instant, the boulder was crushed by the pressure, some of the bits being sucked within the cup, warping the metal before the wind and stone contained within boomed. As the cup was destroyed, it spat out a mix of wind, metal, and stone. The blast sending the debris flying into the stunned Kiba. 3. Stone and wind sent Kiba flying back, covering him in bruises and cuts as the technique overpowered him. However, Naruto did not allow him any reprieve. He needed to end this now and keep enough strength to fight later. Naruto appeared below the flying Kiba and roared as uppercutted the Inuzuka in the gut. The power of the blow stopped the flight and caused Kiba to slowly go up, the Inuzuka spitting out blood from the force of the blow. Naruto grunted as he launched another uppercut into Kiba's midsection. The blonde then grabbed the Inuzuka by the collar, and with a heave launched him headfirst into the water below. Causing a massive splash, the water softened the collision with the mud below, burying Kiba only slightly. The water parting from the force allowed Naruto to vision Kiba. The blonde stayed on the surface, making a hand sign. He spawned a clone and had it grab Kiba's feet. The original Naruto grabbed the clone's feet and, with a grunt of effort, whipped both the clone and Kiba through the air, slamming both into the water again on his opposite side. The two massive impacts within such proximity caused the water to whirl as waves sent Naruto floating back from the effects. Surely that was enough to keep him down. I'll save him from drowning, and hopefully, when he wakes up, he's back to normal. But before the blonde could pursue his assumed defeated opponent, the water suddenly writhed as Kiba shot to the surface. His forehead was bleeding, and his body was beginning to look battered, but he had a smile on his face all the while. Ha 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 ha. Kiba chuckled as if his near death was a hilarious joke. To think I was telling you not to hold back, then nearly died while holding back. Touche blondie, touchy. Are we done now? Naruto said impatiently. You wanted a fight, and I showed you couldn't handle it. It doesn't matter who's stronger, we're comrades and friends. I'll admit Yuno must be telling the truth. Even after the master's gift, you managed to momentarily overwhelm me. I guess I'll get to show you everything I've learned, Kiba warned. Firstly, you've felt my fang over fang, but are you ready for the new version? I'm ready to knock you out, Naruto warned darkly. Why? Kiba suddenly disappeared. Naruto was sent flying through the air, a painful thud hitting his head. Did he just hit me? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted again as another impact sent him spiraling into a small tree, smashing through it, and landing on the water's surface. He did. Howling fang over fang is much faster than the normal version. Faster than even I can move. You're faster than me, but are you fast enough? Kiba taunted as he continued his merciless barrage. 4. Naruto could not respond as another volley of Kiba's new technique hit him. Each stunned him, and Naruto could feel fresh bruises and welts forming from the blows. He's fast. I can barely see him. If I used a personal atmosphere, I'm certain I could keep up. But, if I can stop him as he hits me, I can finish this. Naruto thrust his hands behind him and garnered chakra. Right as the impact hit, he allowed wind chakra to fly from his hands, a massive gust shooting from them and stopping both Naruto and Kiba directional energy, canceling out the momentum from howling fang over fang. However, Naruto was stunned when Kiba called out. Wild counter. Kiba spun around Naruto's left arm, instantly putting the blonde in an odd armbar. You bastard. You even had an answer for that. Kiba laughed. Luckily, my final trick is one you can't muscle out of. This is a submission-style taijutsu created by my masters. Once I flex my muscles, I'll dislocate your elbow, then maybe I'll start snapping bones. He threatened cockily. I'll just force my way out. Naruto countered as he strained his muscles and attempted to pry off Kiba's hands with his free one. However, Kiba just chuckled, as Naruto's efforts seemed pointless. In fact, with a mere shift, Kiba strained Naruto's entire arm, the blonde crying out in pain. Unlikely. The only way you get out is when I let you go. Kiba mocked. Before he tightened the hold, the pain and weight overwhelmed the blonde, who dropped to his knees as Kiba rested against the water's surface. This little fight is over, Blondie, the alpha has been established. Naruto didn't answer, however. Instead, with roaring pain and fury, he stood up and lifted Kiba up as well. With grunts of effort and pain, he ran, with the two of them quickly closing towards land. Clever, you intend to slam me. Kiba taunted. But too late. With a chuckle and flex of his entire body, he pulled his armbar tight, and with a pop, it seemed clear his earlier threat had not been idle. However, the Inuzuka was shocked when Naruto continued charging. With incredible speed and grace, Kiba switched to Naruto's right arm. However, before entirely securing and dislocating the other, Naruto finally reached dry land in his sprint. And with a roar managed to raise Kiba's entire body and arm into the air before slamming it down. By proxy, driving Kiba into the hard stone below, cracking it. Kiba spat out blood but with a crooked smile kept in the new armbar. Gonna take more than that. And you're down an arm. However, in a feat of pure willpower, Kiba froze as Naruto raised the injured left arm before bracing it. No fucking way. Kiba thought before, with a shout of rage and pain, Naruto slammed the injured arm into the face of Kiba. Another distinctive pop sounded as Kiba was brutally slammed into the stone again. The force was so great that Kiba bounced off it, consciousness barely holding on as Kiba's mind whirled. He managed to fix his dislocated arm with that insane punch, Kiba thought dimly. He really is stronger than me. Naruto watched as Kiba landed as he massaged his somewhat still injured arm. I'm lucky that actually worked. Best knock him out for now and figure out what to do with the two of them. Naruto stood and sighed as Kiba dully laughed, no longer standing firm on the water but now floating, showing that Inuzuka was out of chakra. This fight is over. I don't know what they did to you, but I'll fix you. He promised Kiba as he prepared to march over. Doesn't matter. Kiba laughed. First the Krukaruk clan, then me. Even a juggernaut like you must be running low on fuel. Your point? Naruto asked, before he suddenly had to dodge back as several giant wolves burst into the scene. Naruto watched angrily but cautious as the wolves surrounded Kiba. Each looked pretty normal if not for the dark streaks in their fur, which looked unnatural. Are they under control too? The masters made it clear not to let these two be taken. You will leave, or we will feast on you. The masters will deal with you eventually. The masters were smart enough to send back up. Within minutes, dozens and dozens of these wolves will appear. Kiba explained. Are you certain you can fend them off while defending Yuno in your state? Naruto growled to himself. As much as he hated to admit it, the endless fighting thus far affected his tank. The day wasn't getting younger either. But he wouldn't just leave Kiba behind. You haven't seen anything yet. Nor have you. Soon the Mosquito clan will show as well. With so much blood spilled it's practically guaranteed. Can you fend off two clans at once, and find shelter after for the three of us? Not to mention your clone is all that is defending Yuno. 5. Naruto glanced back worriedly as a disturbing realization set in. He couldn't afford to risk this fight right now. The day must be ending soon, and with an unknown number of opponents coming, it would be risky for him, let alone his clone and Yuno. Besides, he likely would need to fight more. I'll be back for you, Kiba. Naruto promised before he dashed off to gather Yuno and retreat. Kiba laughed as the wolves gathered him and took off as well. Naruto lost sight of him as what seemed to be a living cloud of darkness came from the sky, seemingly beelining for the corpses of the Krukaruk clan. Nearby. Ichumi was not an apex predator, it was something neither he nor his clan could claim. A creature as graceful and noble as the Blechumi clan had never resorted to such grisly methods. They fed upon those of lesser nature, giant insects, small mindless animals, they were sophisticated like that. As such, the display beneath him had been almost hard to stomach. A mere single human had managed to destroy the Krukaruk clan single-handedly. Then battled another seemingly strong human before it was interrupted by the Wolf clan and Mosquito clan. The wolf saved the second weaker human, and the mosquito feasted upon the litany of blood left in their wake. As distasteful as it all was, Ichumi felt a certain satisfaction. The Krukaruk clan had been the rulers of the southern swamp of Erminsel. One that had kept his own more sophisticated clan down and in hiding. Their deaths would indeed ensure a better future for his own. The Mosquito clan had been fed and would likely be of their usual hunting routine while they feasted and rested. This blonde human had created a beneficial circumstance. It seemed the Blechumi clan would not be able to claim their home again. So Ichumi followed him. He was confident that this human would be helpful to the Blechumi clan. He watched the human meet a copy of himself guarding over an unconscious female human. He felt the beginnings of a plan form inside his head. Ichumi was certainly he and this human could be staunch allies. With a shuffle of his special feathers, he flew over in a short glide and landed in front of the humans. The blonde one quickly turned and raised a blade toward him. But Ichumi felt no fear. He was sure the blonde was no ignorant buffoon. He was somewhat sophisticated just like himself. 6. Naruto's POV. Naruto landed in the tree upon the unconscious Yuno and his clone. With a nod to the clone, it faded, and Naruto sighed as he crouched low and prepared to gather Yuno. Suddenly, a thud landed on the branch. Naruto whipped around and faced the threat, pulling Riptide free from its holster and sheath in an instant. He did not allow his surprise to show as he faced the newest threat. In any other situation, Naruto would have been impressed with the creature before him. He had heard of peacocks, but their descriptions did them no justice. It was roughly the size of a large dog. Its body was plumb at the center but slimmed out into a long neck and small beaked head. It was enhanced by the large and, frankly, beautiful feathers. They looked silky brown with large, beautiful circular spots throughout them. So long and thin were the feathers that they hung off the branch and all around the place. I'm tired, stressed, and frankly done with this bullshit, Naruto warned darkly. If you intend to try to eat or enslave me, I'm kicking your ass. No need to fear human, a sophisticated creature like myself has no need to engage in pointless violence. Instead, I sense a business opportunity for the two of us. Ichumi reasoned. Attacked, betrayed, then haggled, Naruto complained. Fine, I'll hear you out too. But make it quick, I got business to get to. Most reasonable indeed human. See, Ichumi Blechumi, and by proxy, the Blechumi clan somewhat owe you and could need your strength. Ichumi explained his offer. I am already a summoner. Naruto cautiously offered, remembering the fury of the Krukuruk clan upon hearing that question. No bother, we merely wish to use you to protect us briefly. In exchange, we will offer you shelter. Ichumi offered Kin Lee. Otherwise, I worry you will face a most complex problem by nightfall. Nightfall. What happens, then? Naruto asked, interest now peaked. Something that would likely cost the life of your injured friend there. Come with me and enjoy our sophisticated lodgings, and ensure your safety. Or risk it on your own, Ichumi finished. Naruto only considered it briefly before his worry over Yuno and empty stomach chose for him. There better be food, and if you try anything, I'll kick your asses. Naruto reasoned as he hefted Yuno over his shoulder and nodded at Ichumi. Unsophisticated, but as long as you follow me, it should work, Ichumi responded. Hiruzen's Pav Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. Hiruzen, Shisui, and Jiraiya sat in tense silence in their camp. Each was transfixed by the recent disappearance of personnel and the potential chaos that would result. It had been a full day now. Explicit action was needed, and there was no good news or sign of a solution coming. If Hiruzen was honest, he was not nearly as affected as the other two. Jiraiya was worried because his godson was missing, and Shisui was ill because one of his relatives was missing. But Hiruzen needed help to afford to be overwhelmed by this. He acknowledged that his perspective might be warped, but he did worry for those missing. Any Hokage worth their salt would worry other than those they command. However, he was also the leader of this organization. He could not afford to let his worry meddle with his mind. Besides, he wasn't quite there yet. It seemed Naruto had caught wind of the problem and attempted to solve it. While the blonde was a bit goofy and reckless, he had shown his worth during the exam. The Hokage was certain that even an experienced Junin would struggle to match up to him. So Hiruzen did harbor some hope the situation may fix itself. However, it would be foolish not to prepare some counterplay. Two plans buzzed in Hiruzen's weathered mind. One was undeniably risky, and if it failed, it may lead to the fall of the leaf. The other was more realistic. However, it may fracture the fragile peace Hiruzen had worked for. Achieving such had been costly and led to enemies likely holding a grudge even now. If he used the leverage he had found, then he could recover and buy the leaf time to adapt and recover. What was the better plan? Did he trust his men or his instincts? Hiruzen inwardly sighed as he flexed his chakra to pop Jiraiya and Shisui out of their stupor. It was clear to the Hokage that he needed to discuss it with his trusted allies. Jiraiya was one of his most reliable and loyal. Nearly as experienced as himself and an expert in covert activity. His guidance and opinion were of great use to him. Shisui was wise for his age, and while likely still upset with him, his sharp and young mind may be helpful for creative thinking. Jiraiya and Shisui, I need your earnest feedback and thoughts regarding the current situation and how we should respond. Hiruzen barked out as the two flinched before focusing on the Hokage. I recognize you both have incredibly valid reasons to be concerned. But this situation is a complex and incredibly volatile one. Regardless of the fate of those gone, we must prepare to move to save those left. Sasuke wouldn't be in danger if you had kept your word. You had tirelessly assured us our students would be safe in these accursed exams. Yet it has been one of the most dangerous ones I've ever seen. I will do what's necessary to protect my home. But rest assured, old man, if Sasuke and Yuno perish, you will pay, Shisui spat darkly. 7. About that, Jiraiya interposed, seeming to have regained his calm. I'm pretty damn concerned too, or at least I was. Of course, you're probably preoccupied thinking about women now. Shisui sniped at the sage, rolling his eyes to further disrespect him. It's not inaccurate, but just think it over for a second, Jiraiya interjected. Besides, you're looking at someone who had been to Erminsel himself. You didn't even know it existed, Hiruzen responded with a raised brow. Of course, Jiraiya acknowledged with ease. However, the existence of it in Terra as a whole has made a previous adventure of mine much more meaningful. 8. Do we really have to waste time reminiscing in a time like this? Shisui impatiently interrupted. It is important, Jiraiya assured. Remember when I wandered off searching for a summoning clan all those years ago? You're talking about stumbling upon the Toad clan, right? Hiruzen asked, and Jiraiya nodded happily. Though if what Emna said about Erminsel and Terra is true, then I didn't just happen upon the Toad clan accidentally. I somehow managed to find my way into Terra, which makes my little journey make a lot more sense. When I returned and gave the report, much of it was discredited. That would be because you reported wooing nearly endless women and fighting giant-sized animals and insects that could talk. Not to mention you were in your juvenile years, Hiruzen said with a deadpan. Hey, I didn't say I blamed ya. The situation was crazy to me, too, and I actually lived it. Plus, I will admit there were not nearly as many bodacious babes as I had claimed. But I was never lying about the creatures I had encountered. But with no one else ever encountering them or any evidence to prove what I had seen, I let it go. Convinced myself it must have been a dream or something. Now it seems clear somehow back then I had found my way to Erminsel, that means of actually experienced what they are encountering. Jiraiya explained. It's why I'm currently so relaxed. While fierce, the wildlife there isn't something that should overwhelm competent shinobi. The clans, maybe, but with those who have moved to make the save, I have doubts they would even be a real threat. Naruto is no joke. Sasuke is a close second, not to mention the rest aren't slouches. Honestly, I imagine they'll find a way out. Shisui hummed in contemplation. Well, they all are quite the unit. With both Sasuke and Naruto, I'm sure they could take anything but a true threat like a veteran shinobi. Even then, they would likely be able to survive. But the problem isn't that simple. Indeed, while it alleviates my concerns about my men's eventual return, it still leaves us with the concern of our rivals' movement, a concern one must admit is a bigger problem than their disappearance. Hiruzen agreed. The others don't know yet, do they? Shisui asked. No, surely not yet, but it is only a matter of time. Jiraiya agreed with ease. Surely they have spies nearby and will eventually confirm the news. So, would the other great villages really forego a truce? Shisui asked, somewhat doubtful. Each war has arguably gone largely in the Leaf's favor. Surely they are not looking to repeat their mistakes. The Sand likely will not make a move. They have been our allies for long, and with how costly war can be, they couldn't afford to start a fight with us, they would merely leave themselves open to an attack by the others. And frankly, besides, the power of Rasa and Gaara would be of little challenge. The Mist similarly is not a true threat at the present moment. Intel suggests they are still engulfed in a more than supposed civil war. They likely have their hands filled at the home front, and even if they did move, it would likely be noncommittal. Hiruzen explained. The true problem is the stone and cloud. While I have some leverage I can use, I worry if the opportunity is too golden, it won't affect their decision making. The stone is still sensitive over what Minato did to them. Likely, that old fence sitter Onoki won't move unless it's a safe move. But if he gets confirmation, we're missing a Jinchuriki and future prospect, he will either go for the opportunistic play or prepare to do so. Jiraiya further explained. What if we bluffed that they were missing at all? Shisui wondered out loud. Go on. Hiruzen politely allowed. Well, if our enemies discover our newly weakened state, they'll likely make some sort of play. But if we're able to convince them it wasn't an issue, we wouldn't need to worry about them, Shisui pointed out. Jiraiya nodded in agreement while Hiruzen smirked. So plan 1 it is, Hiruzen said. I had briefly considered this myself, but with you coming to that conclusion as well. I feel it must be the correct move. We need to fool the observers. Jiraiya, does this sound wise to you as well? Sounds like the best choice we have, Jiraiya said with a troubled frown. But precisely how are we gonna achieve that? Excellent question, Hiruzen said, standing confidently as he marched to the other side of his large tent. Then the choice is clear. We will leave the land of iron immediately. This will make it appear all as well, and even if our enemies suspect the truth, it serves to mislead them. For surely, if we leave the site where my men supposedly went missing, it would suggest such was not true. Second, starting from this moment, we must be wary of espionage. This action will further aid that as well. Time to begin our first step, eliminating the current spies before we leave. Ah, so we do all sense them. I figured if I could, the two of you could. I'm assuming you want us to take care of them, Shisui said with a small smile. If you can, either way, it will be done, Hiruzen said sweetly. I get left side. You get right. Jiraiya asked with a jovial smile, one that Shisui matched as he nodded. The two suddenly dashed off to their agreed upon sides, chakra filling the tent as their intent to attack became clear. Please just surrender next time. It is always a bother to hunt spies down, Hiruzen said loudly but pleasantly as Shisui and Jiraiya prepared to unleash attacks. 9. Nearby Hiruzen. Please just surrender next time. It is always a bother to hunt spies down. As the world left the tent, a collective chill went through the group of four's backs. They all froze. Surely they hadn't been detected so easily. Dodge. The group's sensors roared, and 3 reacted instantly, jumping back. However, the 4th was too slow, and as a massive orb of chakra burst from the tent's side, he was engulfed in it. With a boom, he was sent careening into the snow, the power of the technique rocking the mountain they were on. There was no question the man was dead. The rest of them had landed in the nearby forest, perched on a massive branch of one of the trees. Damn it, he had the recording of their talk. The assassin of the group roared. We must make it back to our lord, fear not capture or death. They won't be able to gain any info from our bodies even with torture. I could stall them. Our lord made sure all our distinctive traits couldn't be traced, the frontline combatant declared fearlessly. Screw that. We need to run. I recognize that technique as the famed Rasengan. Jiraiya of the Sannin is hunting us. The group sensor didn't get to finish, but suddenly Jiraiya appeared among them, a smokeless body flicker allowing him to close the distance in a mere instant. Mercilessly shoving a Rasengan into the face of the sensor. Immediately caving it in and killing her in an instant. Her headless corpse collapsed in a heap falling from the branch. The last two were shocked, the frontline fighter frozen, but the assassin had more guts. He managed to activate his own unique bloodline, put a hand on his comrade's shoulder, and shouted out his own technique, human current. The two suddenly compressed into volts of electricity before shooting off with impressive speed. Jiraiya, as a Sannin, however, reacted in frighteningly quick time. Firing off several kunai with perfect speed and accuracy, the kunai hit their targets in what would normally be lethal zones, however though they seemed unaffected in their odd form. The bolts raced off into the night. Huh, neat trick, Jiraiya concluded dumbly as he turned to the body before him. Sheesh, this is a mess. This is why I prefer subtle work. The two shaken and desperate spies landed in a snowbank a short distance away. The assassin panted heavily, his chakra reserves low. Their unique bloodline was useful for escapes like that but rather costly. The frontline fighter helped him to his feet and fed him a soldier pill to keep him moving. The two regrouped and warily scanned their surroundings. It seemed they had gotten away. With a nod to each other, they prepared to dash off, both leaping forward to race back to their leader. With an excited leap they seeked safety. However, both were stopped in their place, as both men suffered powerful blows to their faces, sending them crashing back into the snow. Both men raced to their feet, fearfully staring ahead at a man who hadn't been there a mere second ago. His hands shone in the moonlight, bladed knuckles now covered with the blood of both. Genjutsu. It's the only way he could have snuck up so easily. They thought as they defensively stared at the man. The large bearded man was smoking a cigarette pleasantly. He casually removed it from his mouth after a long puff, placing it back once finished and allowing it to rest on his lips. Don't know what's more annoying. The fact that the old man asked me to guard the woods around this place in sub-zero temperatures. Or the fact he was right to do so. The man complained as he dropped into an aggressive combat stance. Anyway, my name is Asuma Sarutobi, a Junin of the Hidden Leaf Village, tasked with ensuring any non-friendly personnel in the area are dealt with. That being said, either surrender or die. Preferably surrender. Not the biggest fan of killing. Especially the defenseless. 10. The assassin seemed utterly overwhelmed, frozen to the spot. However, the frontline fighter seemed more enraged than frightened. Like we would simply give up. Our lord needs to hear our news. We'll simply kill you and be on our way. The man yelled angrily. We? Asuma asked, confused. Pretty sure your buddy is preoccupied. The man looked back at the assassin, only to see a woman with an arm wrapped around his mouth and another digging a kunai into his neck. The woman's red eyes drove fear in his heart. Cold and lifeless as she killed the man in front of her. The sight of his ally being killed silently shatters his hopes for escaping. Sorry to interrupt your ally like this, sir. Name's Kurenai Yuhi, also a Junin of the Leaf. Kurenai said politely as she slit the man's throat and allowed his body to bonelessly collapse to the ground. First, this big bastard comes out of nowhere now, this bitch. The man thought utterly panicked. He whipped out his massive curved sword. I need to escape. I don't stand a chance against them both. The woman managed to sneak up and overwhelm our assassin in an instant. Surely the man would be the best bet. With a roar, the man raced forward toward the reluctant Asuma. See, I get being scared of her, I was too, but honestly, I would have just let her do it. I don't do things nearly so cleanly. Asuma warned as the man drew close. But once it was clear, the man would not be convinced. He merely sighed as he raced toward him. The man smiled. He would cut this bastard in two and make his get. Suddenly, the man appeared behind him. He had barely seen him move at all, only managing to raise his blade to block Asuma's own. However, he gasped as a sharp pain suddenly raced through his body. He breathlessly gasped as his massive curved blade fell in two. Somehow, having been cut clean through. However, the man offered no complaint as he also fell in two, hitting the snow with a silent thud. Asuma, still smoking, stared down at the body. As Kurenai radioed into the Hokage. Asuma hated it when his father was proven right, it happened much too often. He hated even more when his father had him kill like this. Necessary it may be, it always weighed heavily on his shoulders. Especially when Kurenai had to dirty her hands as well. Hokage-sama, Kurenai respectfully said as she activated her earpiece. Just as you suspected, we caught a group of unidentified shinobi attempting to flee from the Leaf camp. Any clear indication of who sent them? No clear indicators yet, though we did witness them using a lightning-style bloodline jutsu. While not a guarantee on its own, it suggests cloud shinobi. Kurenai dutifully informed. Truly, the identity doesn't matter. Excellent work, you two, dispose of the bodies and report back to camp. 11. Nearby Hiruzen. Please just surrender next time. It is always a bother to hunt spies down. There was a grunt of effort and surprise as the Hokage's words left the tent. The group of 4 quickly began to scramble, each realizing their escape had become the #1 priority. But even as their feet left the ground, an angry voice belted out a jutsu faster than 2 of the spies could react. Fire style. Roaring breath of the dragon. Shisui uttered as a massive writhing dragon of flame burst from the tent's wall the spies had been next to. It incarcerated the tent nearly instantly and caused steam to rise off the snow. The 2 slower spies managed to dodge its initial arrival, however mid-air as they were helpless when the dragon eyed them, and with almost a lazy indifference huffed out a jet of flames, coated both in what seemed to be a flowing river of flames. The spies could scarcely scream out, the flames smothering and incinerating them near instantly. The other 2 landed a short distance away from the burning death of their allies. Neither being foolish enough to attempt to fight or save their allies, they both raced for the forest, each using a body flicker to reach the edge of the forest in mere seconds. The dragon, having noticed their fleeing, took a breath before unleashing another inferno which pursued them into the forest. Both scrambled desperately branch from branch to avoid the inferno. They quickly outpaced the flames and made good distance, only suffering small cuts and burns from their desperate scramble. They both somewhat were able to breathe easier, with them having covered a decent distance during the scramble and the flames covering their escape. They were likely out of the woods for now. The group leader signaled for them to split up and reunite at the established meeting spot with the lead commander. It was clear their enemies had expected there to be spies even in the exams. And while they could not be traced to the overall group, their information was much too valuable for them to be unable to reach their leader. Both prepared to split off, nervously looking to the distant flames. Surely, a shinobi that popular would pursue them further, if not Anbu, whose attention had been drawn from the powerful shinobi's jutsu. But they had made great distance, with a whole forest to search. Surely, whoever sought to find them would have to struggle. With so much ground to cover and the possibility of them using jutsu to escape, finding them was nearly impossible. It seems the old man had been correct to think the leaf would allow such terrible things to happen, the leader said morosely. With their previous sins during the last war, I'm almost certain this will lead to the slow and painful death of the peace we've enjoyed so far. So be it. The younger man spat back. Those damn hippies nearly crippled us in the last war. Not to mention that damn blonde bastard that had cost us it. As far as I'm concerned, this is good news. Maybe this will motivate that damn fence sitter to make a move. It is nothing short of awful news. The older man countered. You did not see the wars of the past. You do not know of the great toll everyone pays during such. Nor the generations of pain and hatred it breeds. The leader stopped his lecture, seemingly freezing in place. His younger subordinate flinched as he witnessed the forest fire in front of them stopped instantly, as if an unseen giant had simply blown it out. In fact, the younger man could even feel a gust of wind push through the forest. The hell? Hey leader, what the hell was that, and what's wrong? The younger man asked, his leader seemingly stunned for an unknown reason. Then, suddenly, a powerful crack of wood and wind sounded again. The rookie watched in intrepid fear as several trees were split in 2, following the 2 in a straight line carving its way through the forest. The young man's eyes widened in fear as even his leader fell in 2. Wordlessly, as he fell, he mouthed for the young man to run. For the record, your leader was right. War is something no one should wish for. Doing so shows your lack of wisdom and sense. But worry not, I won't allow you to start a war, Shisui informed the man now standing on a branch above him. 12. Ho, how the hell did you find us? How the hell did you catch up so quickly? How did you kill my leader so easily? The man panicked. Unfortunately for you two mostly, I recognize the chakra signature of a body flicker. I am Shisui of the body flicker. Few could hope to outspeed or outdistance me using my own mastered technique. I simply raced through the forest at top speed, slashing every hiding spot down as I did. Catching and finding the 2 of you was easy. Now I hate to break it, you. Fire style. Flaming spear. The young man called. During Shisui's rant he had blinked, and the man recognized he could not hope to escape. Had reacted with what he believed to be the best course of action, to kill the strange man before him. It would surely buy him enough time to earn his freedom. He watched with glee as the bolt of focused flames impacted Shisui. Bursting as it did, the man stumbled back as the flames began to feast on his flesh. Soon the entire branch was covered in smoke and flames. The man watched with glee but flinched when he realized there was no body. Before he could even move, he felt a painful thud hit his back. Spitting out blood and hunching over, the man looked at his attacker with shock and fear. That was rude, Shisui countered as he stood behind the man. With a merciless twist of the tanto he had sheathed within the spy, he withdrew his blade. The man, devoid of life or parting words, fell to the ground below. Shisui cracked his neck as he sighed and tapped on his earpiece. Hokage-sama, I have killed the spies on my end. Need I root back to aid Jiraiya, Asuma, and Kurenai? No need, Hiruzen's tinny voice through the machine sounded off with audible ease. They have reported total success as well. 13. It's lucky you had set them up as secondary guards in case of something like this, Shisui responded jovially as he cleaned his blade with a cloth. Though it would have been nice not to have to dirty my hands, it's worth it to make sure the leaf stays safe. My thoughts exactly. Report back to me. We will begin moving soon. First, we will confuse our observant enemies, and then we will ensure we cannot be pinned to the disappearance of their spies, Hiruzen ordered. Aye, Shisui agreed as he raced back to his leader. Below him lay the two corpses of the spies. Each still as their souls had left their bodies, however one of the bodies began to twitch. Before it fell apart into a human-sized pile of loose stones and mud. The leader climbed from the ground below slowly and cautiously. Once he was certain he was alone, he fully emerged and began to race away from the scene as silently as possible. I am sorry, young man, the man thought as he ran for his life. With the famed Shisui Uchiha after us, our chances of escape were nearly non-existent. I needed to sell my own demise and their success. Your death merely made such possible. So fret not, you served your home well. For while the others have fallen, I still live. Iwa is not so fragile after all, the man thought as he raced back to his waiting superior. Hiruzen's POV, Hokage Camp, Leaf Camp, Land of Iron. There was a grim satisfaction Hiruzen felt as each of his men returned. Having Jiraiya and Shisui with him hadn't merely been for theorizing. Being known to be close to him publicly, made their gathering an appealing lure to spies. With him being aware of such, detecting them had been child's play. It had been risky however, if the spies did escape it would surely complicate matters. But Hiruzen had prepared for such a case back when Ikum had exposed Naruto. Hiruzen had asked Asuma and Kurenai had been asked to secretly trail him as hidden secondary guards. Something they were happy to do, likely loving the excuse to be together in private, even in the field. Which had served well to ensure no spies would escape. Luckily everything had gone as planned. While it pained Hiruzen to so easily have blood spilt, it was a necessity to protect their home. Besides, a mere 8 or so bodies added to his long list would not damn him much, not when he had nearly hundreds or thousands. Likely the masters of the spies would be aware something had happened to them. Spies were a risky venture, more often than not they were caught eventually. But while in cover their value could not be overstated. And with some extreme training and even culling, a man's or woman's origin of birth can be almost impossible to determine. This allows spies to be used without worrying about them being discovered and cracked. As such spies were often not saved or even acknowledged when captured. Better to not raise a fuss and admit to such a riling act, instead when a spy was caught, that was that. They would die or live as their enemies please, an often tragic fate indeed. So, if they moved as if there was no issue, not acknowledging the spies despite the potential for an international incident, they could very well sell the idea that the rumor of the leaf losing men was just that, a rumor. All as he had planned, perhaps he need not use his blackmail yet again. 14. Sasuke's POV, Northern Mountains of Erminsel, Terra. Sasuke trekked through the icy gust of winds mechanically. Each flake of ice and snow pattered against his face felt like a needle stabbing into it. And based on the frequent and audible complaints of Murray, even the protective coat of a beast could not fend off the blizzard that raged. So cold the beast was that it had wrapped itself around his neck. Sasuke could not afford to use his heating jutsu to keep them warm now, they were journeying to another clan that would likely be violent. Sasuke could not afford to be wasteful with chakra. As such he allowed the cuddling, besides it did generate extra heat for him. Though he would never admit to enjoying it slightly. Kami, why would any foolish creature live in these cold lifeless peaks? Everything looks the same, smells the same, sounds the same. Not to even mention the cold. My entire being is numb, my soul frozen, even my descendants will be born chilled. Are you listening to my raving? Never mind, I can feel your annoyance. I am blessed to have a summoner unlike you. Murray ranted with utter fury. Sasuke had read of some people who became irritable in extreme heat or cold, and supposed it wasn't limited to humans. But Yuno could be quite the whiner when agitated, so Sasuke ignored such with practiced ease. Spleen Feaster was silent like Sasuke, but the Uchiha suspected it was due to dread. While Murray was distracted with his misery, it seemed Spleen Feaster was ruminating over Sasuke's ploy. The Uchiha could admit it was less than ideal, certainly less than moral. But Sasuke was tiring, and if he wanted to guarantee a smooth interaction with the next clan he would need a gift of sorts. Even the Uchiha had no wish of exterminating every clan he ran into. Sasuke. We're drawing close to the Moon Bear clan's home base. Please tell me you're not going on another murderous rampage. You realize that's no true way to solve your problems, right? I mean seriously, you humans are infuriating. How does a fool create therapy for humans only for them to ignore it? Maybe if you didn't, so many of you wouldn't be psychos. Sasuke felt a grim smirk grace his face as they marched over the peak of a snow bank and saw his destination. While the ranting was annoying, it made the journey go by quicker. And he had spotted a sign they were almost done. A rough giant wall marked some sort of settlement. A flag with a moon on it confirmed it was the home of the bears he seeked. The wall was assembled out of frozen trunks of trees, as if they had been ripped from the ground and stabbed into another spot. Ice seemed to somehow be utilized to hold the trunks together. Flags with moon emblems were raised over the wall to let it be known their identity. A massive fort built with rough materials. Well, surely they'll be more accommodating than the Bloodthirster clan, at least they seem civilized. Spleen Feaster seemingly realized such as well. The beast writhed in terror, desperate to get free before being hand-delivered to his enemies. Murray seemed to notice such, and Sasuke could feel the animal tense, however it mattered little. Until the Uchiha could guarantee the safety of he would do what is necessary. Sasuke and his crew of reluctant furry friends drew close to the fortress in tense silence. The fortress had what seemed to be a large entrance, but the Uchiha couldn't help but notice it seemed crammed full of ice. He only briefly pondered how to get in before he heard two roars in sync. Two massive shapes leapt over the wall and fell before the trio. Murray and Spleen Feaster screamed in terror as Sasuke merely looked over the bears. Even on all fours, each of the creatures was easily 3 meters tall. They were covered in black thick fur, their chest bearing, not on purpose I swear, a pale-colored symbol that Sasuke supposed did look like something like a crescent moon. Their faces were also highlighted by the same pale fur. "We are new Muna and Wax Moon of the Crescent Moon clan," an apparent female bear said. "We see you seem to want to visit our home. We would ask why you intend to do so," the bear named Muna asked. "That being said, we know of the trouble you brewed with the Bloodthirster clan. I, Moon of this great clan, will not allow you to do such here," Moon declared. "I am no enemy of yours, nor do I wish or intend to cause you any grief. However, I am on a dire mission. As such, I intend to check your home and question you regarding any humans you may have encountered, only for peace of mind. However, I am insistent, and likely will not take no for an answer," Sasuke explained. "We are glad you mean no harm," Muna spoke happily. "However, we cannot allow you to merely march around our home. It would be shameful, and surely you recognize the risk with a violent degenerate like yourself," Moon countered. "I figured you may not be so keen," Sasuke admitted with ease. "However, I have it on good authority that this gift of mine may smooth things over." Sasuke raised the panicked Spleen Feaster to the bears. Immediately Muna seemed to drool, while Moon seemed somewhat stunned. "You may have heard I caused a ruckus at the Bloodthirster clan cave. But that would be an understatement. I not only kidnapped their leader, but I single-handedly wiped out their primary hunting pack." Sasuke spoke with a smirk. "I heard the two of you are bitter enemies, and this saying "where I come" summarizes it best. The enemy of my enemy is a friend," Sasuke replied with ease. Despite his body language, however, he was tense, the exhaustion weighed heavy, but Sasuke was ready to fight them if needed. Murray seemed content to be silent, not liking the situation but recognizing its wisdom. Though Sasuke could feel a slight unnatural breeze around them. Moon and Muna seemed to argue over the information for a few minutes. Before they faced the Uchiha with what seemed to be the bear version of a poker face. "We shall allow you to see our leader and provide you with lodging for the night. Regarding your demands for information and the ability to search within our home, that will be our leader's choice. We only offer you such kindness due to the gift you offer," Moon spoke. "But we won't do it unless we get the bastard," Muna chimed in hatefully. "Please, I still have feast left to enjoy. Prey left to hunt. I've barely even feasted on the spleens of my living prey," Spleen Feaster pleaded. However, Sasuke and Murray merely nodded as the Uchiha tossed Spleen Feaster to a cruelly smiling Muna. The four then walked up to the ice-filled doorway. "Watch this, Uchiha," Murray whispered into his ear. "If things go south, you must remember their unique ability." Sasuke rolled his eyes but watched intently as Moon approached the ice and nonchalantly placed a paw upon it. There was a massive cracking sound, a split appearing in the ice, before with a deafening grinding the massive blockade of ice seemed to split in half and merge into the walls. Once fully done effectively opening, it was clear it functioned as what Sasuke figured they'd call a door. "Welcome to the home of the Crescent Moon Bears, Tilda," Muna excitedly sang as the odd group marched into the icy fort. Sasuke somehow not flinching as the ice blockade sealed behind him. "Shino's paw of East Forest of Erminsel, Terra." Shino felt a smidgen of rage as he bodily rolled through the forest, roughly smashing into a tree and coughing up blood roughly. However, even as he retched for air, he pulled kunai and released them in the same instant. Each is tagged with explosive tags and spread out to increase the odds of catching his foes. As Shino landed heavily on his knees, he watched as the blonde man managed to escape the tags with a burst of speed, however his larger brother seemed slower and unable. Covering the man and the area around him in smoke, flames, and powerful bursts of chakra. Content with his elimination of the first, Shino watched the other with expectant eyes. The man flew through the air with impressive speed, before he appeared behind Shino. The Aburame heard the telling whistle of wind in the air and swayed to his left, narrowly dodging a thrust from what seemed to be a large mandible that had replaced the blonde man's arm. As he swayed, Shino let loose a simple 1-2 jab combo, the blonde stumbling back. Before Shino could capitalize, however, the cloud of smoke bulged as the larger brother plowed through it. Shino's eyes widened as he noticed the black plates now exposed from the man's top having been burnt off. His body, covered in sheen-covered plates, seemed unharmed as the man went for a straight kick for Shino's face. The Aburame felt grim satisfaction as his last-minute substitution with an insect clone left the man covered in his allies. The more giant man, however, seemed keen on this. For he merely chuckled at it. Soon, the younger blonde joined in as well. Their voices' utter confidence and energy made Shino's blood cold. So far, the short fight has been going as well as a 2-on-1 could. Shino had been fine on the back foot, it was often a position his clan excelled at. However, the method behind such a strategy was the one that filled Shino with dread. His allies throughout this fight had been consistently spread out and even landed on his enemies. The bout of combat had been short, but, why did they seem so unaffected? Why did they seem so ignorant of his strategies if they were rivals of his clan? Simple. They must have had some sort of counter. The plated man stopped chuckling, however, as he suddenly grabbed a nearby branch and ripped it free from the tree. With a mighty grunt and hurl, he chucked it directly toward Shino, who had taken refuge in a nearby thickly covered branch on a different tree. Shino easily dodged the attack and landed above the two glaring siblings, looking calm. However, he could admit to being somewhat troubled. The two seemed to be decent shinobi. So it seems you have some sort of counter to my allies. I didn't notice it before, but I have lost connection with nearly everyone I've sent out. Furthermore, neither of you seems to be suffering the appropriate effects their feeding should have after so long. Especially in combat, Shino stated plainly, stalling as his mind whirled. Of course. The older man snidely responded. Your accursed clan has spilled much blood of my family. We had no choice but to adapt to your ways. A rookie Aburame like yourself stands no chance against the two of us. My armor, similar to the armor that protects the great species of wasp, does not allow your foolish insects to feed on me. Kurobaki lectured. And while they've been trying their best with me, my own wasps are more than effective at stopping and devouring them. They can barely leave your body before my wasps snipe them from the air. Your little draining trick won't work here. I wonder how tough you are without your gimmick, Jabaki said gleefully. That is merely one trick of many, Shino assured. The older man seems to be the powerhouse type, relying on his decent speed, absurd durability, and shocking strength to overwhelm his opponents. The other is much quicker and uses quick and lethal strikes, as well as his insects zipping through the air. Surely, killing more allies with each passing zip. The two worked well together and may just be enough to overwhelm him. I can't afford to hold back here, this isn't the exams. This is the time to show what I can truly do. Shino thought to himself. However, his timeout was shattered when Jabaki called out. Wasp style. Whizzing stingers. A burst of stingers flew from his finger, tearing the branch from under Shino. However, the Aburame did not flinch and calmly fell towards the waiting two. Subtly hiding his hands in his sleeve, weaving two separate groupings of single-handed hand signs. The more giant man aimed a fist at the falling Aburame. However, just as Shino drew close, he called out calmly. Earth style. Collapsing floor. The ground beneath the two Kamizuru members shifted and broke apart. This shook their balance and caused Kurobaki to miss what would surely be a lethal strike. Shino, as he landed, revealed his other hand and slammed out down on the ground, as the two men regained their balance and reached for him. Earth style. Surface eruption. Shino finished, not flinching as the two drew close. Suddenly, the broken ground beneath the three shot up violently, and only Shino's spot was spared. Jabaki fearfully cursed as he flew up, being grazed on his left cheek but narrowly escaping death. Kurobaki was slower to react, the debris sending the man sprawling back with a curse. You cut my gorgeous face. Jabaki screeched from above Shino. Shino pridefully noticed this was correct, as the man aimed his pointer fingers at Shino. Wasp style. Double whizzing stingers. He cried out as two lines of stingers fired off at a scrambling Shino. The Aburame was chased after by the lines of stingers, weaving through them as Jabaki swung his arms to hit him. Shino minded little, knowing all the while the bared man would surely at least be slow to catch up. The Aburame raced up a tree in rapid pursuit. He dived from branch to branch, even pulling out a kunai to deflect stingers he could not dodge. All the while climbing toward a slowly panicking Jabaki. As Shino leapt close, Jabaki abandoned his shots. Quickly forming the wasp blade over his hand again and desperately thrusting it toward Shino, the Aburame weaved this and punched the man in the stomach, stunning him. Then, grabbing an arm and powering the man around him with the aid of chakra, slammed the man into the thick tree trunk. Shino efficiently followed this up, aiming for a lethal thrust of his kunai, a stab to the man's heart. However, the tree shook before seemingly beginning to fall, breaking the two apart as they fell from the branch. Shino felt annoyed as both fell. He looked down and saw Kurobaki leaping up at him. He wouldn't have time to substitute. He had been sloppy. Kurobaki caught Shino by the throat, the force of which he squeezed with made Shino's vision momentarily darken. Instantly, Shino writhed in his grip, barely up to breathe or even see straight as he was strangled. You did better than I had expected, coward. Die knowing your clan could never match up to us. Kurobaki coldly informed the struggling Shino as a somewhat shaken Jabaki arrived at the two, fluttering to the ground with a hateful glare. Brother, your near death is the perfect example of why no one considers you worthy to lead the clan. To fall to a mere chunin is shameful. Jabaki shamefully looked away at that. Whatever, just kill the bastard. Jabaki spat. My pleasure. Kurobaki then reared back his fist. With Shino in his clutches, there would be no dodging. Die, the man said as he swung. However, a pink-haired woman suddenly flew through the air and managed to push away the punch meant to kill Shino. The man, perhaps stunned, weakened his grasp. Giving Shino just enough air to react, he swiped another kunai from his holster and, with a measured stab, wedged it between the plates of armor that coated the man's body. The blade struck true between the plates, the man's wrist spasming as blood spurted out from the stab. He cried out, releasing Shino fully as blood spurted from where the kunai still lay jammed. Sakura and Shino reacted, kicking Kurobaki with as much force as possible to knock him back. The force managed to make the man stumble over to his brother. I'm glad I came, Sakura said grimly as she stared at the two men. I didn't expect them to manage to get one over on you. I'm sorry it took me so long to catch up. Worry not. They merely used luck and numbers to get an advantage. Now that I have an ally, this is the beginning of the end for these two. Shino assured as the two glared at the Kamizuru brothers. A woman as your backup. How insufferably arrogant of her to get involved. She reminds me of her. Kurobaki growled, furious. We kill her too. Sakura had evened out the battle between Aburame and Kamizuru. But it was merely just the beginning. These two bastards, Sakura growled angrily. There are siblings, then. Surely they have a ton of experience fighting together. And considering we never had, it might make things difficult. I'll take the big sexist bastard if you can handle the other. With ease. Shino nodded, glad to see Sakura had either known or unknowingly chosen the best matchup for the situation. Time to turn the tables. Hinata's paw of Eastern Forest of Erminsel, Terra. Hinata stared down Choji, her face determined, but her conflicted feelings showed up all the while. She could not claim to know Choji all that well, but nearly everyone spoke well of him. Neji had told the tale of how it had been Lee, Naruto, and him that had been ambushed by the traitorous Mizuki. Naruto had apparently described Choji as brave and helpful. His kind and good-natured attitude was something that nearly all members of the Akamichi clan were known for. He especially so, a fact that made the contrast of his usual and current self so odd. Choji's smile was wide and manic. Such a wanton look of cruel interest was alien on his face. Yet the giant of a man was undeniably excited to fight her. Despite the growing feeling of despair that the man could not be reasoned with, Hinata felt compelled to try. Choji, you are under the control of an unknown third party. You would never act in this way. Hinata called out. Wasting your time, I can't resist and am fully aware. It doesn't matter. The master's orders were clear. There's no point in talking. Choji roared as he rushed at Hinata, attempting to crush her beneath his giant foot. Hinata gritted her teeth as she dived away from the stomp. As she leapt away, she threw her hands into the sign for her signature technique. However, Choji simply put all of his weight into the stomp, fracturing and causing the ground to collapse around him. Hinata stumbled as she landed, dropping the hand sign to keep her balance. Her Byakugan allowed her to see Choji's next move. The giant kicked up a massive amount of debris from his stomp. The mess of dirt and stone flew to her. The young woman dropped forward onto her hands, beginning a set of front flips that brought her closer to the debris and Choji. In an impressive showing of gymnastics and physical strength, she built speed, becoming a blur before launching herself in the air toward the debris. Hibunraiso. Hinata called as her spinning oval sliced through the debris and smashed directly into Choji's chest piece. Hinata cringed inwardly as she heard her chakra begin to shred through the metal as the large man stumbled back. She allowed her chakra to flux into a boom, making the large man stumble back, revealing his chest piece having been cut open, barely hanging on. She could have ended the fight there, but it may have been the end of Choji. Hinata wasted no time racing forward toward the off-guard man. As she drew close, however, Choji noticed and thrust a wild haymaker directly for her. Hinata merely hopped above the arm and raced up it, jabbing at chakra points wildly as she drew closer to his face. The giant flung his arm, attempting to whip her off, but only for Hinata to leap directly at his face. Again, she flipped through the air and called out again. Kaden. This time, in midair, the standard Kaden was used. As spun through the air, the familiar dome of chakra burst around her and smashed into Choji's face, breaking the giant's nose and making him fall to his knees. Hinata landed into a roll and as she stood formed the hand signs for her precise beam as she spun on her heels. Gentle fist. Chakra pathway total shutdown. Hinata screamed as her narrow beam of chakra cut through the air. The beam burnt the clothing and skin as the chakra pierced his body and attempted to shut down pathways. Hinata did not merely stop with one though she spun and allowed the beam to lash Choji multiple times. Choji roared in pain as he raised his arm to block most of the beam. Hinata grits her teeth but, not wanting to cause permanent damage, ceases her technique. Her beam was powerful and exposed contact at a singular point could cause gnarly damage. 3. Giant sighed in pain as the arm he used to block her beam fell uselessly. His split armor creaked loudly as several of the strap's chest piece now entirely fell off, leaving his normal shirt exposed. He's open, Hinata thought. Her body flickered within his range as her eyes glowed. She prepared herself to use the only technique at her disposal that could defeat a giant without causing him great harm. One palm, Hinata cried, smashing her fingers into chakra points away from his vital organs. Choji bothered to chuckle at such, confident his hardy body could tank the attack. Indeed, the original Choji would have been wise enough to realize that letting a Hyuga land strikes was foolish. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. Hinata cried. Choji's laugh cut off at the 8th jab, a gasp of air escaping in its place. Hinata felt a tinge of guilt as she relentlessly continued her combo. 16 palms, it now was a pained wheeze. 32 palms, a short scream as Hinata finished her combo. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. Hinata cried. The giant wheezed as he fell. He attempted to back up. However he could not and instead Choji breathlessly collapsed as his body slowly shrunk. The giant became the size of an average person. Choji was seemingly defeated. 4. Hinata panted as she recovered from the brief but intense bout. She allowed herself to fall to her knees and deactivate her Byakugan. It hadn't been easy, but Choji would surely be down for a while. The 64 palms was a powerful technique designed to take down humans with ease. Once she had collected herself, she rose to her feet and approached the prone Choji slowly and cautiously. She heard him quietly mumbling to himself as she got within earshot. Of course, a weakling like me would fail again. It's the exams all over, but this time I'm ready. Don't worry, masters, I have one last offering to you, fitting like a failure like myself. Choji's dark words stunned Hinata for a second. She could understand how he felt. She, too, had been disappointed. But something about his tone made it clear that this had weighed heavily on his mind. Her instincts screamed as she refocused on the situation, noticing Choji had managed to raise an odd container to his mouth. It was a segmented, clear container that was not unlike what one would have for medicine. He opened it clumsily and allowed the first of 3 oddly colored balls to fall into his mouth, a green one. Hinata felt her brain whirl as she remembered just what it was. One of the Akamichi's claims to fame was their unique and mysterious food pills, each claimed to boost their power. And the last one said to do so by the hundreds. Hinata reacted instantly, flicking a kunai at them with such precision that she knocked it from his hands, sending the case and pill flying into the long grass around them. But to her horror, she had been too slow. He had eaten one. She leapt back and activated her Byakugan. Choji seemed to jump to his feet, and she could see his chakra writhing around him. Hinata could tell with a glance that Choji was not done fighting, nor would he be as easy to deal with as before. My turn, bitch. Choji bellowed as he raced forward. Hinata barely managed to weave the wild shot. However, Choji's other fist clenched the back of her suit. With a spin and savage strength, Choji attempted to throw her. Hinata, however, manages to free herself with a gentle fist jab. She flew away and activated her precise beam wordlessly. Choji quickly ducked her wild swings with it as he closed in. His new speed allowed him to close in. Hinata had seconds to react, and only managed to raise a shaky guard. Choji's sandaled foot smashed into it, sending her sprawling from the power, smashing painfully into a tree. His speed and strength have nearly doubled. Hinata thought as she climbed to her feet. If he hits me like that again, I doubt I'll be able to stand. He's stronger than me now, but I can beat him. With his new strength, he hasn't bothered to become a giant. Meaning my gentle fist should be more effective. I just need to let him close in and end this. Choji unknowingly played into her thoughts. Rushing toward her again, Hinata stood her ground as he drew close. Spinning in place as Choji attempted to crush her against the tree, shoulder first. Kaden, Hinata called as her chakra shell formed. Instead of violently flinging the man back, it merely stopped his momentum for a moment. Before the blow shattered her Kaden. Off balance, Hinata leaned against her tree as Choji reared back another fist to finish her off. Hinata, however, had been baiting for this very moment. She suddenly lunged forward within Choji's guard. He was so shocked that he was left entirely open. I have to take this shot. He won't be open like this again. Hinata lunged for his chest. However, as her palm drew close, a concern arose in her mind. This strike will knock him out, but it could be lethal. I can't be certain a strike like this wouldn't hit an organ. Hinata inwardly cursed. She needed to stop him, but could she risk killing him? Hinata answered herself as her hand closed into a fist. Instead of disabling the man with chakra, a mere punch to his chest was suffered. Choji did seem confused but, without hesitation or words, brutally backhanded Hinata through the tree. Hinata cried out as she landed painfully among the debris of the tree. The top of the tree fell points downward toward the Hyuga. But Hinata was bleeding from her forehead and stunned. She looked up to see the debris coming for her. She felt pride even as death approached. At the very least, Hinata had stayed true to herself. She would rather die than risk a friend's life. As the Hyuga bowed her head, half of the tree approached her, certain to crush and run her through. Youthful wild spear. Lee's voice cut into the clearing. The man flew through the air and, just as the namesake of his technique suggests, burst from the tree with ease. His wild kick shattered the tree half into pieces and drove it away from Hinata. The Hyuga, stunned, watched as Lee continued with his momentum, and once he hit a tree, he stopped in place and seemed to stop and aim a punch at Choji from a distance. I cannot allow one of my friends to stray from the path of youth. Lee cried out angrily. I will set you straight with punishment. Wild youth rampage. Lee punched as if he would hit. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw chakra shoot through the air in small clumps. Each hit Choji and, even in his empowered state, knocked him from his feet and sent him careening toward the opposite side of the field. Worry not fair. Hinata-chan, Lee assured. The beautiful beast of the leaf is here. Lifazu's paw, western plains of Erminsel, Terra. Lifazu yawned as she drew near camp. A seal made for them by Ikam made it a breeze to find each other, even in this foreign land. Though she hadn't expected this mission to get as crazy as it had. First, their group arrived in some strange, nature-infested land and were separated. Now, it seemed that not only were their enemy shinobi present, but their extra hands seemed woefully ill-equipped. It was enough to finally kill Lifazu's good mood. She enjoyed her new womanly body, but not it was likely she may lose it soon. However, she felt some level of hope as she crossed a barrier. Michiru may have been a crusty bitch, but she was an expert at barrier ninjutsu as well as a near master of fuijutsu. Even in the middle of the wild, she could make a basic camp into what seemed to be a fortress. Her luggage seemed stirred by the chakra they walked through. The woman offered a pained growl and shifted awkwardly on Lifazu, who sighed in annoyance as she lowered the woman onto the branch, allowing her to breach consciousness as she did. Lifazu was fine with giving her a moment. Saving her had been quite the ordeal after all. Enemy shinobi being present was unexpected and worrying, to say the least. Enemy shinobi could best an experienced Iwa Junin and still seem ready to go was more of an active problem. The man there had defeated Suzumaki with relative ease and likely would have finished her off if not for his foolishness. Lifazu had been patient at the moment. The temptation to fight strong people had always been a drug to Lifazu. When death was an inconvenience, it was easy to enjoy a battle to the death. The back and forth, the struggle, the savage adrenaline rush upon victory, or the flooding despair of defeat. It was beautiful. Lifazu's last death had not been such. The two Akatsuki members, even individually, were on another level. And had played with her before her death. But that young man seemed powerful but green. Lifazu was sure she would have won, and it would have been a fun battle. A close struggle would have been nice, but Lifazu had been told to bring back their help alive. The fight hadn't been worth the risk then. But Michiru was certain to be infuriated upon learning there were enemies present. Certainly, the overprotective woman would react instinctively. Almost certainly, they would ride out to slaughter them. And when they did, Lifazu planned to have a sweaty and bloody close encounter with that bowl-cut man. Where am I? Suzumbaki's tired voice sounded out. Now fully awake, she hesitantly addressed Lifazu. It certainly made sense. They were supposed to be muscle. And she had been defeated. In the shinobi world, failure was rarely tolerated well. I lost, she spat bitterly. That you did, Lifazu said with a smirk. Disappointing, to say the least. That was no normal genin. How could any rookie be that powerful? Suzumbaki swore to herself. The second I can stand, I shall hunt him down and show him the consequences of looking down on the Kamizuru clan. You can cope later, for now stand. I was getting tired of carrying your carcass. Especially in this environment, Lifazu asked tauntingly as she stretched. It was a fluke. He had a strange technique, and the next time I encounter him, I'll ensure he suffers. Suzumbaki swore angrily. Besides, I am light, and from what I saw earlier, your strength is no minor thing. You mean you're built like a little boy? Lifazu taunted as she purposely left an arm under her considerable bust. And carrying deadweight through this savage land is no small task. Suzumbaki wisely chose to be silent. Indeed, she did not realize how close they were to safety. A proud woman like herself likely would have been more defiant if so. But she discovered she was, depending on Lifazu's kindness, she realized silence likely would aid her well for now. I apologize. We weren't truly expecting enemy forces in general. My guard was down. The Kamizuru clan will not disappoint again. See that you don't, Lifazu said with a roll of her eyes. While you have been getting some beauty sleep, I've been lugging you around, fending off, and escaping from oversized critters. It's good we're turning in for the night. Otherwise, we'd likely be fighting all night. Lifazu was not even bluffing about the dangers. She had seen all matters of beast and terrain. It would be good to remind these Kamizuru fools they were mere help and out of their league. I see. I assume that chakra was some kind of barrier. Do we have a home camp? Suzumaki asked noisily as the two women leapt slowly over the multiple small strands of the river. As they did, they drew closer to a large plume of smoke rising into the sky. While Lifuzu played the hero, and Suzumaki a punching bag, it seemed Michiro had gotten things done. So Suzume, Lifuzu started. Suzumaki. "'Twas what I said," Lifuzu complained. "Either way, where are your two clown brothers? I had expected to find the lot of you together." "Oh, those fools," Suzumaki said with a shrug. "Separated like the rest of us, I wouldn't be surprised if they are dead. Weaklings like them would fall to a shinobi of the caliber I fought or particularly fierce animals." Lifuzu noted the lack of concern for her own family but cared little. The two marched in silence as they drew close to camp. 4 massive tents were erected around an even more enormous bonfire. At the bonfire sat Michiro, patiently enjoying the warm flames as she watched a kettle hang near the fire. As they drew close, the kettle whistled shrilly. Lifuzu stopped as Suzumaki somewhat collapsed to her knees. Both ready to deliver their news to their leader. "We have important and potentially dire news," Suzumaki panted out. Clearly, even with their rest, she had yet to fully recover from her loss. However, Michiro ignored them both, quickly drawing her katana from her kneeling position and using it to lift her kettle from the flames. Her other hand drew a scroll, which unfurled and summoned a lovely small table, a nice metal tray with a cup of sugar cubes, and 2 more simple stools. Lifuzu, used to women's proclivities, barely reacted, sitting automatically and waiting. Suzumaki, perhaps exhausted and stunned by such, sat frozen until Lifuzu lazily gestured for her to sit. She did so as Michiro slowly unsealed a set of cups and poured one for each. She slowly and precisely dropped a couple of cubes into her saucer before offering it to the others. Lifuzu, with a sweet tooth well known, gestured for about 5. While Suzumaki took them, they still needed clarification. Michiro shrugged at the woman before she set down the cup of cubes, grabbed her saucer, and took a deep sip of her tea. She then finally spoke. "Update me, Lifuzu." "Well, I did as you asked, and while looking, I sensed a big chakra signature. When I arrived, it became clear what I sensed was our little friend here, barely conscious and about to be finished off by enemies." Lifuzu started to explain. She stopped, however, to put a hand over Suzumbaki's mouth when she went to interrupt. "Enemies? From who?" Michiro asked with a raised brow. Apparently, the little miss head of the Kamizuru clan got defeated by mere leaf genin," Lifuzu said with a giant smile. Suzumaki pried off Lifuzu's hand to interject. "That was no mere genin. Those leaf hippies have always been strangely strong." Suzumaki was interrupted as Michiro suddenly was behind her. She slammed Suzumbaki's head into the table to silence her. "Leaf shinobi?" she asked seriously, chakra and killing intent leaking from her. "Did you get a name?" "Rock Lee," Suzumaki said, barely audible with her face on the table. "Indeed, it seems we have some unwelcome guests present for this mission. Genin rarely travels on their lonesome. I suppose he could have been unlucky, but..." Lifuzu was interrupted as Suzumaki forced her head up to speak clearly. "A shame it isn't one of our targets. Would have been enjoyable. It seemed to me there must be more. The animals and boys seemed to be expecting an ally. At the very least, a genin squad should be expected," Suzumaki said. "A genin squad that holds genin capable of besting Junin. Combine that fact with an unknown Junin sensei, and you have quite the troublesome quarry." Lifuzu watched with open amusement as Michiro hummed to herself and walked off in apparent thought. This allowed Suzumaki to rise again, looking as nervous as she was furious. "Where are you, siblings?" Michiro demanded as she still seemed somewhat lost in thought. "That's the strangest thing and partially why I thought they were dead. Members of the Kamizuru clan can accurately track each other for miles. And the two would be smart enough to find us on their own. However, if there are mysterious shinobi afoot, I wouldn't be shocked if they met their match," Suzumaki informed. "Unlikely tilde," Lifuzu sang, more than a tad bit excited to get their secret in the open air. Michiro sighed at her subtle approach being ignored and turned to face the two. "Indeed, we have seals on all 3 of you. It doesn't allow us to track you, but it will notify us should one of you perish. This is a precaution my love takes with all business deals. That being said, the two are certainly alive." "When did you?" Suzumaki asked incensed. "Boss likely did when he first met you," Lifuzu casually answered. "Besides, even for Junin, the wildlife around here can be quite the handful." Lifuzu offered. "Perhaps they merely are camping out the night. Basic survival skills teach shinobi how to treat a night out in the wild like the hell it is. Better to camp out than move and navigate in pure darkness." Michiro hummed again as she grabbed her saucer and sipped her tea deeply as she turned back away. "We shall leave them be for now. If they die, they are much too useless to live anyway. Of course, Suzumaki-san, we will reimburse you in such a case. In the morning, we shall send Lifuzu to seek those two out. Meanwhile, you and I, Suzumaki-san, shall investigate nearby clans to see if we can find one fitting of the Kamizuru clan. Lifuzu inwardly cackled as he and Suzumbaki nodded. Well, now that the two of you have updated me and received your future marching orders, perhaps it's time for me to offer my own information, Michiro said with a more snotty tone as she sat back down with the two. Lifuzu quizzically looked around the camp. At the large and expensive tents erected and, from what he could see, somewhat furnished. The roaring fire was fitted with custom cooking utensils and tools, each hung near and, in some cases, over the fire. The large-scale barrier jutsu shielded them from outside threats, and the detection and suppression seals around them to counter espionage and alert them should attackers breach their defenses. Lifuzu was confident she could do the same in a single afternoon, but to do so with enough time to brew tea and relax. She supposed it was why Ikam trusted the bitch so much. Leave it to a crazy bitch like yourself to find time to do all this and more. Lay it on me, Lifuzu responded as Suzumbaki took the more reasonable silent approach. However, Michiro must have been in a fantastic mood. For she ignored Lifuzu's crass insults and continued on with the resolve and unshakable demeanor of a soldier. While you two were wasting time. Found my love's objective already. In fact, I've even erected my strongest barrier around it to ensure our control. You're fucking kidding me, Lifuzu bitterly complained. I got babysitting duty while you adventured. What was that objective? Suzumbaki asked curiously. Lifuzu smiled despite himself. Ikam, our glorious leader, wanted us here originally for a singular reason. To secure his hypothetical interworld core, a link between the world we all know and love and this strange, wild place. With control of it, Ikam believes we could disable all summoning, hoard the power for ourselves, and use the chakra-rich nature of this dimension for all sorts of projects. We, of course, will allow your clan to be the exception, Michiro assured. But yes, indeed, however, there was a small catch. Sealed off as it is, no one will be able to access it. In fact, summons and humans alike cannot travel between worlds unless we allow it or they break my barrier. I did so instead of attempting Ikam's plan because the Guardians. Guardians? Suzumbaki asked, confused. Strange golems of stone and chakra. They seem to be patient protectors of the chakra core, and shockingly enough quite powerful, Michiro explained. Must have been to send an ice-cold bitch like yourself scurrying away, Lifuzu said with some level of honesty. Once again, correct, their speed is considerable. They are nearly as quick as the average Junin. Unsurprisingly, their strength seems monstrous, and they have access to a massive beam of raw chakra. Suzumbaki and I will test their limits tomorrow, after searching for clans, and retreat before it becomes dangerous. If we struggle, we will attempt as a group, surely the four of us will be more than able to do so. Michiro finished her tea and placed her cup down. Lifuzu, take care of that for me, I am planning to rest for the night, surely, I will be needed tomorrow. Lifuzu, you will be our night watch, Suzumbaki. I have captured several deer, slay and prepare them for us, once you've taken care of that, you may rest and recover. Those deer don't talk, do they? Lifuzu said with a queasy look. I'd rather eat a terrified screaming human than a talking deer. What the F? Suzumbaki began but flinched when Lifuzu appeared mere inches from her face. I love animals, I suppose, but humans are nothing more than foul creatures, Lifuzu assured her before racing off towards the trees. Lifuzu enjoyed the night watch. Neither of these annoyances would bother her, and besides, she rarely slept. 5. Shino Kurobaki's Pav, Eastern Forest of Erminsel, Terra. Shino nearly allowed a smile to grace his face as he faced a much more manageable matchup. The two of them had worked well together, and with their built-in counters, most of his jutsu had become a mere farce. But now that the seemingly weaker of the two was alone. It seems you, in particular, aren't much of a shinobi. Without your brother to aid you, I believe you will be soon facing death. Why? Because I am superior to either of you, your hatred blinded you, and now I will make you face the consequences. Shino assured darkly. He felt an uncharacteristic rage fill him as a dark thought rose to the top of his mind. Though I must admit your anti-Aburame technique and style is impressive, surely it comes from abundant experience, he was lightly trying to bait him for information. For he expected this man and his brother were more than mere rivals of his clan. Jabaki chuckled cruelly as he pointed a finger and prepared his lethal mandible hand. Is that your way of asking whether we've killed Aburame? Honestly, it is a foolish question. In that war, we killed many ourselves. We may have lost, but we survivors have learned in their stead. However, I will redeem us again today when I kill you single-handedly. Terribly mistaken, Shino said now behind the man. Your clan merely hates mine due to a war neither of them choose. A terrible mistake to hold on to your hatred instead of accepting your mistakes. A worse mistake to taunt me with the death of former family members. And the worst of all, Shino didn't get to finish as Jabaki spun in place and beheaded him. Rookie mistake ranting in battle like that. However, Jibaki's eyes widened as the headless Shino burst into insects. His wasp raced in as they began to slaughter them. However, with the amount found, their progress could have been faster. Jibaki roared in anger as he leapt back, feeling his chakra dip massively. However, Shino had expected a quick reaction. His insect reacted as planned, wrapping around the retreating Jibaki and holding him in place for a mere instance before the wasp overwhelmed them. However, it was enough for Shino to smash into Jibaki violently. Before the man could recover, Shino swung heavy, wild punches as he climbed atop him. Jibaki, however, had the experience advantage and, even from the bottom, weaved and managed to raise an arm. Trusting his instincts, Shino gave up the mount and leapt back as Jibaki's raised arm elongated into a massive, sharp, and brutal mandible. I'll cut you in half, damned fool. I'll single-handedly exterminate you, Aburame pest. Wasp style. Great mandible greatsword. Jibaki roared angrily as he wielded the great blade, which was his arm, with some level of difficulty. The man screamed as he ran forward, swinging the massive blade with impressive speed and control. Each swing would have bisected or beheaded Shino. But the Aburame dodged each swing with ease. Tired of the pathetic display, Shino snuck in a kidney shot, dropping the man to his knees. Before he kicked him away brutally. That was the last time I'll show mercy, Shino promised. You have lost, surrender, and you may live, continue, and I promise your death will be gruesome. My insect managed to get a good bit of chakra from him, he's hurt, and panicked. This fight is mine, Shino thought as he watched the man crawl to his feet. Stop with the bluffing brat, it won't save you. Jibaki screamed as he began a desperate charge. Shino did not bother with more words, slowly removing his singular glove from his left hand. Jibaki closed in and swung his blade wildly, Shino merely leaning out of the way and tapping the man's left arm, then leaping away. Stop running, Jibaki roared. I'm not. In fact, Shino said as he calmly raised his now gloveless hand. I suspect you'll know what this means. Just why I am as nonchalant as I am. Shino felt no satisfaction from the gasp of shock nor the look of fear the man showed once they observed his hand. Shino's hand seemed to be a writhing sea of purple, his skin fully covered by the odd substance. Well, he supposed they both knew what it indeed was. Why you're bluffing? You can't be, Jibaki stammered. It was an oddity even among the elites of Aburame. No way you're one of them. You can't be in control of them. Check your arm before believing such. Shino offered Jibaki, the man doing so and screaming in shock as he released his jutsu and stared at his left hand, which was now slowly becoming similar to Shino's. You were somewhat right. However, I cannot control them. My brother found a way to do this and left a note telling me to use it well. Because of his gift, I now wield them in my left hand. His request in return for such was simple. To protect the Aburame for him, I believe your death will further that goal. Jibaki fell to his knees, fear and panic weakening his leg. Hell, just as likely, the toxic parasites themselves were already wreaking havoc on his body. It seems you know what they are. The rare and all too dangerous Rinkaichu is a nano-sized species of venomous beetles that feed upon any organic matter they encounter. At first, you don't even feel their bites, but soon, the venom and pain will become all you know. In mere minutes, Shino lectured before suddenly Jibaki formed another blade and, in shock to Shino, slashed towards himself. With a scream of pain and a raised brow from Shino, the man removed the infected arm from the elbow down, likely sparing the rest of himself in the process. Shino felt slightly disgusted but watched warily all the while as Jibaki, with his teeth and some wire, managed to slow the bleeding from his stump before he rose and pointed his last remaining bladed arm at Shino. That's what real combat is like. Now that I know your little trick, I'll avoid it and cut your damned head off. Jibaki roared somewhat manically. Incorrect, Shino said somewhat sympathetically. He put back on his glove as he talked before raising his hands into a hand sign. I used that method due to the relative painlessness of it. However, I set up another method as well. This should serve as a warning. Surrender before you die in agony. Fu. Shino did not bother to fully listen at that point. With a flex of chakra and a tiny amount of pity, Shino spoke his finishing move. Parasitic giant insect. Bug bite. Shino saw Jibaki flinch, likely having seen the technique before. You bluff. You couldn't have. My wasps wouldn't allow it. Only one managed to take root, Shino assured. However, it will be more than enough. As he finished, Jibaki cried out shrilly and fell to his knees. He kept slamming his remaining arm against the ground as if trying to beat something within it. Shino looked away grimly as the following sounds came to his ears. That particular Kikaichu is gruesome. It prefers to burrow into the bodies of its prey, growing instantly as they feast upon flesh and chakra, often. Jibaki's scream became haunting as Shino turned his head back and watched as his forearm visibly swelled before bursting into a shower of meat and blood. A giant ball-sized Kikaichu attempted to continue feasting. However, Jibaki swung what remained of his arm and shook off the creature, which scuttled away as the man's screams became sobbing. Shino calmly walked forward, drawing a kunai and preparing to offer the man the mercy he did not deserve. 6. Kurobaki's pav. Kurobaki glared at the small, ridiculous woman who stood in front of him. He knew he should rush for his brother. The accursed Aburame had nearly gotten the better of him. But he couldn't help but fixate on the woman before him. Her spitefulness and weakness reminded him of his eldest sister, a fact that made his blood boil. Suzumbaki's status as leader of the Kamizuru clan was a recent development. In fact, she had only earned the right by convincingly besting the previous leader in combat. Kurobaki had been that leader. The man had run the clan well for years, but the war had proven more costly than anyone had expected. Their numbers had been in the hundreds, but after the fierce battles with the Aburame clan, they were left with a mere 20 active shinobi. Kurobaki had led fine, but those blasted fools had been lucky enough to wipe them out. But the clan had needed a scapegoat, and the head and general of military affairs made for quite the target. With his approval within the clan at a time low, Suzumbaki had returned to the clan after a year-long training journey. Immediately and publicly, his sister called him out and challenged him to a duel. 7. That damned duel had proven to be his undoing. Kurobaki had been the strongest of the Kamizuru for years. But in a mere year, his eldest sister had surpassed him. The rare parasitic wasp style was one only female members had access to. Her conditioning on a level Kurobaki hadn't seen in the clan, with his support at an all-time low and his recent death by Suzumbaki. The clan decided to change leadership. If Kurobaki was honest, he had grown to distaste most women. They seemed to simply always remind him of his hated sister. This mission had been the worst yet for him. The Kamizuru clan had been contracted for a valuable mission. Their 3 best were chosen, and Kurobaki had lost to Suzumbaki, and only one could come close. He had seen an opportunity even more so upon spotting a member of the Aburame. But as he saw this woman dare stand in his way, his rage guided him in facing her. Kurobaki couldn't afford nor survive attempting to harm his sister. But this little bitch. I will offer you no mercy, you pathetic bitch. Kurobaki spat. You cannot beat me, and once I've crushed you, my brother and I will enjoy making the Aburame scream. I won't be needing your mercy, nor will you get to hurt Shino, Sakura argued as she squatted low and warily circled the large armor-plated man. Your attacks will not hurt me. Your body will not keep up. You will die. You are a mere woman, after all. Kurobaki coldly assured. The woman didn't bother responding, instead whipping a kunai with impressive speed directly for his chest. Kurobaki didn't bother dodging, instead allowing it to bounce harmlessly off his scales. He did, however, notice a smile from the woman. Lazily glancing down, he saw an explosive tag. With a boom, it went off. However, Kurobaki was not harmed by the force or flames. Instead, the man leapt through it, aiming for where the woman had been. Kurobaki smiled cruelly at her shocked face as she stumbled back. However, he offered no respite and sent her head first into a tree with a powerful left hook. With a burst of blood, she went through it. Trusting his senses, the man formed a hand sign and calmly spoke, Kai. Instantly, the world around him shattered. He stared at the unharmed tree and whipped around to see the woman mere inches away. She struck him with a palm strike to the chest and attempted to stab between 2 plates on his neck. However, Kurobaki was no amateur. Ignoring the harmless attack and leaning his head so the blade bounced off his scales, he attempted to swat her out of the air. However, she managed to kick off his face and narrowly avoided the blow. Surely you can see it now. Kurobaki lectured as he stomped closer to the woman. A weak, foolish woman like yourself stands no realistic chance against a shinobi like myself. Let me simply break your neck and end this. Once again, however, the woman didn't answer. Instead, once again thrusting her palm, this time for his knee. Kurobaki didn't acknowledge the pathetic attack. Instead, he raised a hand to chop her body in 2. However, as soon as her palm touched, he felt a spike of pain and momentarily dropped to his knees. The woman swiped with her hand as if it were a blade. It barely grazed him, yet Kurobaki roared in pain. It felt as if he had been slashed. Shocked and caught off guard, the man leapt back to regroup. The only thing I can see, bug boy, is exactly how I can beat you. Sakura taunted with a wink. Kurobaki's mind and chakra exploded. The man had felt this feeling before. Hurt and shocked, reality as he knew it was broken, and all the while, a snide woman mocked him. Somehow, you hurt me, Kurobaki growled. Don't act surprised, she sniped back. My first attack hurt you earlier, too. You played it off to try and fool me, but this woman managed to outsmart you. Hilarious, Kurobaki growled angrily. So you saw through that eye. My earlier attack was just me making sure of it. Once I touched during the stabbing attempt, I was certain that my newly learned technique would be your undoing. The woman boasted. There's no wound, and I made no sig. Actually, you left plenty. You flinched when I landed it and bragged about your armor, but the problem is I'm using the sharpest blade there is. She bragged smugly to him. A chakra scalpel, one that can cut through your armor. What is your name? Kurobaki asked, his tone the calm before the storm. She smiled mockingly at him. Sakura Haruno Genin of the Leaf. Well, Sakura, Kurobaki said darkly. I'll assure you I sent you to your home in pieces. The woman had managed to get the drop on him fine. But her attack had only worked because he hadn't known. He would tear her apart now. 8. Ah, oh, good God, brother, help me. A shrill and broken voice sounded out. Kurobaki spared a moment to look at others at the only fight. Only to be stunned to see his sibling armless and screaming pathetically as the Aburame moved to finish him. It may be best to retreat. I'm not at full strength, and without Jabaki and with this bitch in the mix, I can't be certain I won't be overwhelmed. Kurobaki thought before spiking down a smoke bomb. Best to retrieve him and retreat. The same technique that started this fight will end it. Super whizzing missile, Kurobaki thought as he zoomed through the smoke right before Shino could reach and kill him. Snagged Jabaki and zoomed away. In mere seconds, he was hundreds of feet away with his sobbing brother. This was a disaster. I hate to admit it, but returning to Suzumaki and the others will be the best move. 2 super whizzing missiles take a ton out of me. Besides, these are no regular shinobi. Kurobaki bitterly thought over it. He glanced down at his nearly passed out brother. Losing to an Aburame so decidedly. You fool. Kurobaki thought she flew away with him, following his sense of where Suzumaki was to regroup.